has gotten billions of views online. He's one of the most watched influencers. He'll put events together. Thousands of people will show up and pay to watch this man speak. He's had a lot of influence over young men. Wrote 12 Rules for Life that sold millions on top of millions of copies. Has been very successful. Made a lot of money.
Okay,
but they do this Jubilee thing that he sits down with this other young man. And, you know, look, kudos to anybody that goes here because you're being targeted by 20 people that are all been researching to put you in your place and have a...
Gone.
Okay. He's already trying to flip his house.
Let him.
How he did it was very funny. He got inside it and he just tried standing up inside of it and like pushed it up with his head. Anyway.
Strong man.
My hot take. Paying to go hear somebody talk. Like, what am I, in college?
Yeah. Look,
You know,
I'm
like,
not gonna pay.
The whole like, oh, I'm gonna go watch somebody give a talk. I don't care.
Yeah, no, I'm on the
I'm good.
same thing.
I will watch, you know, video essays all day though.
That's true. I will do the same. But like a lot of the
talked
grifters.
about this.
A lot of the grifters
You
will
can't
be
flipping the houses, pal.
A lot of the grifters will do their talky tour things, and the right-wing grifters love Australia because there are plenty of fucking mouth-breathing idiots who will sign up to hear Tucker Carlson call their country shit while also calling America shit and praising Russia. Very cool.
I got
an opportunity for a video like this that we don't know who you are, and all the eyeballs come and you get a bunch of attention, right? Here's him and Jordan Peterson speaking. Go ahead, Robin, play the clip.
Is that real?
I totally engaged with a bot on Twitter, but it was just to pile on.
Yeah.
You know, like one of those people. So I'll show you that because I know how much you love Twitter arguments.
I love bots. I've basically turned my Twitter account into an example of information.
Yeah, it fucking fucks up the 5th gen account too.
I don't know how it
fucking
does.
Only
like,
China shit on there. Whenever
I know. I've been trying to fix it. I will try and fix the algorithm because I'm gonna do what you said with Lucas, and just go through his page and like shit and find conflict stuff and news and try and do that. Unless I pull the 5th gen Twitter off my main phone and put it on my work phone, and maybe that could keep it isolated. Probably. I don't know.
Because you go to a Catholic church, don't you? Or you've attended recently. You're interested in Catholicism, aren't you?
Like you literally,
right,
there's
so
a whole thing where I have a list already in there where people are marked to get notifications. So when you look at that in the notification tab, you can literally click that and it curates a news feed of people that I've marked as good as like people that you literally just have to scroll through that curated feed.
Yeah, okay. We should probably expand that a little bit, honestly.
I mean, I look at it whenever I find somebody who should be on there.
Okay.
What?
Okay, you're familiar.
Doctrines are very
How do they
deep.
regard Mary?
Why are you asking me that?
Because you're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean
either you're a Christian or you're not.
I won't talk to you if you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
I could be either of them, but I don't have.
I cannot describe how much I appreciate the obtuse approach that these kids took to talking to Jordan Peterson, because Jordan Peterson excels when people respect his authority, but as soon as you challenge it, he crumbles. And this is a perfect example. And Charlie Kirk just had this happen as well. I watched some clips of some people annihilating Charlie Clerk, and he's just an actual fucking idiot. And you know what the funniest part is? Same age as me.
have to tell you.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression
private.
I was invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian?
No, you were invited to.
I think everyone should look at the
So-
title of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I?
So,
But you're
like,
really
literally-
quite nothing. Right, you're not a
Okay,
Christian.
I'm
They
done.
don't know who they're going to be debating.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it just says that they're going to be atheist versus a Christian. It's a casting call sheet.
Interesting. That is, this is my favorite part.
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing.
I
bitch.
love that.
I'm afraid your father will have to remain in his coma for several more months. We'll be feeding him pure meat through a tube just like you asked. In the meantime, let's go party all over Europe.
When people think of happiness or pursuing happiness, the first thing they think of is, well, it's a pretty selfish desire. I want to be happy for me. I mean, after all, who wants to be unhappy? But I'm here to tell you that, in fact, happiness is far, far, far more than a selfish desire. It's actually a moral obligation. Whether or not you're happy, and certainly whether or not you act happy, is a very, very altruistic endeavor. Yes, indeed, we have a moral obligation. Happy people make the world better. Unhappy people tend to make the world worse.
There's a scene in Pinocchio where Geppetto wishes on a star, right? And what it means is he lifts up his eyes beyond the horizon to something transcendent. And so he lifts his eyes up above his daily concerns and he says, what I want, what I want more than anything else.
You know what's the funniest part about him crying about Pinocchio?
Gone.
Is like he's also like, you could not be trans, but he like finds Pinocchio so like beautiful and touching.
That is honestly very funny.
Is that my creation?
What?
Pure hypocrite.
Will become a genuine individual, right? It's a heroic gesture because it's so unlikely, and that catalyzes the puppet's transformation into a real being, and we start as puppets. And so the trick is to get rid of your goddamn strings.
I want to be like you, Mr. Peterson. Please tell me how to live.
I want to get into this because this is I think this is a fascinating thing with you personally. Your diet. You're on this carnivore diet
Yes.
now. This is what I mean. What's fascinating to me is I haven't heard any negative stories about people doing this.
Well, I have a negative story.
Okay.
Okay, when we restricted our diet and then ate something we weren't supposed to, the reaction was absolutely catastrophic.
What did you
So-
do? What did you switch to?
Well, the worst response, we had some apple cider that had sulfites in it, and that was really not good. Like, I was done for a month.
You were done for a month.
Oh yeah, it took me out for a month. It was awful.
Apple cider. Like what was it doing?
Sulfites in it.
What was it doing to you?
Oh, it produced an overwhelming sense of impending doom.
Come on over here. We are intrinsically tied to the president. He's with us. He's for us.
If you love birds, you'd never want to walk under a window because it's a very sad, sad sight.
Jesus said, take this cup. This is my blood of the new covenant.
I said certified freak 7 days a week. Wet ass healer. Make that pull-out game weak.
Fear is a fact. There's no God over me. There's no policeman over me. There's no one over me. I am God.
fucking cider.
Oh, I didn't sleep that month. I didn't sleep for 25 days. I didn't sleep
What?
at all.
I don't believe.
Oh yeah, not
And
good.
this is from fucking cider. From cider.
That's what we thought. Yeah.
I don't
mean,
believe you.
Look.
Sounds
again,
like drugs.
I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
You need to wake up, Dr. Peterson. My master. Please wake up for us. We are so lost without you.
"12 more rules. What is natural must be right. Eat your meat and worship might. Stand up straight, listen carefully, accept your place within the hierarchy."
Pinocchio. My boy. My brave little boy.
Clean your room, pray to God, obey your lords with 12 new rules.
Pinocchio! Oh, Pinocchio!
Think of all the cash, think of all the suits. Don't you think the world needs 12 more rules?
And watch what you say, and you will find out
What is
some
natural
things you
must
say
be
make you come
right.
apart,
Eat your
make you
meat
fall
and
apart.
worship
It's a
might.
feeling of chaotic
Stand up
weakness and
straight,
dissolution.
listen
It's
carefully,
a sense of
accept
self-betrayal.
your place
And then
within
if
the
you
hierarchy.
tell the truth, that pulls you together and strengthens you.
12 more rules. 12 more rules. 12 more rules.
You're dead, Pinocchio.
You
That
ever seen
was-
that?
That was cooked. No,
That's
I
a
haven't
fucking
seen that.
iconic video, bro.
That's great.
Everyone knows that video. There's a lot, like his whole, he's got like, that is actually, there's the faces that come at the end.
Yeah.
Like, actually, here, I'll bring it back up because it's like interesting because you can see how he like develops as like an artist and creator.
Mm.
Oh, there's new ones that I haven't seen, but I'm not just gonna throw in shit that I like haven't seen.
Fair enough.
But if you go to the oldest, like his first videos are just like Metal Gear Solid like parody things, and then he starts doing these animations, right? And like here's Tim Pool, he removes his hat and eats a hot dog with his own head.
Oh, I've seen that one.
Right, so then like the Jordan Peterson one, like all the characters before that kind of led to that one. And then like the Steven Crowder one,
I think I've
iconic.
seen the Joe Rogan one. Like a specific Joe Rogan one.
Thing, right? You're not a
wish I
Christian.
could draw. Whoa, this kid's a bitch!
If I'm being real, I'm really disappointed. We got
If
a
I'm
guy
being
who's
real,
helped
what a bitch that kid
millions, to see value and order, discipline, family, tradition, and then you pull back on the one foundation that you come from. Okay? He's lectured on biblical stories like he's Moses, and then the guy just asks you, "Are you a Christian?" I don't care, Catholic,
they're mad.
Protestant.
They're mad at Jordan. Interesting.
Are you a Christian because
Yeah,
you've been
'cause he-
claiming and you're preaching it
Because,
that
like,
you are? Why
how
have that
can you
moment?
not be
What are you
mad?
scared of? Why?
Like if you're going to bat for this guy and you see him do this, like it's like the Joe Biden debate moment, you know? Like people are realizing, oh God, we're gonna lose this election.
Dump him.
Why? So now you've
Unforgivable.
confused the shit. Tommy, am I? You know what I mean? You can't talk about the power of the Bible and logos and Christianity and Jesus Christ and claim all this, and then when the The moment happens, and I think that kid, whoever this kid is, won this freaking debate to where you have to say, I don't want to talk to you anymore. You lose it right there. Why don't you say that you're a Christian? What are you scared of?
Well, what's funny is because originally when they uploaded this video on Jubilee, the title was One Christian versus 20 Atheists. Then they changed the title to Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists. Did you get that?
Yeah.
Okay. So you want me to say that one more time? So originally it was one Christian,
Please,
which is
say
who?
it again.
Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists. And then they changed it to Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists because he said, how do you know if I'm a...
They must have had to sell the bank vault. It's very low effort for them. What about the very expensive set for the podcast that doesn't make any money?
Christian.
Wow.
I mean, that change took place. But Adam, how did you see this between Jordan Peterson and this young kid?
Yeah, only in the modern day of the internet and sound bites can a kid who's likely done nothing with his life.
Oh my God.
You answered your own question. What you should do, go to sleep. But don't go to sleep. Watch the stream.
That kid. Think about what he taught. He dealt with kids like that. And he's probably sitting there profiling this kid and is like, dude, what are you talking about? You know how many tens of thousands of conversations I've had with someone like you? However, if you got a position, take the position. Rob, is this another one clip that happened from the same episode?
Yeah, from the...
Patty Bet David brings up a great point on why it's even more embarrassing. Like, yeah, you should have experience dealing with college kids being sassy at you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, wow, how pathetic.
The same.
Okay, let's watch this one here.
God.
Can you go back a little bit? We didn't hear the first part. Yeah.
Do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
Do you think it to be true?
What do you mean by God?
That's the
What do
circular
you mean by
definition.
you?
What do you mean
How
when
is
you
that
say you
circular?
believe?
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true.
Unfucking real.
I'm already sick of this clip.
Yeah.
I don't want to see it again. You know what I mean?
I'm just like, every time I fucking see it, I'm just like, a circular definition is defining something with itself.
I don't care.
Like, that's literally what a circular definition is. And this guy's supposed to be an academic? That's the only reason.
No, he's specifically not an epidemic.
No, but he was. He worked
I know. I
academia.
really just don't care. I've already debated it to death and talked about it. Like I can't hold any more time. It's like trying to like really analyze Dave Rubin at this point. You know, Jordan Peterson might be dumber. Like the shit that comes out of Jordan Peterson's mouth. Come on. Who do you think's dumber?
Out of who?
Not who do you think's dumber, but who says dumber shit? Jordan Rubin or Jordan Peterson or Dave Rubin?
Oh, Jordan Peterson. Without context.
Right?
Oh, sorry, without context. Because
Now you see what my point? We don't need to elaborate. You understand.
Yeah.
My point is, it's like dissecting shit Dave Rubin would say.
That's
instead of just laughing at him.
No, that is fair. It's just like I specifically harp on this point specifically.
I don't know why people take him so seriously.
Meant to be an academic, and he doesn't know what a circular definition is, or he's lying to try and manipulate and win. Like, it's just ridiculous. I'm more interested in what the douchebags at the panel have to say.
Past, you don't have a time travel device.
I don't get the argument. So wait a minute. The kid is making a point.
This is a
by
man
saying, let's say you were a German
who
person
argues
in
with
Germany
Sesame Street characters on Twitter. Okay? Dave Rubin would never do that.
That's a fair point.
Dave Rubin is probably a club where he's like, I kind of like Sesame Street.
It's kind of gay.
Well, you know, because, like, he's got a kid. Like,
yeah.
Guess what you're going to like? What your kid wants to fucking watch.
That's true.
Like, you can only put your foot down on so much content.
Nazi Germany, and you're harboring a Jewish family to save them. That's a very hypothetical, But Jordan Peterson's argument is, I would never put myself in that situation. No, he's missing the point completely. He's saying, what if you were that German family? If
Okay, can we go to that
it doesn't
COVID
make, he's not
video?
making.
Did you send it?
Did you? No, I told you exactly where to find it, and I was busy. Watch, it'll be the
pawn
first
of
video
foreign
on the list.
intelligence. You took money from Tenet, which was funded by Russia. You're in bed with Daily Wire, and you
Second
met with
video
Netanyahu.
on the list.
You are not what you say you are. And by the way, the only reason you have an audience is because you're the only one left on YouTube. So let's cut the shit.
In a heated political rivalry that extends years back,
Put this
the
COVID
tensions
video
have
on.
risen again with Tim.
Tell you something. Y'all better start getting ready. Start getting prepared now. Because there's a possible lockdown coming. We're about to relive the year 2019, 2020, and 2021 all over again. As the CDC just announced that there's a very
an internet comment etiquette video that came out today, and I said, I gotta put that whole video on the list.
To the U.S. right now, coming straight up out of goddamn China, straight out of China. Now the CDC calling this strain MB181. That's Nino Brown. 181.
It's not binary.
For all the slow people in the back of the goddamn short bus. Now how the hell 3-4 years later they coming out with a goddamn new strain? You can't tell me they ain't in there making and creating this shit, man. They be in them damn labs in Wuhan trying to create an illness that's worse than that goddamn fentanyl. And I wouldn't be surprised that the illness that they creating for us is funded by the people over here that's warning you about the shit, so they can make the people dependent on them. Because that get them automatic control over us. Now, what I think...
This just broke the algorithm. I hope you know that.
Oh, no, it didn't. It's about
Bullshit.
COVID-19. This guy's... Go look at his page. He's a legitimate news guy. That's the thing. It's just like... Is his beard painted on? Like, this is a character, right?
It is not a news channel.
Oh, come on, show it. Put it on screen. You ruined the jokes.
Not a news channel.
What are you talking about? This is news. You can tell by how it's the, you know, it's got the red and black font like that. That's classic, you know, OJ, guilty.
Yeah, 50 Cent hates Diddy.
Uh-huh.
News.
This is news.
Justin Bieber going broke. News.
Yep, that's news.
Yep, that's news.
Hey, what's that gorilla video? Oh, his opinion on... Don't click it, please. Don't. I'm kidding. His opinion on the gorilla. That's great.
What's going on is Donald done screwed up the goddamn economy. He ain't do nothing he said he was gonna do when he got in the office. And just like the last time he was in there and it got bad, he trying to put a cape on right now and play superhero again, so all of y'all can vote for him for
You
a
telling me
third
this
term.
isn't a fucking great
Ain't
video?
It weird how these flus only happen when Donald in office?
I think that,
don't
honestly,
care
I
how
think
many
this
of
guy
these
is one of
goddamn flus
those.
they come out with. I
This
ain't
is a
taking no
one-time pull
goddamn-
thing, you know? Like, we can't return to this joke like we can with Ulalau.
Yeah.
You know? Like, this is the only time we can pull this guy.
I have no idea what he said.
Because it's all American
And I
flag.
ain't going to no goddamn hospital. Because the people that took that goddamn ended up dying from blood clots. And the people that walked in them hospitals got rolled out to the goddamn graveyard. They ain't never get up out that bed no more. I lost my grandma doing that goddamn virus. I lost DJ K. Slay. I lost several of my friends in their 20s and 30s, man, when that goddamn thing came out. I ain't dealing with them goddamn hospitals, and I ain't going to your goddamn corner where you're telling me to go get the goddamn free dope. I ain't doing it. I'ma just load up on that elderberry. I'ma get outside and get me some sunlight, cause y'all ain't about to trick me like you tricked them. But let me ask you something. Are you ready for another lockdown? Are you with somebody that you can lock down with? Because a lot of relationships ended when everybody was locked down. Look at Kim K and Kanye. When they had to shock up and couldn't go outside, they ended up in divorce.
Fuentes over being Israel first, largely arguing that it is an unhealthy obsession and consequently that Tim is in fact the more pro-America pundit between the two. Here's the clip.
If someone came to me and said, I don't like the U.S. spending money in these foreign wars, Ukraine,
Oh boy. Oh man. Well, this guy is definitely a Nazi.
Taiwan, Israel, Afghanistan, Iraq, I'd say, oh, I understand.
I'm totally with you on that.
But when they come to me and they say the U.S. shouldn't be spending money on Israel, I say, what about other countries? No, Israel. And I'm like, dude, the only thing you care about is Israel first.
Like, Nazism is more esoteric, you know? You need the esotericism for Nazism. And, like, the Christo nationalist is, like...
Close, but not quite.
Ultimately, like, white fundamentalist.
Do you not think
but I
Christianity
think
is esoteric?
No. I mean, Nazism, they believed in, like, mysticism and esoteric type stuff, you know? And paganism and stuff. So, like, 09A is more Nazi. You know what I mean? So I think the Christian fascists, like Elijah Schaffer, like we don't need to call everyone Nazis,
That's
right?
true.
Like Nazi.
Elijah
So here's the thing.
Schaffer is a
I
Nazi.
think that these people, American culture is quite different, right? Because of the history of like slavery and like the apartheid and all that shit that happened in the past, right? So in America, and especially with how we view like how everything is hustling and hierarchy and stuff, right? It's all about like this like social capital caste system. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So
That's
when
a
you
good way
have
to
the
describe
American Christian nationalist, it's still like a racist white fundamentalist. But like Fuentes is a Nazi. He's not like a Christian fascist.
Yeah.
But
Well,
people who do the Christ is King shit and this
Well,
type of stuff, Christo-fash.
This is why I.
That's the thing is, I don't think Christo-fascist is also good enough, because, as I have stated, fascism does not imply necessarily a racism.
No, and this is.
It's a full integration, as long as you fully integrate into a fascist system. So, but still, these people want a full integration into their fascist system, but they want a clear white hierarchy, right?
Yes.
Where it's like, we are the masters of the slaves, right? That's their philosophy. So it's like neo-confederalism, but like, you know, the thing is that confederalism in America wasn't a confederacy. But like, this is like the American neo-confederal type shit. The superior Protestant type shit.
Yeah. This is very sus content.
I don't know. That we gotta figure out a certain thing for this type of person.
Yeah,
Like
we
specifically
need to coin
this
a
type of
term.
Elijah Schaffer guy.
Yeah. Because I would say Elijah and this is more the reason, because you're right, they're not quite Nazis, but they're pretty fucking close. So we need a new term. And it can't be
Like Elijah
post-racial
Schaffer
fascism.
genuinely hates women, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Which is
most
a
of the other
very
guys, like
fascist
Matt
thing.
Walsh might also hate women, but most of the other guys are just misogynists.
Yeah. The German nationalism coming in. But yeah, no, a lot.
I agree, though. Nazism is cooler than what the Americans have. Like, you know, like, Nazi has the aesthetic. Like Hugo Boss, Mercedes-Benz.
That is true.
Like Nazis, like just like how Gaddafi, you know, like piece of shit, but like he was the coolest piece of shit, right?
Yeah.
So like the Nazis, when we talk about like cool, I think they might be cooler than the Soviets. You know?
On aesthetic?
Yeah. So like, if you're in Japan and you go into one of those bars, you know what I mean? You have no historical context behind what the Nazis are.
Yeah. Okay. I see your argument. Yeah. Like,
But like with the white people, it's all like, they triggered you. Those, you know, like it's like, you know, like the people who live in the sewer in Futurama.
Yeah, the mutants.
That's what these types of fucking American fascists are.
Well, I mean, we've coined terms before. We should work.
They
on
are definitely fascist because the
sure.
priority is integration.
For sure. Like the label of fascist is 100%.
But I don't know. Christian fascist might be the most accurate way to describe them, but
it's so boring.
Yeah, but there's only a few of them. Because like even this style of guy, like Elijah Schaffer style of guy, is a little different than Matt Walsh, who is more Nazi-esque. Like it's a fusion. Like Nazi-esque is more about the white race shit. But
really
like
is a homologation of
that's the thing is like we need the purity of the white race of Nazism without the esotericism, which is KKK.
True.
You know, it's like Christo Klansman.
Interesting. We should coin
like I said, neo-confederalist would be the best descriptor inside of America, but I don't like using
implying
that word to describe something that wasn't what it was.
Yeah.
Just like how I would never describe like the Korean regime as the democratic regime of Korea, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I would call it the People's Republic of Korea, just like I would call the Confederate States of America the Confederacy.
Because we could be vague and use romantic nationalism, but it's not punchy enough. Fascism, I feel like, is too used to have weight. Because, like, I'm thinking...
Yeah, and that's another thing, too, is the romantic nationalist angle as well. I think it's this weird Christo hierarchy. It's way more white, like, a radical wasp, basically. It doesn't have to have punch. It just has to be accurate. You know what I mean?
I really feel like the white aspect of it.
All right, I got it. I got it. I got it. It's got punch.
It's post-racial.
Okay, I got it. No, shh, stop talking. Listen, I got it. What it is. Nazi wasps.
Someone needs to.
Am I right though? Does that not nail it? That is the perfect thing. It's funny because wasps are already Nazis, both like the regular kind and the one that sting you.
Someone should draw a wasp with a Nazi armband.
Watch out for waspisms.
Waspisms.
You know that video? It's like a
first and foremost.
Your mom's house video. Watch out for the waspises.
It doesn't ring any bells. You have to show me that one.
Let me see if I can find it.
But yeah, like it's not like romantic nationalism. It really feels like only we talk about that. But
yeah, but that's fine because we're so small that we can be super insular. When there's more people around, I talk more expansively. Anyway,
But I
Look at
think
this.
that
This is
coining
the
the
video.
terms is a good thing, though. Like, if we can coin terms,
Yeah, I mean,
and those terms
people who
become
are
used,
real nerds want to stick around through the deep political conversations that we
Mm.
have. Oh my God! Remember how I said I engaged with a Twitter bot?
Yes.
I went on and I see 4 paragraphs of responses. I'm already done. You know what I mean? Like I was ready for the exit already.
I know exactly what you're talking about. There's a point where I'll just like I'll just stop trying to do what I try to do, and I'll just start mocking them. That's about the
Okay,
point.
so
that I'm just like,
here you go,
get
Jack.
away
Your
from me.
favorite thing: a Twitter beef with a bot, right?
Lovely.
So I didn't read anything on this. Okay, I just saw my boy Spaghetti Cossack in here,
Mm-hmm.
and I immediately knew this was a whole Russian bot thing where they're like, oh, the guy's clearly surrendering on the drone footage. I already knew exactly where, like, I need just a fucking micro hair to know exactly what the conversation is. So when I saw him on here and I saw post collateral murder, I'm engaging with him. I could care less about this humongous actual or whatever his name is. So he said, are you really not so sure that's what you do? Because that's them gunning down a bunch of unarmed people in the street, right?
Yeah.
And I said, to be honest, not the best example. I can see how they thought they saw a launcher there, right? Like collateral murder doesn't happen with a conventional war.
Mm.
And then I said, anyway, the KPF and CIA literally bombed inside Pakistan to try to get Haqqani and then double tapped the neighbors who came to look for survivors. And one of the girls literally had a Quran in her hand.
Oh.
Right? Like, that's
Right.
like, this is like villain motivation. Like, this is one of the like most important events of Haqqani's life is that America fucking double taps his neighbors and stuff who had really nothing to do with him. You know? People are
Yeah.
coming because a house just exploded in Waziristan. And then he's like, yeah, well, even then it was this, well, the whole point is that it's, America is worse than Ukraine, is what I was pointing out, right? Like, I don't think collateral murder is, like, that bad of a video. Like, it's not a war crime. It is, like, incompetency and like, things that lead to, like, it shouldn't have happened.
No, it shouldn't have.
But there's also, like, they bombed a civilian shelter as well. That
Yep.
was really bad in the Iraq War and stuff.
I mean, we found out
But,
about
like-
the Kanduz hospital, the AC-130 strike on the MSF hospital.
Mhm.
We found out about that. Like, that's fucked. An hour. They were launching an AC-130 on a hospital for an hour. Insane. Nobody talks about it. Nobody gives a fuck. It's like our least viewed upload.
Killing a guy's family, though, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, just because, like, sure, they're Haqqanis. Like, obviously, it's still a terrorist network. But, like, I just think it's kind of fucked up. And you know who else did? Al-Qaeda. Because that double tap, I mean, if you've seen Zero Dark 30, right?
Yeah.
You know when Eagle Base gets bombed
Mhm.
by the guy who's posing as a cripple?
Yep.
Yeah, that was orchestrated with the Haqqani network to get revenge for double tapping civilians and
Didn't know
shit.
that. Interesting.
Because it's the CIA they were targeting specifically. They knew the CIA coordinated the KPF. So
Well, they were the only ones that had the drone
that's what
strike.
we call deserved.
Yes.
Anyway, I said the worst part of collateral murder is also because they shot the rescuers. I think 2 are children. Maybe this person is confused because rules of engagement were much different when it's militias. The U.S. doesn't fight uniform. I said, yeah, I was like, did I write uninformed? Uniformed armies. They destroy them with overwhelming force in weeks. Oh, here we go. You're a journalist? Blah, 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 blah.
Every time.
Right?
Every fucking time.
You're eating food and talking shit. And so he said, opinion is about as good as mine. And I said, I was in Euromaidan, and after that, I was embedded in Syria. And he said, I don't know if this is in response to me, but it might be in response to Cossack, as in he was in the 2008 Sadr City surge, which was not a cool battle to be in.
No.
But, you know, it's no Fallujah. Like, it's like the worst battle of the end side of the war.
Yeah.
But if you were in the fucking first 2 years of that war, oh my god. Fuck that. And so, like, me knowing that this is just a Russian apologist, and I heard that he was in that battle, I said, crazy how Sadr is the main opposition against the Iranian coalition and now the biggest asset of the U.S. How does it feel for y'all to have sacrificed so much, only for your leaders to betray that sacrifice and align with the Sadrists?
That's great.
And he goes, again, you need to study war. I don't know where you said that before, but again, you need to study war. You literally gave me joy in your first sentence. This is not an American. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Second sentence. Who are the sadists? Have you met people in Sadr? Do you know how that struggle began? Do you know why there was a battle? Do you know why it was almost avoided most times? Now, see, what the issue is that the Sadr's meaty army could fucking hit the green zone in Iraq. That was the issue, and they continued to do mortar and rocket attacks. That's why. So I know this guy is like framing it like, you don't even know why that battle happened. They were constantly firing rockets. That guy was actually a bad guy. He, you know, blah 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 blah. And so I said, Sadirist, not sadist. It refers to the political movement. I first interviewed the movement when I was a teenager while it was still a militia. I'm talking about the meaty army there.
Yeah.
If you have talked to them, you'd know they had issues with how the system was being established by Malikli, and they hate Iran. Also, I worked as an advisor to various governments, officials, and agencies. Maybe when you start getting paid for your opinions, you can get on my level. Until then, enjoy your sippy cup. And like I said, there's like 4 paragraphs of response, and I'm just not going to look at it.
That's fair.
Because this is when it stops being funny.
Yeah.
Right? And if I go further than this, it's not funny anymore.
I have a very good habit of being able to draw out fascist sentiments from Chinese nationalists. It's very funny. It's very entertaining how they drop the mask so quickly.
Israel first. The only thing they ever talk about, they won't shut up about it. They love Israel. I get it. They hate it. They hate Israel. They hate AIPAC. They hate all these people, but it's the only thing they talk about. They act like no other problems exist. Right. And I'm like, the point is, when you wake up in the morning,
there's a genocide happening.
First thing in your mind is Israel. For me, it's America.
Yes. There's a genocide happening in Israel. I wonder why there's so much focus, Tim. Maybe your secret little... Maybe your secret little meeting with Netanyahu and your heel turn post that meeting. And a track record of being able to be bought off. I don't know. Not evidence. I'm just saying.
How do we secure our borders? What's going on with fentanyl in Canada? What's going on with illegal immigration from Guatemala into our country? So when I have a list of countries I care...
Also, tomorrow, we will film that ad thing that you want. Okay?
More about, I'm like, first of all, American labor. Are we helping Gen Z get in the labor force, buy houses, and have families? That's the first thing I'm thinking about when I wake up. How do we build culture among Americans? How do we get people to...
Tim, haven't you had one girlfriend in like 15 years? Are you going to start going to church like Joe Rogan?
Be more realistic in our country? Then I'm worried about Mexico. They got.
It is genuinely funny, watching all these grifters go to Christianity, because that's the thing that they've chosen as like the path, is that fundamentalist Christian attitude. Very entertaining. You know, Charlie Kirk wasn't as much of a dominionist cunt like 4 years ago. Pretty cool. All those people were a lot more less Christian 4 years ago. It's definitely no connection to what we were talking about before.
Cartels, they're shoveling drugs up to our country, our borders insecure. Then I'm concerned about Guatemala. Then I'm concerned about El Salvador. Then I'm concerned about Honduras. Then Brazil. And at some point down the list, I'm like, there's Israel. But these people wake up every day bashing their faces against the wall, screaming the word Israel. And I'm like...
Yeah, well, that's because you enjoy seeing money come into your account from people committing genocide. That's why. So you can mount this moralistic argument all you want. We all already know exactly what you do and how you operate and how you go about things. Hey, you remember when that Mexican Nazi shot up a shopping center? You remember when Tim Pool and the red-headed libertarian chick ran defense downplaying how much of a Nazi this guy was because he watched their show? Pretty cool.
Didn't the one guy who also fucks kids?
Which one? There's
like,
a lot of
he
them
was
on this
on
show.
there. And like he like negged Tim Pool by bringing up that shit to him. The fascist one who hangs out with Kanye and
Sneeko?
No. He's a pedophile too, not that one, but and Nick Fuentes. I was trying to think of the other guy. He hung out with both of them.
As I said, there's a lot of them.
Milo.
Oh.
He was on there he like subtly brought it up to Tim Pool. I think, or something like that, and Tim Pool lost it. But he was like,
see, look, there's so fucking many of them. We can't figure it out. The continuation of the contextualization station featuring the Doctor with the old books. What?
You are Israel first, and I hope you hear me.
Clearly, they're definitely focused on Israel far more than they are on the U.S.
Yep. And that's why when they said they would vote for Joe Biden over Donald Trump, I said, that is a person who would burn this country to the ground because they care more about Israel. They hate Israel, but Israel matters so much more to them. They would see America burn if it meant bad things happen to Israel.
Isn't the conservatives' whole thing saving money?
yeah, but they believe in nothing. Hey, check this out. You want to see something cool?
No principles.
I was just finishing up my retweets, but look at this.
I don't know who that is.
Look at that.
That is a rat.
Look at his little balls.
He's just having a snooze.
This one is more of just his tail and his balls. But look at his tail is all the way out too. It's like, bro, you're not even hidden.
He thinks he is. He is a rock.
And they live in these crazy worlds where Israel's the most important country on the planet. And I'm telling you, it is fascinating how they think Israel controls the weather. I like the amount of, it's not even a joke.
I know, it's obvious that Ian controls the weather, not Israel.
The amount of crazy conspiracies they think, they believe that Israel controls everything, is this secret cabal of...
Tim projecting Nazi shit onto anti-Palestinian people is fucking great. Like, brother, you have had Nick fucking Fuentes on your show. He literally thinks this. And you want us to believe that you are genuine here, eat the fattest dick. The fattest. You are a clown. A literal clown.
Jews that are running the whole
Don't
world,
be
and I'm like, that is
negative
Israel's
about
first you
clowns.
can get. They hate America, and they only care about Israel. It's the only thing they focus on.
These claims do not come without a prior history, as just a year ago, Tim Pool made similar
I
statements
forgot
as
we
he
weren't
highlighted
watching
in
a Tim Pool video.
his words a prominent conspiracy theory that Nick Fuentes is in fact an Israeli operative, explaining that by proxy of his audience's aggressive nature towards the subject, it
Bro.
actually drives others to be
Wow, what an original
pro-Israel.
take. Literally, we were just talking about how, because Titler Lorenz said something stupid about 9/11. I don't remember exactly.
Oh, yes, I saw that tweet. You probably
Yeah,
know
but
about
like
it
I
as
was
much
responding
as-
to everyone because if there's an opportunity for me to talk about 9/11 and Al Qaeda, I'll respond to those comments.
Fair
And
enough.
but like I literally was just looking at it when I was retweeting. Like it's just like all of them point at each other and say that they're all secret Jews because
Yes.
they don't attack Israel. So like ISIS got all these people to defect from Al Qaeda because they convinced them that they were. Because the normal rank and file is just, we'll liberate Al-Aqsa. Right? The idiots that they're going to send to just fucking butcher people. The fucking philosophers and the commanders are what matters. Just like that one guy who was in Sadr City, even though turns out that if they were just talking to Sadr and working him from the start, I mean, they let him hang Saddam Hussein for fuck's sake. Maybe if they were just engaging him from the start.
Who knows?
It's Iraq. You're going to have a crazy guy in your government.
Yeah. China is reviving an air base just north of Papua New Guinea. Great.
Okay, hang on. I'm joking, but I want to discuss that.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be cheaper to build a new airbase? Like, revive. How old is this airbase? You can fucking land modern
World War
airplanes
II.
on it?
World War II.
It sounds like a stupid idea. Fucking just pave over the thing. You know what I mean? Revive, tear down, and reconstruct it. Like, you know what? There's a great joke here. Well, technically, that's when China used to actually know how to build things, right? That's why they want to revive it, because you mean something China built's still around from World War II? But like, I don't know, because what was China in World War II?
Invaded?
Exactly.
I don't think it was China's. This is...
We have an Amon Hellman stand in chat.
It's this one, specifically. So it looks like you could pretty much just pave it and be done with it. But I imagine they're probably gonna tear down all the tree.
Like, what do you mean? That's cool. That island looks like a shark tooth if you zoom in.
Yeah.
If you wait, but if you zoom out, hang on, one more back.
Jesus fucking
Tits.
Christ!
It looks like tits now.
But this is just below Guam.
In the Mahdi. Stop it.
So, I hope.
We can't joke about that.
I hope that China's ready for that base to get absolutely wrecked. at the first sign of anything happening. Like, sure, do it right next to Guam. That's a smart idea.
That's probably why they're putting it there, is because they're like, look at us, we're making military moves. So let me just, okay. Okay, so you know cops, right?
No, what is a cop?
Well, so cops, they have also, okay, so you know how I like to argue how there's no monopoly on violence?
Uh-huh.
Okay. If somebody argued back to me that a monopoly isn't complete power, it's just a unfair competitive advantage, I would say, okay, sure. But most people, when they say monopoly on violence, they're not talking about that. Anyway,
No, complete control.
Cops have all this power and they're terrified of life, right?
Yeah.
So, what happens to a cop when someone they know actually can't hurt them starts saying shit like they have a weapon on them?
Well, they shoot them, obviously.
I mean, not all the time, right? But it escalates the situation, right? Because some idiot wants to be mouthing off.
Sure.
So that's really how I view it. It's like somebody who's like, think they're being smart to a cop when they ask them if you have anything, when they're frisking, to say you have anything that will stick or poke me, and they want to make a joke to him about like, yeah, I got a big ass knife in my ass. Guess who's gonna get anally searched later? You know what I mean? That's what China's doing, building islands next to Guam, is that type of move.
It's a fair argument.
Because the U.S. will literally fuck their ass.
Like I've been watching so much stuff, and now that the US is actually not talking about their capabilities anymore. Also, America still spends like 4 times whatever China spends on their military. Like, are we really sitting here even contemplating that China is even close to the United States in power?
Damn, the last stream
all?
we did, I did almost 19 hours. 3 followers from that.
Damn.
So like I said, I think the marathon... So also what I've been doing, okay, get this. When I'm streaming Helldivers, constantly people are dropping in and out of games. Like normally I'll play 1 game and then they'll drop after. So every time I'm with a new squad, I tell them that I'm streaming the game at the specific Twitch link. Right? It's literally direct marketing.
True.
Because even though, like obviously the best thing is like paying for marketing and stuff like that, but engagement marketing through gaming culture and stuff like that. I think, like I said, we were looking at stuff and I was like, man, we were gaining way more when I was doing marathon streams.
Yeah.
I got it ready. You know, like obviously to defend Earth, but I'm kind of upset, right? Because it was like there was still 24 hours left to defend Earth, right? But because of how the event worked, it's like they do this in other kind of games where it's like a world boss, right? Where you're all doing different instances and it drains the world boss's health, you know? You'll see that in games, right? And that's so the Illuminate had a fleet strength.
Yes.
Right? And so the it's so funny because there's a current controversy in Helldivers right now where it started getting review bombed.
Again?
And I think it's the reason why equality at sea never fell and stayed like at 99% on the like final day was literally because of Chinese players playing the game only diving there. Because like I was only diving in Super Pakistan. And since I stopped diving in Super Pakistan, significantly less Chinese players I've come across.
I played last night, and probably 80% of the players were Chinese. But that could be...
Oh, you're in
also
Australia, so it's going to be
my
different for you.
Yeah.
But, like, there was still 24 hours left, and the Earth missions were so much fucking fun, and
Yeah, they were.
we just end the event early. Like, why not just let the next 24 hours play out and let us fucking keep fighting?
Mm.
You know?
Give us a
Like, I'm
bonus
kind of upset
objective.
about that.
Yeah, like give us a
Like,
bonus
because
objective.
So, like, there was two...
Give us a fucking stratagem. Unlock a stratagem with an extra 24-hour mission offer.
Well, so I think one of the things that might start happening is that there'll be certain missions where you will get the armed forces.
Mhm.
Now that they've shown that they're able to work. Because I know that they were in there almost since launch. They had been working on those guys. Right? So the Earth event was being planned from the launch of the game.
Yeah.
They have been developing that event. And then to end it 24 hours early is kind of fucked. Because those missions were some of the best missions. Because, like, sometimes the event missions suck. Like, do you remember the Dark Fluid mission?
Yep.
Where they had to nerf it?
Yep.
And then, like, another mission that was fun, but I don't miss, is the turn on the control tower mission.
Yeah.
Where it was like a really small base where you had to run around and hit the buttons, but there was always free support weapons all over the map. That was a good, like, little small mission set. And, like, so, like, the automaton destroy mission set, like, I put a bunch of work into that, but then this, like, the day before last, like, it opens up where they have a bug event, a secondary major order. This is the first time they've done 2 major orders at the same time. So it was like so funny because literally what actually happened is that the bug divers won the war.
Really? How?
Because the bug event got completed and reduced the Illuminate strength. Like that was so it was a side thing where it said if you complete this major order, it will basically destroy the fleet. And we were doing them so fast. And just like the percentage was skyrocketing with how fast we were completing the mission.
At equality on sea.
No. It was the Terminid thing.
Ah. Yeah,
so
you said it was done in like 8 hours, right?
Yeah, it was so quick. And because of that, the Illuminate fleet strength was further reduced. But it's just so funny because people were blaming the bug divers for losing the second order.
Whinging. The fucking bug divers ruined the fucking thing. That's funny. But that's how it should be. Like if people don't want to fight the Illuminate, they shouldn't have to. Like if you want to fight the bugs, you should be able to and contribute to the mission set. You know. But whatever. The game masters are the game masters. They can do whatever they want.
It's just so funny that I've seen nobody else bring this up. Because the forums and stuff hate bug divers.
Yeah.
And I was like, I think most of those people are probably just farming super credits.
Well, that's what I've been doing on the bugs.
Yeah?
Yeah. I got like 110 last night.
I can get you. I can get you way more. You know, you can get credits that drop in there 100.
The fuck? No.
Yeah.
I also need rare samples. I got 200, but I need.
I can get you those too.
Mm.
Maybe we should play at 4 hours.
That we can do that.
Just make sure it's patched.
Yeah, I already updated it. Ow.
I have 1 achievement left to get.
Stretching, I hit my fan. And now dust is everywhere.
So yeah, I was actually... What I thought would have been kind of cool is if you actually lost the fight against Earth. And it's then becomes like fight for your survival, where you're not like so powerful that you're taking on all the factions. But you know me, I just want to be a little terrorist.
The Shaheed backpack.
Yeah, I like to use it against the automatons because you run into the jammer.
Yeah.
But the thing is, when you fuck it up, it literally costs. It's going to cost you a reinforcement, and you're not going to have a bomb right after. You know.
True. Is a fair point. There's Helldive. It's all strategy.
What is Helldive's tactical shooter? Or is their strategy? It's both. It's just. I think it's really just more wacky than anything else.
Yeah, it's a good game.
Like,
honestly.
because, like, sure, like to get the super rares. But the super rares are honestly they're so easy to get.
Yeah.
Like I think they're easier to get in the automaton. Like it's easier if you want the super rares, never dive bugs.
Interesting.
Because the bugs always like be clouding the map up and stuff.
Yeah.
And you just gotta find the rock. Okay. But like I played like a few hours of automatons, and like every mission we were extracting with super samples compared to the Earth where you couldn't find them anywhere.
Anyway, yeah.
Social media users like Fuentes' crowd are the biggest pro-Israel group I've ever seen in my life. Don't take my. It's not my opinion.
Hey, we have 14 people.
There
watching.
is
What the fuck?
actually a prominent conspiracy theory that Fuentes is an Israeli op, because that's how weird it goes.
People want those taco
Because when
bowls.
he and his supporters go on social media and attack people, it pushes them towards Israel. Yeah. It makes them
So
hate
another thing
the
about
people who are
Helldivers as
criticizing
well, like Jack said, like if people want to fight the bugs, they should be allowed to fight the bugs. Like fuck these major order snobs, right? So like the bots and the bugs are completely different games.
They really are. And
Like
even the
there's
Illuminati are bad as
like
well.
even in Halo, like the difference between the Flood and the Covenant doesn't feel like two different games. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like you kind of get now 3 games in one. Like so, like when I fight bugs, I almost never fight first person. I almost always fight third person. But when I fight bots, always first person, because you have to be way more precise, and you have to with the bots you actually have to plan and be tactical, and like think about how to tackle them, because if they even start attacking you, you just get staggered all over the place. The bugs you can just run away from and circle them up. And then there's the Illuminate, who I haven't fought because I stopped playing the game for a while because I like to let content pile up and then binge the content. And so like when the major order was announced, and if it's an interesting one, I'll play. So I haven't really played at all. I maybe did 2 missions with the Illuminate before the Earth event, and already I think, because like I do bots more, or I prefer them more, but I still have like more bugs, because bugs are just more common. Yeah, I have more Illuminate kills than I do have automaton kills. So like out of all my early months of playing the game, I didn't kill as many bots as how many fucking Illuminate I killed, and it's because of the fucking zombies. Because you just mow them down, and there's so many of them. Where'd Jack go? We're just on a pause screen.
They're a bit like the husks from Mass Effect. They're a bit like the husks from Mass Effect.
And you know what's interesting, right, is that in the first game, basically, the Illuminate were nearly wiped out.
Okay.
So that's why the only actual like soldiers they have are the Overseers. Or not the Overseers.
Yeah, the guys
right?
that fucked me up.
So they have the staff guy and the jetpack guy, and I found out the mortar guy was added for the Earth defense Flesh Mob was added for the Earth Defense.
Okay.
Interloper added for the Earth Defense. Leviathan added for Earth Defense.
Interesting.
So that means before this, the Illuminate only had the Voteless, Jet Overseer, regular Overseer, the Watcher, and then the Tripod. That's it. And so it's interesting because the whole lore behind it is that there's only a few of them left. So their whole plot was to start fucking do these genetic experiments. And like, so they've had these flesh mobs of like failed experiments of abductions on the colonists. And they just have been holding them in storage, waiting for their opportunity to release them in an all-out attack. And it fucking destroyed their entire fleet. Which is funny because one of my favorite parts was in the early game, we did the Operation Mass Assembly where we literally took all the territory. You literally couldn't do automaton missions after we completely destroyed them.
That's funny.
And then, like, it was like the next month, the reclamation begins, and the automatons are now even stronger. They have gunships, factory striders.
Okay. So they
So I'm sure the Illuminate will be back,
Oh,
but
for sure.
it's going to be interesting what happens with them.
They'll be a lot more imposing. That'll be for sure.
So it depends. I asked people, John made it sound like certain missions increase your victory chance, and therefore that's strategic. But you also do a lot of shooting. It is a shooter, but it's a war simulator. So like we all need to kind of know what we're doing. So like right now, the main goal that's going on in the main distribution is this one planet. That before work when I played, maybe 4 hours ago, it was at 65%. It's now at 72% liberation, and people actually vote where to send this space station, which is something I said from the beginning. It would be great. It would be better if we could go to a hub like Destiny has.
Yeah.
To plan shit with each other, but I guess the servers are already overloaded. But the thing with the game is that the code is fucking spaghetti, so it leads to some zany things, and it can be very stressful on certain missions, but it's also, I think, mostly silly and fun and wacky.
Why did they add more stalkers? They're fucking everywhere.
You mean the Predator strain?
I want to fucking kill myself.
You mean the Predator strain?
Yeah, they're fucking awful.
Yeah, but it's not. It's just like the Jet Brigade. Do you remember them? They were bots that would fly at you and then blow themselves up.
Yes, the kamikaze. What do we?
Yeah. So the Jet Brigade is also a fucking. But I don't think Predator strain is that difficult because those the enemy that they add with the common mob doesn't fucking cloak. But stalkers, bro. Earlier I was doing runs with like newbies. And so, like, I'm normally pretty confident going off on my own, even if I get ambushed by a stalker. Imagine my surprise. I see it cloaked coming up on me, right? And so I'm already shooting it with splash damage, right? And all of a sudden, I'm being hit from behind by a second one.
Yeah.
And there's not just 2 stalkers.
Like
there was 4. I was suddenly in a fight with 4 stalkers because the 2 hives spawned right next to each other.
Yeah, I had that happen the other mission. Maybe.
It's like the only thing that
Nightmare
is a threat on bugs. Like I was just playing with a noob earlier. I think they were like level 17, and it was a eliminate Bile Titan mission, and we walk into the base, and it's literally like elevated where we can see the entire base, and dude just laid down an autocannon sentry, and it just fucking the Bile Titan was constantly staggering, and I was throwing strafes at it, but like the really MVP there was this guy's autocannon, and afterwards I'm just like, wow, the Bile Titan hated that.
Whereas Dave Smith don't do that. Dave Smith makes you laugh and feel good, and you're having a good time.
Okay,
Fuentes'
so
crowd comes by and they call you a bunch of names and
by
insult
the way,
you and
the
post
president
pictures
of
about
Super
you when you
Earth
didn't
was
even say anything.
assassinated. I'm not sure if you
I
know
saw
that.
that. Yeah, the new president elected.
Yeah. So the whole satire of the universe, right, is that like it's like taking liberalism and democracy to this like radical element.
Yeah.
Like it's very satire-ish of like the U.S. police military state concept.
Oh,
Right,
held
where they're
out as, like,
ensuring
managed
world order and
democracy.
democracy,
Yeah.
but they're fucking putting people in Gitmo camps.
Yeah.
So like what they actually do is it's like Australia, where you register for a party and then they give you a sheet and tell you how to vote, except instead for them, you take an aptitude test and that's what party you're in, and it just casts your vote automatically for that party, which is a satire on democracy because most people who engage in democracies would never vote for another party. They already are in a managed blind democracy. And so there's very subtle storytelling behind like the action.
Yeah.
And I think like Destiny, I don't care. You know, like the lore is interesting, but there's so much. I'm just like it's too much for me. Helldivers, it's just like space idiots, you know?
That's true. Crayon eating space.
It's not complicated. It's just like a simple, like satirical, fun game.
Yeah. And it's the second one.
And the devs are super involved and engaged with the community, which is another reason that makes it one of the best like live services games ever made.
Yeah.
Because like the fact that you can literally grind for the premium currency and get everything for free.
Yep. Fantastic.
You know, but like and like people were criticizing the war bonds that had the sample extraction stuff in it, right? And they're like, this is like everyone is already have this. Bro, you're fucking stupid. Like games pick up new players over time, and like the whole point of the Earth Defense was that it brought the numbers back up to like the height it had on sales. But like if you play lower difficulties, you'll be finding new people all the time. Just like when I play Mass Effect 3 and just want to chill on bronze, I will find people literally playing the game for the first time. Like consistently.
I think most of I was playing, and most of the people that I was playing with were under level 10. And I kept having to tell them, I was searching super credits and shit, and I kept typing in the chat, do the fucking objective.
Oh,
Do
yeah,
the
so
objective.
like...
God damn it.
If I don't vibe with people on that type of stuff, I will kick them. So earlier, I went to I found a vault door, right? And I am maybe 100 credits away from a new war bond.
Yeah.
At this point, right? And if you tag the vault, you can see inside it.
Yep.
Sometimes, especially if it's a support weapon, it'll show up. But if there's no support weapon showing up, you know it's either super credits, medals, or if samples will also show up. So if it's not a support weapon or sample, it means it's either rec slips, super credits, or medals, right? So when I see that all three shelves have a potential super credit roll, I'm like, door here. They keep going. The extract is the literal opposite of the map.
Yep.
And I heard the guy communicating already with a mic. My volume was turned down because I was doing new stuff, you know? Because like I'll just like throw low levels on to do like almost like background shit while I'm like working, right? And I literally type, I will literally kick all of you. Extraction starts calling in. One by one, I kick all of them. Okay? Within 2 minutes, a guy spawned right next to me, opened the door, and then we went to extract, right? Found another vault with super credits in it there as well. And that guy continued playing with me for the next maybe like 3 to 4 hours.
Great.
He can probably get a war bond now because of how fast I was able to do shit with him. Because you'll find people who just get it. They understand the vibe and they just go.
Yep.
But then when, like, that's the thing about doing like that's why I kind of am I'm against trivial farming for super credits.
Okay.
One, I think it's the least rewarding, because it's a grind still, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like if you only need super credits, sure, I get it. But like, I don't know. I can only do it for so long, and
Yeah.
like,
Trivial's boring. I can't do it. It's so unchallenging. Like at least in the level 4s alone, it's pretty. Like it's not easy. Like you actually have to pay attention. I noticed that when I
mean, we
stopped
should
paying
just start
attention-
playing at this point.
I mean, we got shit to do. We got stuff to watch. I was gonna do this one because we haven't watched anything from Luke. I don't think.
Who?
Luke Rudkowski. He claims
Whatever you
he's
wanna
an
watch, I don't
anarchist.
give a
He
shit.
works with. He's one of Tim Pool's co-hosts.
Oh, hang on. Before, can you, click this. I'm sending you. Put this on real quick. It's a short.
But yeah, he's one of Tim's co-hosts. Claims he's an anarchist, but is like a massive Trump supporter. Very funny.
Yep. That's how they do it.
Go out there, watch for waspies because they'll sting you.
Oh my god.
And then you look like me. But it's hot today, so make sure you drink water. Have a good one.
Amazing.
Charlie Kirk
Bro, that
Q&A
fucking
/ debate at
Elon
the
Musk
Cambridge
car
G-
video about fascism was so fucking good, bro.
I know the one you're talking about. Yes, great video.
Union in England, of course. It turns out like it doesn't hit like the same thing when you go randomly to a college campus and
like Cambridge.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a bunch of smarty pants over there.
Well, and it's also a debate club. Like they're there for a debate rather than like, oh, I was hanging out on the quad.
A man or a woman, unless you can inspect whether they have a prostate or not.
Exactly.
Charlie wants to volunteer.
Exactly.
So women can have prostates. Got it. Okay. So you're a feminist that actually isn't just fighting for women, you're also fighting for men.
So, yes, men also experience harms from patriarchy, but I argue...
We're talking about the same feminism, though, just make sure. Yeah, sure.
Any feminist. He's referring to like a figment of the conservative imagination's understanding of feminists, which is like a zero-sum women over men sort of thing.
Exactly.
But of course, any feminist is like, actually men are harmed by misogyny too.
Any feminist writer, even ones that like are too conservative or too white or capitalist focused, makes the argument that misogyny is harmful to men as well as women. Whatever. But he thinks it's bra burning, armpit hair.
We hate men.
We hate men.
Incidentally, I will also say, I'm at the age where I know a lot of older.
I'll
men,
put this link in a new tab too. I definitely want to watch that.
You know, it's the generation that precedes me.
Yes.
And they're still referred to as men, even though they may have had surgery to remove their prostate because of prostate cancer.
And this
Good point.
Now,
Prostate.
harms from patriarchy, but I argue...
We're talking about the same feminism, though, just make sure. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So men also experience harm from patriarchal domination, but I would argue that those harms come from that
Did we
system of
watch
domination
this
itself. In the
China
same way, for
invasion
example,
video?
this isn't a threat, but if I reached across...
China
From
what?
Cappy Army?
No, but I've got a bunch of China stuff that I do want to get to. Because a bunch of the US, as I said, the bunch of the US.
Okay, we cover
strategies have
China
been coming out. So
all the time. We don't need a bunch of stuff.
no, this is America talking about how they're going
This
to
video,
respond in the
this
Pacific.
video is kind of long, but
Yeah, I'm only going to look at the clips of her.
well, this one from
and punched
Cappy.
you in the face, then my
Oh.
hand
those
might
three are
hurt.
sex.
Right, so are we understanding that there are patterns of power? So I would also fight for the rights of men as a feminist, just as I would fight for the rights of women.
Sure. Do you think women are happier than they were 4 years ago?
I think I would have a few responses to that. I think that women report more stress and dissatisfaction today because not because they have more rights or because of feminism, but because they're under dual pressure to both excel professionally and also because of the domestic labor in homes that is structured around outdated expectations. So, for example, studies like the OECD's Better Life Index show that women's life expectancy, education levels, professional achievements have risen in countries with higher gender inequality. So I would argue that what you're calling...
He is not listening to a single fucking thing she's saying.
Why is this woman talking?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he's thinking.
Calling unhappiness is actually visibility, because now we hear women expressing dissatisfaction, whereas in the 50s we prescribed them Valium and we
Look at the guys behind her. Can you go back 30 seconds? Okay, so on either side, these two gay boys. Like, just go back a little bit more. But okay,
show that women's life
Watch
expectancy,
them and
education
not
levels,
her.
professional achievements have
They
risen in countries
also
with higher
don't
gender
care.
inequality. So I would argue that what you're calling unhappiness is actually visibility, because now we hear women expressing dissatisfaction, whereas in the 50s we prescribed them Valium and we lobotomized.
Yeah.
But no.
I have a feeling they're the conservatives.
I have a feeling they're gay.
That's really rich. I didn't know women not to complain 50 years ago. That's funny.
Pause it for 1 second.
Women be bitching. This guy is the same age as me. And instead of growing over the last 10 years, he's stayed exactly where he was. I remember this fucking guy when I started getting involved in politics.
Trapped in a home, go get a job, freeze your eggs, take birth control, and all of a sudden women are way unhappier than they were 40 years ago. And I just have to ask the question, why is that? Is it working? And maybe there are biological differences between men and women that we should respect, and that deep down a lot of women want to get married and have children. In fact, we should applaud it, and we should support it, and we should...
It's genuinely funny how the Christian apologists and revisionists completely ignore literal human history and continued anthropological discoveries that continue to show that this hunter-gatherer male-female hierarchy bullshit probably never actually existed in a widespread thing. It was probably only up until like civilized society that it was really enforced through like organized religion and city-states and shit.
A lot of the existing tribal cultures today have these weird separations between like men and women. And I've learned that from fucking not Always Sunny. What's his name? Sunny Side is his name. It's the fucking best ever food review. That guy. So like he'll eat with tribal cultures, and like sometimes the fucking difference between the gender roles in the tribal cultures is like there's like he ate with these people in like Papua New Guinea, and like the women literally just have to eat shit while the men are like partying, barbecuing a goat.
What the fuck?
They eat like bones and stuff. I don't know. I don't remember.
Strange.
But I was like, what the fuck? And then like also I remember watching a Kenyan one where the women can only eat like certain organs, but the best parts of the cut were all the men.
Of course.
And like this was engraved in their rituals.
Yeah.
Like this person gets this, and like sure, at the end of the day, it's kind of like there's a kind of like a thing in like family dinner table societies when you have like a bird that you're roasting, like dad gets the drumstick, oldest boy gets the breast meat type stuff. So that's clearly something that kind of comes about, I would assume, naturally.
Maybe.
So like I can see how it led to that from that same type of family culture of like the dad making the rules of getting the best meat.
Yeah. I don't know, it just seems...
And it's also very primate brained, you know, because like a lot of, but that's kind of the thing is like a lot of like the meanest and toughest monkeys get the most food, right?
I mean, yeah. But I mean, look at our discussion with
the leader
Anna
monkey eats
and the
first.
bonobos and shit.
So I see like.
There are plenty of examples.
I hate it
of
when my
this not
family makes a
happening.
whole chicken. Do they argue over what pieces they're gonna get? I also find it kind of grotesque. Like claiming the body parts. Like I eat meat, but I still think there's certain parts that are just like, can we not be weird about it?
Yeah.
Like claiming body parts of an animal, like it's almost like you're going up to being like the pig and be like, oh, I know what cut I'm gonna slice off of you. It's like, I'm sure there's been multiple comedians who have joked about this, but going into the Red Lobster and the red lobsters are in the fucking tank staring at you when you walk in.
You're like, I'm gonna eat.
And you're like, which lobster am I gonna eat?
It means nothing if you're going to be a CEO of some shoe company.
I saw this really funny video. I'm sure it was a staged thing, but it was just like the meme was shopping with your wife, herp herp. Like that was a joke style, right?
Yeah.
And so he's holding the basket and she's picking out fruit and keeps putting it in the basket, not looking at him, and then he picks up the fruit like he's taking it out of the basket, the fruit she just selected, and showing it like a piece of fruit he selected, and she'll grab it from him, look at it, and then put it back on the stack and disapprove it. Like I said, I'm sure it's a fucking like
That's pretty funny.
setup video, but it's still a very funny joke.
That is funny.
Or be some banker in London. What matters if you raise children and you have something to pass down long after you're gone.
Yeah, I think I would bring 2 points to that. The first one is just really simple, which is that you can ascribe liberalism all you want as the cause of the unhappiness. I would argue something else. I would say that it's certain economic policy that has very little to do with the social acceptance of alternative lifestyles. I would say that we can recognize that income inequality across a vast swathe of Western countries has increased, which causes all kinds of social ills, a lack of social cohesion, housing price growth doesn't correspond with wage growth, monopolies increasingly become kind of emboldened to interfere with politics, and monopolies don't prioritize social health either. I think that those offer more compelling reasons for a decline in happiness than an increase in freedoms, because just one more thing, on an intuitive basis, generally speaking, people want more freedom, not less.
Okay, so if that's true, why is it, do you agree that the happiest women in the West are married?
Seriously, like you just look at the fucking Nordic countries, and like everyone just jumping off cliffs and shit there, you know what I mean?
Sure.
So like they're supposed to be the happiest countries, but they have alarmingly high suicide.
Yeah. It's
it's almost like it's almost like it's more complicated.
Yeah, it's almost like trying to be
like
a government
even a political
socially
solution
engineering
that
shit
would
doesn't
solve
fucking work. It's almost like it doesn't
a
work.
political
Crazy.
solution that would solve poverty isn't clearly like the pro everything solution.
Yeah.
Right?
Because it's not about
But
money.
that's why
It's not
democracy
about
and liberalism is based off of this idea of compromising. It's literally compromising with authority.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Relinquishing liberties for protection or whatever. Leviathan theory.
Kids.
I would have to look into it, but I think there are certain
And objectively, we know that, right? The women with kids are not the ones tearing down statues, right?
Okay, I'm sorry.
They're the ones
This
that
is
actually.
correlation without causation. If you are married and you have kids, you know what's more likely? You're a more likely cohort. You're more likely to be wealthier and have the ability to afford having kids. And that is why that's correlation and not causation. If you have kids and you're married, there's a chance that you're more economically stable, so you could have made those choices. So you're proving her point.
Yeah, when she says housing is and income is not, housing's rising faster than income, that's exactly what she's saying.
Yes.
It'd be nice if you had a house and some kids.
Right.
People can't afford it.
Actually have obligations.
Does tearing down statues correspond to some kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of?
Again, it's like it's a little bit of a one-liner. The happy and the grateful. The happy and the grateful usually don't go burn down Wendy's in their spare time, of which we saw in our country all throughout a single summer. But as a side note, you would agree.
I'll just say I was in luck.
Hey, Charlie, why did that happen? What event caused that? Was it something specific? Maybe? I don't know. I must be misremembering. It was just random violence from people without children. You fucking mongoloid dickhead.
London in 2011, there was massive amounts of violent protest about a cop killing a person when I was there as well. Because
Wow, really? That's what happened. Incredible. It's almost like it was one of the most impactful police murders ever, resulting in honestly revolutionary fervor that they were able to successfully quell because there was nobody to lead it.
Because people don't like when cops get to murder people.
Also, shout out to the fashion choice here of wearing an American flag sweater to the to the debate with the American conservative.
Study, survey after survey, that the women of the West that are married and have children, especially a lot of children, are far happier than even the ones that earn more money correlated at the same age.
So I also don't think that happiness is a very good metric, and neither do you, because you think gay people shouldn't just pursue happiness by being gay. They have other moralistic considerations to be making. So I don't think smiles per capita is a particularly convincing way to measure whether or not we should encourage women to be autonomous. I think we should maximize agency within a fair system that has reasonable parameters because it's expedient, it's good for the economy, it's logical, it's the moral thing, because if we can't prove the material harms, we shouldn't discourage it. And also self-reported studies is a really flawed way to do psychology. It's the week before my university exams right now, and I'm standing here explaining the basic methodology behind survey collection in sociology, which you don't even think is a real subject, to Charlie Kirk. If I took one of those surveys right now, I'd check extremely miserable, but so would a Palestinian child who's been torn to smithereens. How are we going to measure?
Say extremely miserable?
No, I'm kind of making a joke.
Isn't it in?
Wow,
Isn't
that went
just
right over
brilliant,
his head,
didn't it?
She
Like,
cooked him.
It's so funny how dumb he really is. Like, she's running circles around him. He's not even listening.
What a fucking idiot.
No, I mean, but seriously, like, but hold on. I mean, like, that's an important point, though, is that the women of the West have it the best in the world, and yet they're way unhappier than women of sub-Saharan Africa. There's something fundamentally wrong here, because the women of sub-Saharan Africa have something that a lot of women in the West do not have. The women in the West have cats, and they have good jobs, and the women of sub-Saharan Africa, they have a belief in the divine, and they have kids.
Bro, what's
and
your
maybe
problem,
there's a
then?
biological undercurrent that is keeping a lot of women from...
So essentially, what he's saying is you need to be in a organized religion so that you can be convinced out of being unhappy with not having rights. That's what Charlie's arguing? That you are only happy when you don't know? How about you go fuck yourself? You know what that sounds like? Sounds like a fascist. Purposefully keeping people ignorant so that they are susceptible to their bullshit. That's exactly what you're fucking talking about. You're wanting cult members to increase a false statistic to make yourself feel better. Actually go fuck yourself.
realizing their full potential. And so without reading your phone and just like, you know, connecting.
I'm not really reading my phone.
Well, she has notes. Sure, then you can answer without it. Fair enough. Would you agree that it's a good thing that more women get married and have children in the West?
I would ask you, would you say that a sub-Saharan African woman who's experienced female genital mutilation and checks extremely happy in a survey, and I also would check extremely happy in a survey, who do you think would be objectively more happy, even if they both check the same answer?
Okay, so I fully, if you want to talk about how Islam mistreats women, we could talk all day long. Like, I'm all for that.
Okay, Christians also experience it. It's almost like it happens around a certain area. What? He's such a piece of shit, bro.
I fucking hate him so much.
Should shut off Muslim immigration to the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious fundamentalism is bad, and if you take that logic, we should also not allow evangelical Christians into
Well, okay,
the UK.
hold on. So hold on a second. Hold on. That's funny. Hold on.
That's funny.
That's great. That's hilarious.
That's funny.
What a great thing to come back with.
Show me a single. Show me.
Now pause it. Hold on. I just want to note that Charlie is, and I've seen this tactic just in the past couple of weeks. I suspect he would not do that.
I also would check extremely happy in a survey. Who do you think would be objectively more happy, even if they both check the same answer?
Okay, so I fully, if you want to talk about how Islam mistreats women, we could talk all day long. Like, I'm all for that.
Me too.
Okay, good. So we agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
We actually have
We agree on many things.
Then we should shut off Muslim immigration to the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious fundamentalism is bad, and if you take that logic, we should also not allow evangelical Christians into
Well,
the
okay,
UK.
hold on. So hold on a second. Hold on. That's funny. Hold on.
Have a look at this. Look at this dude right here with his smirk on his face.
I know, he's made the same face the whole
No.
thing.
It's better. Watch him ecstatic that Charlie's making this point, and then watch the smile fade as she starts talking.
Many, many things.
Then we should shut off Muslim immigration to the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious fundamentalism is bad, and if you take that logic, we should also not allow evangelical Christians into
Okay,
the UK.
hold on. So hold on a second. Hold on. That's funny. Hold on. Can
Oh,
show
you
me a
see,
single?
the way they
show
do
me-
the
how
debate,
would you-
like, all the douchebags are behind her. That's actually smart, because then you see, when you see, like, the reactions of the other side's supporters.
Mm.
That's
very
kind of
clever.
interesting how they do it.
It's very clever.
I would never
Example,
watch
because I have
something like
50
this.
of a single Christian country that you would say mistreats women right.
America.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We had a female woman vice president. We had a female vice president, a female speaker of the House. Women earned.
Who's touting Kamala?
Oh, so, so now diversity is our strength?
Exactly. But this is typical fascist tactics, right? Where it's like, oh, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. You bring it up, and now all of a sudden it's good. It's the they're both strong and weak bullshit from fascists. It's the same shit.
Now we care about what
representation.
E
I thought she was a DEI hire, buddy.
More than men in America.
In Rwanda, female representation in government supersedes the UK by quite a lot. Do women get treated better in Rwanda?
Okay, I might be super off this. Like, is Rwanda Islamic? Like, I'm not totally sure. I don't think it is. Like, is it? Like, I don't know, actually.
What?
It's not. So, again, we were talking about Islam. It's a little bit of a side note.
Christian
but you must
country.
be morally clear, because you brought up female genital mutilation, which is a teaching of the Islamic faith. But as a side note,
No, it's not.
This is very important.
It happens in
which is-
Christian communities
right
in
here.
the
Okay,
same
I'll tell you
area.
what's happening right now. You can almost see how lost he is here, and you can almost see in his complexion the blood racing to his head as he realizes he's embarrassing himself.
Hit the Islamophobia button. Wait, Islamophobia button jammed.
Exactly. What's happening? It's not working. It's not working. It's not deflecting.
Is Rwanda
it's
Muslim?
not deflecting. It's not deflecting. And you can almost see the blood rushing to his head as he realizes, like, wait, where am I? I'm lost here.
Are they Muslim? I can't. They're black. I mean.
And also, like, is feminism bad, Charlie, or is Rwanda and Islam such a problem because it's not feminist enough? Which one is it?
Islamophobia button.
Round person, round bad.
Jammed.
Smash it, smash it.
I might be super off this. Like, is Rwanda Islamic? Like, I'm not totally sure. I don't think it is. Like, is it? Like, I don't know, actually. It's not. So, again, we were talking about Islam. It's a little bit of a side note, but you must be morally clear, because you brought up female genital mutilation, which is a teaching of the Islamic faith. But
Lie.
Like, again, this is very important, which is, I'm not here to require you to do anything or not. I'm making a simple observation, which is objectively true regardless. The women of the West are miserable, and they're miserable for a reason, because we've told them to suppress how they are made by God and pursue something else and get a bunch of trinkets.
Hey, dickhead. Everyone is miserable in the global north. What the fuck are you talking about? Ah, that's right. You grift, so you have a lot of money, and you're completely out of touch, and you have no fucking clue. That's what this is. Great.
Trinkets and get a bunch of promotions, and they end up at 38 years old with a big flat in London.
Pause it. Now, understand also, let's just break this out. Men do all these things he's saying. Get the trinkets, get the job, get the flat. He is saying that there is a biological imperative that makes any type of success economically.
You know what's also great? And kind of building off his point here, men also do all of this, and then if they do
What are we gonna do
married-
without men?
Right, and if they do get married, like Charlie wants, and something goes wrong, their chance of suicide skyrockets. Like the 40 to 50-year-old men, I'm pretty sure is like one of the higher categories of suicide. I will have to double check that, but I'm pretty
Dentists.
Certain. Suicide rates by age, USA. Let's see. I was correct. 45 to 54 is the highest. So yeah. So basically, this I would attribute to the pressures of society and success and capitalism. That when a guy doesn't achieve that, similar to how the whole women lose their value in their 30s bullshit. I have a feeling that it has a lot to do with that sort of social pressure. If they're not up to scratch where they think that they should be based on society, they're like, oh, I'm a loser, blah, 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 bang.
My Instagram is just photos of a dog.
And it's like, this is like, we are making jokes, but this is a serious thing that I'm not 100% on why the thing is, like, that's just me speculating. That's just me theorizing. That's not the actual reason. Don't quote me. But I was correct with the number being highest around that time, which is kind of interesting. It's also kind of interesting because the people always talk about the male suicide rate being high, but if I remember correctly, women attempt it more. They just suck at it. Or they don't have the will to go through with it, or something like that, is the theory that I've heard, but that seems stupid. So I think it's probably just...
What if it's actually because there's more support network for women?
That's an interesting theory.
And so, like, they feel like they can always find a way out of things, you know. It's that type of person.
Interesting.
But when a man gets to that point, he's like, I've lost everything in my life. I'll never financially recover from this.
Interesting. Maybe, yeah, maybe that would have...
You notice how I'm just coming up with shit and it's not based on anything? This is what Charlie Kirk does. Like, it could be anything.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It could be any factor. Like, it's kind of hard to... You know, the dead don't speak, so you can't really ask them. So it's like... It's kind of hard to speculate. You really can only speculate on what the problem would be. But that, on that point specifically, that's something that feminism could definitely aid men with, is a support network. More openness, being comfortable expressing emotions is a big thing, and exactly the type of person that Charlie Kirk is the type of person who would prefer a person kill themselves at 45 rather than express themselves and go to therapy. That's the kind of person Charlie Kirk is. Okay.
Kind of have a party as the world burns.
At the taco. How much do we want to do on this?
Oh, I mean, until it's not funny.
Okay.
But I'm sure there's conservatives triggered by this, and that's what I think is going to be the most funny.
Don't worry, I've got so many.
Donald Trump yesterday was dealt a significant blow to his unilateral tariff policy. The U.S. Court of International Trade ruled via a 3-judge panel that included one Reagan, one Trump, and one Obama judge on it. Obviously, all communists, right? We're all in agreement?
The far left, yeah.
Okay. And the Antifa panel ruled that basically his invocation of this like unilateral tariff policy, quote, exceeds any...
Yeah, and I think the visceral opposition to feminism is one of the bigger hurdles, and getting past that almost requires a reframing of feminism, but at the same time you don't really want to co-opt feminism. I think that and this is where it becomes an issue, because then you become like a men's rights activist, and then you become a MGTOW. And that is cringe. Let's see if I can find the exact image that I'm thinking of. God damn it. Damn, they scrubbed all these fucking images. That's so sad. There was like this fat dude in a jumpsuit that had a diamond road sign on it that just said MGTOW.
I don't know what's
so
happening.
sad. Huh? I'm just so sad that I can't.
I have no idea what's happening.
I'm so sad I can't find it because it's fucking hysterical.
Any authority granted under the emergency powers law that he's using. This is significant because...
But like, you don't want to go to the men's right activist side of things. It's bad. It's real bad. It's like, imagine an entire group of people like the person, like that Jeremy dude from The Quartering. That's all it is. It's just hundreds of him.
People who pee in their basement.
Yeah.
He has used the international emergency economic...
People who, rather than communicating with their wife, would rather bitch to the internet about their wife and spend their entire life in the basement. That kind of person.
Powers Act, which is a 1977 law, to invoke a majority of his tariffs, like the unilateral ones from Liberation Day, essentially. That's the 25% duties on Canadian and Mexican products that he imposed, the 20% tariff on Chinese products, which he says is because of a fentanyl emergency. This is the same authority, I believe, that he used for both Canada and Mexico, because
also supposedly about fentanyl.
Right. We know that a great majority of our fentanyl comes through illegal ports of entry, but like, he has to, much like his invocation of the Alien Enemies Act to round up and deport people, he has to use emergency declarations to justify any of these actions, and his tariff policy was based on that same kind of framework and a battle plan, if you will, by his administration, and so the statute that he was using requires a national emergency to be declared. And that was part of what this 3-judge panel was incredibly skeptical of, the idea that he has the authority to do this. And now you see Republicans crying about this. I saw Charlie Kirk was very upset that, no, he does have the authority. He does. They're all leftist losers or whatever. He can use it under the Trade Expansion Act of 1962. This ruling does not nullify those tariffs. But those tariffs are a lot more narrow because they have to be imposed, one, on national security grounds. It's not an emergency declaration. 2, these are the tariffs that he implemented in March, the ones on steel and aluminum that are more directed towards the auto industry. That has to be implemented after there's been an investigation, and it's a slower process. You have to investigate whether or not this is the right thing to do. There's a lot of paperwork. You have to conduct a national security review. And you also have to solicit public comment to use that particular law to implement tariffs, the 1962 Trade Expansion Act. Trump doesn't want to do that, right? Like the immigration stuff, like the tariff stuff, all of his power is he's attempting to utilize it in the way that cements his authority and expands his power as the executive.
Syndrome.
So not using the checks and balances that are both in the statute, but are also constitutionally
TDS
written for the executive branch, he's attempting to supersede those. And in part, he likes the tariffs just because he's insane, and the immigration stuff, but there's the other part of like him testing those bounds in and of itself is an end that he's trying to achieve.
We're in a state of exception. Tim Pool said, some academics said we're in 7th generation of warfare, and Canada's flooding us with fentanyl, and until you do it, we're going to tax your lumber.
Yeah. David Dayen wrote a good piece about that this morning, and he was saying, like, yeah, the president does have the authority technically, presidents don't have the authority from the Constitution to impose tariffs, but basically for around 100 years, Congress has allowed the president to do so.
Deferred to the executive. Same
Right.
way like Obama got trade, what was it, TPA status to do the Trans-Pacific Partnership in his final years. Like, Congress has been fine. You can do this until like someone insane gets in there.
Right.
And starts messing up stuff for their donors.
Yes, and so, but to put it even more succinctly, like Dan said, he has broad authority to do this based on what you're saying, Matt. But Trump just used the illegal one because the point is
because he's a criminal
trying to cement his power, expand the power of the executive.
It's like
make
the Saul
himself
Goodman criminal
more
lawyer thing,
like
but
a
it's
dictator than like a traditional president. This is the unitary executive theory, and he chose the illegal course of action for that reason. And so now he's throwing a fit. He was upset about this. The White House has petitioned the court, and they want to try to continue to use this authority to impose tariffs. We'll see what the Supreme Court does. But since it was unanimous and, I don't know, I felt like the ruling was pretty bulletproof. We'll see how the Supreme Court responds. Like, they also represent capital, and capitalists are not happy about the tariffs.
Which is like kind of the big problem for them.
Right. But it's bad for all of us. Right.
Yeah.
So we're in it with them in this narrow instance. Here's Trump being asked about how Wall Street has been speaking about him and his tariff policy, and he gets really
Finally,
pissed
she
off.
gets to it.
Apparently, the
long did
Financial
she
Times
fucking
coined this
yap?
acronym called TACO, which stands for Trump Always Chicken.
Half the video.
6 minutes of yapping just to get to the
taco.
funny clip.
It's like 50-50 with these guys. Sometimes they get to it real fast.
It's Sam's not here. You'll know if it's a Just Emma show.
True. You
Right?
You just skip.
Ins out. And a reporter asked him about this.
Wall Street analysts have coined a new term called the taco trade. They're saying Trump always chickens out on your tariff threats, and that's why markets are higher this week. What's your response to that?
I kick out?
Chicken out.
Oh, isn't that nice? Chicken out. I've never heard that. You mean because I reduced China from 145% that I set down to 100 and then down to another number? And I said you have to open up your whole country, and because I gave the European Union a 50% tax tariff, and they called up and they said, please, let's meet right now. Please, let's meet right now. And I said, okay, I'll give you till July 9. I actually asked them, I said, what's the date? Because they weren't willing to meet. And after I did what I did, they said, we'll meet anytime you want. And we have an end date of July 9th. You call that chickening out? Because we have $14 trillion now invested, committed to investing when Biden didn't have practically anything. Biden,
Did you take bribes?
this country was dying. You know, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. I went to Saudi Arabia. The king told me. He said, you got the hottest, we have the hottest country in the world right now.
What?
6 months ago, this country was stone
So
cold
hot.
dead.
Okay, I'm
We had
sorry.
a
Let's.
dead country. We had a country people didn't think it was.
That's like pretty much the opposite. You could just read actually the Financial Times who
Water deep shit.
Hello, everybody.
Wow.
How are you?
MBS told you something? I can't believe it.
Mr. President, Wall Street analysts have coined a new term called the taco trade. They're saying Trump always chickens out on your tariff threats, and that's why markets are higher this week. What's your response to that?
I kick out?
Chicken out.
Oh, isn't that nice? Chicken out. I've never heard that. You mean because I reduced?
Okay. That was the clip.
Classic business. The president got very upset this morning at a briefing because someone brought up on the stock market, on Wall Street right now, there's an acronym going around, TACO.
Taco. This guy's. There's something off about this guy. I don't know. I'm getting weird vibes.
Trump always chickens out when it comes to the negotiations on tariffs or anything else. And the president hadn't heard it yet. He was
Yeah, it's a shame Trump is such a fascist because he could just be like, what do you mean? That's Rubio's job. Like, it would be so easy to just be like, what do you mean? It's not, I don't give a shit about that. I'm not dealing with that. Rubio's doing that. Go ask him.
They already do that as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Anything to
hilarious.
avoid accountability.
Hilarious.
Most upset and attack the journalist for such a nasty question.
really?
But it shows you a reflection of where the markets are, because a lack of certain.
Is this a dirty camera lens, or is this a potato? You tell me.
It's probably
leads to
it's
paralysis
probably
in the market.
Cameras,
and this,
like it's probably light, right? It's an
Oh,
all-white
overexposed.
room, and you can see that there's a window open to the right side.
Mhm.
Speaking of which, I put this one video on here. You might want, like, I put it aside, but you might want to fucking watch this on your own time. But like, if they go to Captain Disillusions, who I'm sure you've seen because he's been on YouTube for like 18 years, and they go through like his little film setup, and he like shoots in basically a closet, and they talk about like how to test for sound and stuff.
This is a tight shot.
This is not for like stream though.
Well, we'll have the edges of the green screen.
It's just like a technical
Fine.
video, not one for
Ah.
stream.
Fine, I will watch it.
But you should watch that because like there's a lot of stuff about how to test where your mic sounds the best in the room and stuff.
Okay.
It's a very interesting video. It's like
Well,
a affiliate
I have not
marketing
many
video.
options.
Like it's
Yeah.
that guy's job to sell products.
Yeah.
So he does studio reviews.
Okay. Yes. What the fuck? Copy. Paste. Save. To watch later.
this is particularly hitting the mom and pop small businesses, because an Amazon or a Walmart can plan for tariffs, no tariffs, absorb the costs, pass on the costs. A mum and dad small business, they need to start ordering stuff now. And do they order it now? And how much does it cost? And what's it going to cost later? So this really has struck at the very heart of the Trump administration's entire economic plan.
All right, now let's still Trump related, but let's bring in Elon Musk now. Well, presumably the two are still friends. They're just not in any kind of working relationship now after Elon's tenure
they
as
broke
the head
up.
of
They're not
Doge.
fucking
The
fucking each other.
government efficiency section
She
has
told
he's
me
left to go back to the private
that
sector.
you tell?
Looking
We're
back at
fucking.
Doge, though, was it a success? What did it do? What did it find? Michael?
Well, it made a lot of noise, and without a shadow of a doubt, there would have to be waste or abuse still encased and deeply buried within the federal bureaucracy. We'd find the same in Australia or England or...
Copium. Doge found nothing. Nothing. Because there was nothing to find. Because there's already a fucking auditing system.
or the EU. So he made a lot of noise about that. But he came in promising to be, just 3 months ago, the $2 trillion man. I'll cut...
Well, you know what's really, like, and I say this a lot, but it's really, really funny with Elon. Because if they really wanted to cut waste, they would...
Die.
They would cut their subsidies to Tesla, and they would stop using SpaceX, and they would refund NASA to the 4 to 6% that they funded during the space race.
I can't say that. You can't say reducing waste and then talk about funding NASA. Because look, man, the Artemis program is a fucking disaster. It is a fucking joke.
Because they didn't have the fucking funding.
It's no NASA. Honestly, I think space is probably the one industry that needs to be commercialized. I'm like, it's just unfortunate that the startup capital is only accessible to billionaires.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but maybe it will be accessible to millionaires after that. But the fucking bureaucracy and shit with NASA, right?
Yeah.
Because they put the standards higher than they need to be to overperform shit. Elon Musk is out there like, see if now it will explode. Like, how shitty can we build these things where they'll stop exploding? You know? Like, NASA doesn't have that type of shit happen. But then they'll fucking have all these specifics where you'll get to the point where you have foam striking the windshield of your space shuttle because fucking, like... But that's the thing is a fucking CEO like Elon could fuck rockets up just as easily as somebody putting a fucking booster above a window. Which, by the way, astronauts do not need a window. There should not be a window on the shuttle to begin with.
Yeah, it should be cameras.
Like you do not need to see. It's all instrumentation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do you see out of that thing?
Oh, you got to see the asteroids. It's all from fucking sci-fi. Literally, though they have windows because of Hollywood. There's no other reason. There's
The
no other
space shuttle
logical
just
conclusion.
fucking blows, bro. It's embarrassing.
Well, I watched an entire
And like
video,
the
right?
the Soyuz, let me be clear. I mean, is there fucking accidents with the Suez rocket? Has there been? Like the Challenger explosion, all the there's been multiple disasters inside of America with the shuttle program.
Yeah.
And that's why they retired it, because it was too dangerous. Has the Suez ever exploded or anything like that?
I'm not sure.
It's not what it's called. It's called something else. The Suez is the canal. What is it called? The Russian shuttle.
Oh. Sputnik.
No. That's a fucking satellite.
I
The
don't fucking
shuttle
know the
that Russia uses to go to the space station.
I don't know. I don't give a shit about Russia's space program.
Well, the whole point was that our astronauts were launching out of Russia to go to the space station
Were they
until
really?
Dragon came about. Yeah,
That's
because the
epic.
shuttle was too dangerous. So our astronauts were fucking going to Russia to launch with the... It's like the Soyuz or something.
Yeah, okay.
But the thing is if I look up the Russian shuttle, it's going to be their version of the space shuttle that would have also been a disaster. There's...
Buran? That's their orbiter.
That's the shuttle. That's what I'm saying. That's their abandoned thing.
Okay.
Because it's not like a shuttle. It's a fucking rocket.
Yeah, you were right. Soyuz.
Soyuz. It's like Suez.
Yeah.
Right? You want to know how that one works?
No idea.
Ready? I'll show you a picture of it.
It goes rocket up. It's a cool looking rocket.
Well, yeah,
it's a very Russian.
But this is
looking
how
rocket.
they get their guys to space, right?
Yeah. Well, that's a lot less
Okay.
fanfare and.
Look at this though.
It looks like they drive it up on a truck and then tilt it up.
Fuck me, bro. I just want a picture of it.
Archive.ph. Type that in. You should get the article.
No, I'm looking for a specific type of picture where I can see the detail that I want. Okay. So obviously this top layer, right? That's your crew module.
Yep.
Right?
Like the Saturn.
Yeah, yeah. But like, you see that little pointy bit at the top?
Mm-hmm.
You know what that is?
A device, a detector, instruments, altimeter. I don't fucking know.
What is the term for the...
The inserter.
Wait, I just saw a diagram. Perfect. You see these little brown pieces? Those are jets, right? So if something goes wrong with the rocket, this is a system to separate it so the crew can land and abort the launch and live.
Interesting.
Right? The shuttle didn't have this.
Very interesting.
Like, this was a big thing in testing for the Dragon program, is that it needed this. But the thing is that coming back with this, they basically just drop you, you know?
Yeah.
It's like the like shuttle is, I guess, a lot easier to land with. So you could potentially receive injury with rough landing, but you don't blow up and have a national tragedy.
You know what the Russian rocket kind of looks like? Thunderbird 3.
It's also like been the same design forever.
Yep.
You know, it's just it's like the AK. There's a new version of the AK. They just improved upon it, theoretically. There might be past versions that are the best AK. I'm not fucking doing that shit. All I'm just saying is capitalism breeds innovation. Yeah, that's not always a good thing.
Look, the Russian rocket.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think this is based off of? They looked at the Russian design.
Yeah.
Come on.
But Thunderbird 1 also kind of looks
But just the fact that, like,
similar.
There's no, like, crew safety release.
Yeah.
On the American shuttle is just like, what are you doing, NASA? Right? Like, NASA has been shit for a long time. When the Cold War ended and, like, the Russian space program collapsed, the best thing that could have happened was NASA collapsing as well. Because from after that, it's just been garbage.
Well, it's because it's always been political. It's always been a political tool. It's always been fucked around with funding and pulled funding and given funding, and it's super fucked up how the US government kind of fucked over NASA after they landed on the moon. There's a reason America never went back to the moon, and it's because they fucked over NASA.
No, it's because it was expensive.
Well, yeah, that too. But it would have gotten cheaper and cheaper the more they went back. That's the thing.
Yeah, but but for what?
Scientific research? Isn't that the whole point of the government spending money on space? Scientific research?
Yeah, but so the way government wants to study things is they want you to be able to do a bunch of replication in a lab, and then when they need to come to you to do a vaccine, you have the groundwork already laid for that vaccine, and you can just bust it out in a few months. Okay? So when we talk about government grants and for research and stuff, that's the type of stuff we're talking about. It's like laboratory.
Sure, but this
stuff.
is
NASA is
the
just
US
too
space
grand
program.
to be government run. Like,
to what?
It's the NASA like program of going to space is too grand to be a government.
Oh, of course it is.
It needs to be a completely
redesigned.
separate entity. You know, like NASA is still the people who SpaceX is like NASA contracts with SpaceX.
Yeah, yeah.
That's how it should be. It should be just like military branches. They put out contracts.
Yeah. They should just trust bust Elon Musk. Just him specifically. Just be like, you can't own these companies anymore. Suck a dick. Divest.
You know, the thing is, I think what people are really upset about is that there's a romantic futurist idea about science fiction. And that it will be different from the dystopia that we live in.
Good joke.
You know, and I think because of that, there's something inside us where we're like, fuck Elon and these billionaires wanting to go to space and stuff. I like NASA. NASA's cool. Neil Armstrong is my hero type stuff. It's like very romanticized version of space. And like we think aliens are cool and sci-fi is cool. And these like incels who can only inject cum into women at this point, right? They're like ruining our like childhood in a way, but like how Disney fucks up all the people's childhood with endless Star Wars slop.
It's a fun theory.
You know what I mean?
I would not attribute myself to that. I think that like
but space was very romanticized during the Cold War.
Of course it was, and it always has been, and it has been since. And I completely
I
understand
don't. That's what I'm
that.
saying is I don't think it's romanticized anymore, but people want it to be, and that's why they're so upset about.
Maybe, but like at the same point, if that was the case, why wouldn't you be for Elon Musk?
But this
and
whole
SpaceX?
idea, at the
Because
same
of
time,
giving you access
while I
to
support
space.
like commercialized space stuff, this whole marketing on how we're gonna go to Mars, which
Is
Artemis
bullshit.
also did, I like that can get fucked.
It's a marketing thing. It literally helped him gain his wealth. Like the lie about going to Mars helped Elon Musk.
Well, that's all he
grow
does
his
is lie.
Yeah,
You remember the
exactly.
Tesla robot?
Mm-hmm.
They just had a guy dance in a morph suit, and they're like, "We're gonna make this, but it's gonna be a robot. Give us $10 million."
It'll be cheaper than a car. Stupid. Oh, look at my Tesla bus. I'm gonna make iRobot real. Fuck off.
$2 trillion off the U.S. federal deficit. Then he said, "Oh, I'll cut $1 trillion."
I found a Amnesty article that studied EV companies and how transparent they were about removing slavery from their supply chains. They tested nine companies that make EVs next to BYD at the worst was surprisingly Mitsubishi and Hyundai. You know who was at the top?
Mitsubishi.
Tesla and Mercedes.
Wait, what was this for?
Transparency and showing that you are actively making steps to remove slavery from your battery supply chains.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. Just it's an American company.
Yeah.
Type of thing. The way
Yeah.
Tesla operates, it really has nothing to do with Elon Musk.
No. But it's just very interesting that Tesla is up there with Mercedes.
Bro wants to be Steve Jobs, and like Steve Jobs, like was also kind of an idiot. But he at least this whole like concept of like vision. Like, have you seen the Steve Jobs movie? Not the Ashton Kutcher one. I think it's just Jobs.
No, I haven't.
And so it's a 3-act film, and it's set up like a stage play. You know in Splinter Cell how it's so cool how the story will happen on the background?
Mm.
So they do that, but so the story is semi recreated for the aesthetic of the drama and stuff, right?
Yeah.
But the plot is it's 3 drops that he
Yeah.
does. His announcement drops is the plot.
Okay.
But each scene ends as he goes out on stage. It's about the hour before he drops the products. But they do a lot of stuff like his wife comes and fight with him. Like that didn't happen that night. It
Is
was
it
like a series of things, you know?
Can I
It's
guess
like
the
his
products?
entire
Can I guess the products? The product drops?
the 3 that he does.
Yeah. The Mac computer?
The original Macintosh.
Yep.
That's how it starts. Yep.
Okay. The iPhone?
That's the final one.
Okay. Ooh, that stumped me a little bit. The iPod.
No, it's like
shit.
one of the products that he's not really known for, and it's
Oh.
actually about. So he got ousted from Apple,
Yes, I remember.
right? And so the product that he releases ends up being the thing that Apple needs, and they end up having to bring him back. Like he built something outside of Apple or something. I don't remember the middle exactly, but it's really about a relationship with him and his daughter.
Yeah.
Right? So so this lady comes in and is saying that it's her daughter, and he's so rude to this kid, saying, "No, she's not my daughter," type of stuff. Right? And like, so you see the girl grow up. It's more of like kind of her story.
Okay.
And so it leads up to him, like, her like walking out right before the thing, and him walking away from his job to actually attend the daughter before the conference.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's even has iPhone, because it ends with like him telling her, because she's got a Walkman or so, or so she keeps having trouble with her CD player because it's skipping. And he goes, "I'm gonna put one of those in your pocket one day," and then it ends.
Okay.
But it's a very interesting movie. Like, fuck Steve Jobs. I don't really care about him, but this is a really good movie. The way that it's done, and like, it's very like almost unconventional.
Okay.
And like, how it makes it like ties so much plot into like these 3 core events that are about to happen but never happen. It's just so interesting. It's such like a, because everyone's seen the speech. Why would you include it in the movie? That's like the biopics who are about musicians. They're gonna show them playing their biggest concert. That's everyone's already seen that. You know, like the Bohemian Rhapsody movie. We know about Live Aid. We saw that, right? Yes. So it's very artistically done. It's so interesting.
That is interesting.
I think, who plays him too? I think it's like Michael Fassbender. It's iPhoning time, Steve Jobs. Exactly.
I'll look it up.
I have it on DVD. I think it's just Jobs.
Yeah, it is. 2013?
Is it? Show me the cover. Who's the guy who plays Jobs?
It says Ashton Kutcher.
That's the bad one.
Okay.
So Steve Jobs is the good one.
Book of Jobs? Steve Jobs, yes, is the film. Yes, okay, this one.
Who plays him?
Is
it Fassbender?
He is played... Yes, it is. You nailed it.
Okay.
Kate Winslet. Interesting. Seth Rogen. That's weird.
Yeah, Seth Rogen plays
Daniels
Steve
as
Wozniak.
well?
Seth Rogen is awesome as Steve Wozniak. He's a very minor character, but he keeps coming in and wants Steve to thank the Apple II team, basically. And it's a subtext for how Steve never gave credit to anyone but himself.
Yes.
Like, Steve is not a good person in this. But it's still a very romanticized look at the guy.
Yes.
Also, can you fucking, like, center your framing so your head's not cut off? Being silly over there. Like, give yourself a little more headroom. Like, obviously I have too much, but I can only do so much about it. Just like, you're like, yeah, it's like, come on.
This better?
Yeah, bro.
Hold on. I have...
Like, back it up.
Hold on.
Move the camera back.
I have...
It's too close.
I have movable screens.
Okay, it's too close. It needs to back up. Back up!
There.
Perfect. Did you hear that Johnny Somali is going to go to prison for life?
In Korea? For life?
I don't know if it's true. I'm just asking if you've heard that.
I didn't hear life.
Because I may have heard that.
Life is wild. I heard 20 years. But I'm not sure. Look, nothing changed. There we go. Happy?
As long as it continues to be in frame, I will be.
There we go.
And then he said, "Oh, maybe I'll cut 150 billion." So meanwhile, more than 100,000 federal employees have either been axed or told that they're under threat. So some of the fundamental functions of government, particularly in red states that voted for Trump, are being compromised. At the same time, investors in Tesla have seen their price of their stocks nosedive. So they wrote a letter of protest and demanded he come back to Tesla for at least 40 hours a week. But perhaps most telling is that on Sunday, Elon Musk went on a Sunday political talk show and said that Trump's signature piece of legislation, what the president calls the big, beautiful bill, was, according to Elon Musk, disappointing. And rather than helping the economy, would add 2 to 3 trillion to the federal deficit. Surprise, surprise, the next day, Musk tweeted or X'd that he was leaving the federal government.
All right, we are out of time, Michael, but good to see you as always. We'll chat again soon.
Cool.
Good to see you, Michael. Now, fuck off.
Trump has had another
I can't put
run-in
any
with the disrespectful
more emphasis
mainstream
on
media.
this fuck, but get the fuck out of here! I'm sorry for yelling.
Trump's latest
Chinchilla.
rampage
That's
against
actually
the
a
media
real
came
life
after
joke.
a CNBC
So-
White House reporter by the name of Megan
We have this guy. If you actually Google him, you'll see that he has a record for being a sex offender.
Great.
But, okay, I want to be clear. This is the one guy who's not. Okay? You know, he's too much of a coward. Right? So, like, he's like a class clown. So he learned how to drive, and he was shouting things to people out of his car, being an asshole, you know, like thinking everyone's fun and joking around.
Yeah, okay.
And he told some schoolgirls that he's coming back for them later. So they arrested him.
Jesus Christ. And now he's got a sex offender registry?
No, it's not. It's just like, but like, there was a whole news story and everything, and a mugshot, and so like to us, it's really funny, because this guy already exists to be bullied, basically.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty funny.
He's so funny though. Like he's so proud that he won class clown for his senior year.
Great.
That's the type of guy we're talking about, right?
Fantastic.
So. I don't remember exactly what was going on, but there was kind of like a prank war between him and my brother.
Okay.
And I know the two ones that my brother did were like devastating. So like we knew his password because he used the same password to all his accounts. So we got on his World of Warcraft account and put all his character shit in a chest.
Oh my god.
Went to one part of the map, killed him, and then took his spirit to the other side and logged out. And so it's like months later, he like, you know, they have a whole plan where it's like, yeah, we haven't played WoW in a while, we're gonna go home and play.
And he has something.
And he logs on and just encounters that. It's like making a plan to play a game, and then you like have an update that takes 6 hours.
Yep.
And then I don't remember what the response to that was, but then at a party, my brother shaved one of his eyebrows. And then, okay, he shat his pants.
That's great.
Okay, so like he went to like, I don't know if he did it in his sleep and stuff, but like before it was like getting to the point where he shat his pants and like things were already getting a little too chaotic, they were trying to kick these in two annoying girls who wouldn't leave out, and he talks like this. Right? He's a guy who says, wee wee, oh, that's fascinating.
Okay.
And so he goes up to these two girls and he goes, I can't put any more emphasis on this fuck, but get the fuck out of here. Then he goes to sleep and shat his pants. Okay? So they're on a campus, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now he doesn't have pants to sit on anymore. All he has is a hoodie that he can tie around, right? Because like he cleaned himself up. So he can only tie a hoodie around his waist. So they were then talking about how they had to go to the car and like check if anyone was around. And this guy's like very heavy, right? And so he then has to run across basically naked with just a hoodie tied around his waist to get to the car.
That's great. It's like a hospital gown.
Yeah.
Cheeks out.
But I can't put any more emphasis on this fuck, but get the fuck out of here.
Seller asked the president about the term taco trade. The term was coined by a Wall Street reporter,
I love taco
which
balls.
stands for Trump always chickens out on tariffs, and Trump was not amused.
Mr. President, Wall Street analysts have coined a new term called the taco trade. They're saying Trump always chickens out on your tariff threats, and that's why markets are higher.
They said you a
What's your
bitch.
response to that?
I kick out?
Chicken out.
Oh,
I ain't no
and then
bitch,
chicken
Chef.
out.
I ain't no bitch.
You mean because I reduced China from 145% that I set down to 100 and then down to another number? And I said you have to open up your whole country, and because I gave
Come
the
on, open up
European
for Daddy.
Union a 50% tax tariff, and they called up and they said, please, let's meet right now. Please, let's meet right now. And
Please,
I said, okay,
you're so
I'll give
sexy
you
and strong,
till
Donald.
July. I actually asked them, I said,
You're a
what's
big
the date?
American
Because they
penis.
weren't willing to meet. And after I did what I did,
Us
they said,
Japanese people have such
we'll meet
small
anytime
penis.
you want. And we have an end date of July 9th.
You know that's how they fucking get him,
because we
right?
have $14 trillion
That's
now.
that joke in South Park is literally Donald Trump. Oh, Donald, we heard you have such big penis. Not just for China, I mean in general, everywhere.
Yes.
That's basically what happens. He goes
Yes, yes.
anywhere he goes, as long as you tell him his dick
Mhm.
is big,
He'll
you win.
do whatever you want. That's all he wants. He just wants affirmation. It's like the Junji
Sad.
Ito. It's like the Junji Ito manga that I'm reading at the moment. The guy just apologizes and people's brains melt. That's Trump. Trump's the brain melt. But you have to grovel and beg.
Invested, committed to investing when Biden didn't have practically anything. Biden.
But that's the thing
This
about
country
Donald
was
Trump.
dying.
There's no brains to melt.
You know, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. I went to Saudi Arabia. The king told me.
Yeah, the hottest
He said, you got the
country.
hottest we have the hottest country in the world right now. 6 months ago, this country was stone cold dead. We had a dead country. We had a country people didn't think it was going to survive, and you ask a nasty question like that. It's called negotiation. You set a number. And if you go down, you know, if I set a number at a ridiculous high number and I go down a little bit, you know, a little bit, they want me to hold that number, 145% tax.
Saying, the disrespect of the MSN makes me
Great.
sick. The mainstream
I love Sky News reporting on tweets.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a big update.
Oh,
When
boy.
it comes to the tariff revenue the U.S. government is taking in thanks to the Trump tariffs, the key thing is that we have not seen really any inflation increase. We've seen a relative decrease relative to the projected numbers, and that is with the tariffs now fully in.
I love that people use zero hedge. Like they haven't been completely compromised in the last, 5 years. Potentially even further than that. Like, some of the shit they've been posting, oh my.
In effect, we're waiting
Archie,
for a potential
where you
lag,
going?
but even with that, we've
Stop it.
already got the China tariffs down to 30%.
Hey.
We've got the universal tariffs at 10%, and that's throughout most of May, because remember, they renegotiated with China, and now there's a 90-day period with them. That was in the middle of May, so we were technically taking in a lot more money from the tariffs because we had a 145% tariff on China. It's down, but still, you're talking about $23 billion in terms of revenue. That's about $400 billion per year in U.S. revenue. Now, that's going to drop because
Have
a
you
lot
gotten,
of these companies are going to onshore.
Did you find any videos of people talking about the taco thing, not just Trump responding?
Well, you said you were handling it, and you said you had tons.
I thought I did. I have more on ceasefire stuff. It is to do with Trump, but it's more other stuff.
I mean, you just said, I have tons of conservative outrage.
I thought I did. I did not.
Maybe type in Trump taco.
I did.
Because that's the one. I mean, I sent you the videos that we should watch today. I just assumed you had the taco thing handled.
It's just news reports. That's the problem. I got Jimmy Kimmel, which we can't watch. India.
Well, just look at one of the videos I sent you. Oh, India is gonna talk. Joke of the day. Oh my god.
Nobody likes being mocked, but Donald Trump.
Oh, it's
he hates
always
it like
this
nothing
lady.
else.
India's
And this
one
is a
reporter.
man who dishes out nicknames every day: Crooked Hillary, Sleepy Joe Biden, Comrade Kamala, Gavin New Scum, and the list goes on. But if you give him a nickname, he lashes out. The U.S. media has a new name for Trump's policy moves. It's called taco. Trump always chickens out. They say the president always makes a U-turn after raising the stakes. Trump made it clear yesterday that he
Steak?
does not like the word, but the internet doesn't seem to care.
Mr. President, Wall Street analysts have coined a new term called the taco trade.
Epic. This is fucking amazing. Wow. This is so funny because it's like the meme report, but it's India looking at America, so it's even worse than like the comment section with Brett Cooper. That's fucking amazing.
Oh my god.
Oh, isn't that nice? Chicken out. I've never heard that.
Jesus Christ.
Taco Friday? That doesn't even make sense. This is fucking awesome, bro. This is my kind of cringe, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Unreal.
It's the music too that's like
Oh my
really
God.
making me laugh.
Is this all it's gonna be?
Yeah.
Pull that chicken
That's
out.
awesome.
Okay, anyway, what else do we got?
Amazing.
If we're going to have a conversation about the mental acuity of a recent president.
Nope. Alright, it just where people also watched. Great. There's nothing. I have no idea how to
Yeah,
find
then
the
just
shit
put
that
on
you
one of the
find.
things I sent you. They'll probably.
I've watched everything you've
and
sent.
even the majority report video was done. I'll see if I can find something, but put on something that I sent.
Turning now to some.
I've watched everything you've sent.
There's literally. Okay, I'm gonna
I
click them and
just
see if we
went
watch
through the
them.
links. I've
There's
watched
literally a
everything
fucking
you've sent.
Cappy video here.
It's not in the links that you've sent.
Breaking news on this Saturday as we take a live look over in Gaza. The Associated Press
There's
reporting
this
that
Nathan
Hamas has
video as
responded to
well.
the latest U.S. ceasefire proposal for Gaza. And a senior official with the group
Who?
has told the AP that they are seeking amendments to
I'll
it.
just start sending
Saying,
this shit
quote, there's
again
some
at this
notes and
point."
amendments to some points, especially on the U.S. guarantees, the timing of hostage release, the delivery of aid, and the withdrawal of Israeli forces.
What is the
That's
audio
what the
on this
official said,
shit?
speaking on the condition of
Are they fucking
anonymity
recording
due to
through
the
a fucking
sensitivity of the
helicopter?
talks. A separate Hamas statement said the proposal aims for a permanent ceasefire, a comprehensive Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, and an ensured flow of aid. It said 10 living hostages and the bodies of 18 others would be released, quote, in exchange for an agreement for an agreed upon number of Palestinian prisoners. Israeli officials have approved the U.S. proposal for a temporary ceasefire in the nearly 20-month war. U.S. President Donald Trump said negotiators weren't nearing that deal. Now, ceasefire would pause the fighting for 60 days, release some of the 58 hostages still held in Gaza in exchange for Palestinian prisoners and much-needed food aid and other assistance, according to Hamas and Egyptian officials who spoke on condition of anonymity, again, because of the sensitivity of this topic. Also on Saturday, we saw that...
Who the fuck is Nathan Fielder? Why do I care?
Bro, it's Nathan for you. He does like a Borat-style show.
Is that him?
Yeah.
Why are they interviewing
And he's doing all these interviews, and he's in a different hat each interview. And I refuse to believe this is not him, like, doing a thing. You know what I mean? Because in another interview, he has a different fucking dumb hat on. And I've never seen him wear a hat.
Interesting. Okay, you've convinced me. I'm intrigued.
There's another one
between
too.
pilots in the cockpit a contributing factor in plane crashes. Well, that is what the latest season of the popular HBO show The Rehearsal set out to investigate, using a replica of an airport terminal, giant puppets, and even cloned dogs.
I've been studying commercial aviation.
Yeah, on Jimmy
disasters
Kimmel,
as a
he came
hobby,
out with a pilot hat
and
on.
I started to notice a disturbing pattern in the causes of these crashes. 15 years ago, you recommended role-playing exercises. The FAA
said no. For whatever reason, they're just not going there. In order to make change, it's going to take something different.
Mr. Fielder, where does your sense of altruism come from, where all of a sudden you want to save lives? You're known for pranking.
You're known for pranking.
This is not sincere.
You do the pranking. You're a pranker.
We should note that CNN and HBO are both owned by the same parent company, Warner Brothers Discovery. Here with us now, comedian, 737 pilot, and host of The Rehearsal, Nathan Fielder, an aviation safety expert and former...
I'm sorry. Did they call him a 737 pilot?
I think... Is that Dershowitz? Looks like Alan Dershowitz.
And host of The Rehearsal, Nevry. Here with us now, comedian, 737 pilot, and host of The Rehearsal, Nathan Fielder, an aviation safety expert and former National Transportation Safety Board member, John Gulia. He served under Presidents Bill Clinton and George W. Bush. Thanks to both of you for joining us.
John knows where he is right now.
For those of our viewers who have seen
John's
the show,
just staring off
in this
into
interview,
space there.
I'm going to be the first
John,
officer,
okay?
Blunt.
John's having an existential crisis.
Yes, I mean, that's what we talk about, communication in the show.
So we're playing roles right now.
Yeah, we are role playing.
Well, I'm guessing you have to do this. Okay, well, I think that's good. You know, I also think, Wolf, that like the issue that we talk about in the show is people not wanting to share their feelings with each other, co-pilots, because one might be of more experience than the other, so they might know the thing that will save a plane from crashing, but they might not want to communicate it.
Okay.
Nathan,
so I assume between you two,
we like each other and we talk to each other.
Yeah, but
there's
that did
things
happen.
you probably don't share too. So that's
No,
a
I
good
know,
way of the
but this is a
audience
bit.
understanding the dynamic.
Everything's a bit
probably,
with
right?
Really, he should be the captain.
They called him a 737 pilot.
Yeah, he's a pilot.
Great. This is a bit.
Yeah, he's a pilot, great!
Is what you're saying. That's really what
Let's
you're
talk
saying.
Did you watch the show?
Of course.
I
did too.
You knew that. You watched all of it.
Everybody's watching the show.
Great.
It's a
Thank you
very
so
popular
much.
show.
Wow, so
you guys
exciting.
are doing great.
Well, thank you for having
You're
us,
known
yes.
though for comedy, as we all know, Nathan.
Yeah.
What made you decide to investigate a very serious matter like this?
Well, the show is still comedy, but also this is a serious thing. But I've been just interested in commercial airline crashes just for a while, just as like a hobby. I sort of just read about them.
Oh, you fly a lot?
Like as a passenger?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I fly normal, like planes, like everyone.
So you're concerned about airline safety?
Well, I don't want to die but I mean, I'm concerned the same as everyone. But I started to notice, and there's a TV show in Canada about crashes too that I watch, but I started to notice that they can always solve the technical stuff when a crash happens.
It literally says
You know,
pilot.
they work really hard to make sure
Did you
that
see
type
that?
of accident doesn't
that's what
happen
I'm saying.
again. But for the
lower
human
third.
factor in communication, the thing keeps happening where there's miscommunication between pilots. And I talked to John about this, and yeah, John obviously, you know, he just got inducted into the Aviation Hall of Fame, by the way.
Congratulations.
So
Congrats.
it's a big thing, and we're really excited about that.
So in aviation,
But,
we've
yeah.
long known that communications has been an issue, and we have dealt with it effectively through
I love that
crew resource
communications
management.
is an issue
But
as you hear a phone
what,
ringing.
Nathan
Yeah.
has uncovered was a little sliver that has fallen through the cracks with this communications disconnect between pilots. And when he first came to me and mentioned that to me, it immediately caught fire with me because I've seen it. I've flown in many, many, many cockpits. I've seen the scenario that he presented over and over again. And in fact, I want to take his scenario. I teach school at Vaughn College in New York City, an aviation school. I plan on taking that show to my students, well, because they're up and coming aviation people, to show them and use it as an example of what they should not do and that they need to speak up.
So clearly there's concern. You lay it out in the show. We reached out to the FAA to see what it had to say about all of this. And it told us that it mandates all airline pilots and crew members to complete interpersonal communication training. And it says it isn't seeing the data that supports the show's central claim that pilot communications is to blame for airline disasters.
Well,
So I want to get you to
yes.
respond to that, obviously.
That's dumb. They're dumb. And they're, you know, here's the issue is that, like, I trained to be a pilot, and I'm a 737 pilot. I went through the training. The training is someone shows you a PowerPoint slide saying, if you are a co-pilot and the captain does something wrong, you need to speak up about it. That's all. That's the training. And they talk about some crashes that happened, but they don't do anything that makes it stick emotionally and makes you, like, so pilots think they'll act a certain way in an accident, but like the crash that just happened here, it seemed like they saw that was sort of the issue, right?
A lot of disconnects between multiple parties. And
So you've seen evidence that a lack of communication, if you will, between a pilot and a co-pilot in the cockpit has caused a crash?
Not contributed.
Has contributed to a crash.
Contributed to a
You
crash.
That's what they
agree?
said in it. Do I agree?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was my whole thing. That's the
Yeah.
whole show. But I mean, it's like a human thing. You know what I mean? Like, there's definitely stuff, I'm sure you guys, like you brought up the analogy, but like, I'm sure Pamela, you don't say some things to Wolf or, because you're between you two, who would be like the boss or the more, like you're Wolf Blitzer, right? So you're like, your name is first on the thing. So I'm sure Pamela, at times you might not want to say, you know, oh, Wolf wants to do something you don't think it's a good idea. You might not want to express that always.
She's very
We
blunt.
actually have a pretty, I understand your
But
point.
you have to say that now.
No. think
I
the
know, but
show-
you
I
don't
think-
want
I
to
think
say to
they're
Wolf, you
producing-
can't, you know, as a journalist, you don't want
Wolf
to say,
is-
oh, I don't want to.
She says that.
She says it to you.
Yeah.
So maybe you're afraid to
Here's
say
the great
something.
thing about Wolf.
I'm
sticking up
very
for her to
ego.
give her the
Okay.
permission
He has no ego, but I
to
take
go
your
there.
point that like
I mean, Wolf's in movies and stuff.
he's a big deal.
He's
There
Mission
is
Impossible.
there is no question.
So that's intimidating. That can be intimidating.
That can be intimidating.
That's sort of the thing we're trying to explore a little
So what's
bit.
been the reaction to the show?
I know. What do you think of
I'm
it?
asking you.
Oh, I don't know.
Ask me.
Ask
Oh,
you.
ask John.
It's exploded. My emails exploded. My messages exploded. My grandkids were all over me.
My plane
I mean,
exploded.
it's
It exploded
unbelievable,
like
the
a
response.
airplane.
I want to go to a little bit deeper
Wait,
into
that's not a good analogy.
Exploded like a Boeing 737 MAX.
Well, they don't explode; they crash.
True. But they explode when they hit the ground.
First, it'll go to your thighs, and then you'll blow up.
the show to you, Nathan. So to better understand pilots, you did what you called a personality transfer, where you tried to live as Captain Chesley Sully Sullenberger. Of course, that is a pilot of the Miracle on the Hudson. And this was actually my favorite part of the season when you channeled baby Sully.
Thank you.
Right here. So why was that so important to rehearse his entire life?
Well, in the Miracle on the Hudson
what a
flight,
strange
Sully
little man.
actually, he did. There was something I noticed in the transcript where he asked his first officer, like, "Hey, do you have any ideas?" So he sort of opened those lines of communication, And so I'm like, well, this pilot seems to be bucking the trend I've noticed and is uniquely good. So I was trying to sort of understand. He said in his book that his entire life led him to what he did in that flight. So my thinking was, these things, we try things and not everything is going to work. And that's the point. Like sometimes I think the FAA, which has revealed themselves to be very dumb today with that comment, because I think what we're showcasing in the show is that there's, even though we might not have the exact solution, there's stuff to look at here. And why say that? Because I think, it's a little dumb just to be like, that statement, right? What do you think, Wolf?
Is this an issue that the federal government should now investigate full time?
It needs to start. CRM has been an effective tool in the cockpit. We need to look at it in the light of CRM and see if we need to put a module in there that deals with this.
That's the training program you're talking about.
For training.
And do you think there should be more role-playing training? You said
no question.
In the rehearsal that you would actually propose that when you were in, and that they rejected it. So you think there needs to be more. What do you make of the fact the FAA says, well, there isn't data? I mean, obviously we know where Nathan comes down on this, but what do you think about the fact, as a former government official, that there's not the data to back this up?
A government official that's been frustrated with the FAA's response to NTSB recommendations. The ostrich syndrome is alive and well.
Ostrich syndrome?
Yeah.
What's that?
Bury your head in the sand.
Oh, right.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Then defend, deflect, and deny is their mantra.
So just to go back
So we got to get, what do you do then? Trump's got to do something, or
no,
what?
Too high. You need to build the foundation.
We're building the foundation.
Right.
Building the foundation, coming on this show. Obviously, you've been appealing to Congress. Go
Yes,
ahead.
and that's what I was hoping to demonstrate
such a
with
fucking
the
asshole,
Miracle over
man.
the Mojave, which is the flight that I flew in the show to show communication between pilots, that people can see that two pilots trying their best to communicate, it's still a struggle. And fortunately, in that flight, nothing else critical happened. So I think when the communication lines up with a real potential emergency, that's when it could make all the difference. And so, fortunately, I landed the plane safely and saved 150 lives that day. And so I think the hope is that the FAA will look at this stuff and the Miracle over the Mojave and be like,
Do you think this has been going on over multiple administrations? This isn't just a Trump administration issue.
No, this goes back. I mean, we started the show under the Biden administration. I mean, John has worked for,
Over 30 years ago,
yeah.
I have a perfect example.
Okay.
Over 30 years ago, I was flying in the cockpit on the jump seat. Right? The captain was a good friend of mine. Haven't seen him in months. We get in, I show up the airplane late. We're ready to go. He starts chatting to me. We get up to the runway. He virtually stops talking on the runway. We take off. But immediately after we retract the gear, he starts chatting again. And I let it go for a little bit. First officer never said anything. Finally, I said to him, 10,000 feet, let's...
India or Pakistan? Do I need to get my whiteboard?
Super Pakistan.
We do them at 10,000 feet.
It's illegal to have chatter below 10,000 feet.
So, but he wanted to chat, and I shut him up, and we moved on. Right. So there's all sorts of interplay in cockpits that happen routinely that we need to focus on. And that 10,000-foot rule for communications is one of the golden rules.
It's interesting. I know you came here to Washington, Nathan, for the show where you met with Democratic Congressman Steve Cohen. He's the ranking member on the House Aviation Subcommittee. That meeting apparently didn't appear to go very well. In a statement to CNN, the congressman said this, and I'm quoting him now. He says he's disappointed with that meeting, saying his team was told you wanted to talk about autism and the difficulties people with the condition could have in an airplane crash. He also says most of the substantive parts of your...
They can also die. Very big concern.
...interview never made it in the show. What are you hoping to get from that meeting? What were you hoping to get from that meeting? And have you spoken with other lawmakers here in Washington?
Well, I actually think that I tried to point out with similarities between autism, masking, and what is happening with pilots in the cockpit. And he is on the aviation subcommittee, so and I think he works in that area too. So I was trying to draw a connection and really bring up this important issue. And you know, it's disappointing that he's sort of saying this now because like he still has an opportunity to tackle this issue. He's the ranking member on the aviation subcommittee, and so I don't understand why. I mean, honestly, to be honest, like he didn't seem to know a lot about, like when I brought up CRM, which is this issue, he didn't seem to really be like aware of it and the specifics. So look, I wasn't going to bring that up because like, but he seemed to like come at me a little here that, you know, so I feel like we brought him a good thing. And, you know, I don't know what the power is of these lawmakers because, you know, but
he's in the minority. Only the chairman of the committee can call witnesses.
But he can talk to the guy, right? He knows the chairman, and he could be like, "Look, this guy, this guy who's a pilot, 737 pilot, came to me with this very important issue. Maybe we should look at this a little more." And now that the show is out, he could show it to the ranking member. So that would be good, but it's I would say it's disappointing that he didn't want to take this more seriously.
When we reached out to the congressman, he did reference the FAA training manual.
What do you mean?
You know, what was going on, how to prepare for these kinds of situations.
They talk to pilots about this, but they don't train. Like,
right, because you're saying
you know
it was just like a PowerPoint.
It's like,
like
I could tell you, oh, Pamela, you got to speak your mind to Wolf.
Right.
You know, you got to be careful. Don't be afraid of him. I could tell you that, but are you going to do it?
Right.
Just because I say it, you need to reinforce it. And we showed, I think, some. That might not be the solution, but I think we showed some simple ways that this could be done cheaply and easily that could help. And so why not try it? That's what John and I are saying. Like, just someone's got to like look into it.
Right.
And
And
HBO only wants to,
I want to,
fund it so much because it's like they want the entertainment value of it. So
I'm going to jump in here as Captain All Ears here. Okay.
Sure.
So,
Captain All Ears is the one that listens.
Oh,
That's Blunt.
Okay.
First Officer Blunt.
Okay, really
is
quickly.
one.
I think
all ears.
I'm all ears though.
Okay.
We have this picture. I wanted to get this in before we go. We have a picture, actually, not just of the statement, but of when you took off in the 737.
Yes.
You had been practicing in a simulator. This is the first time you were actually flying the real
So
plane.
he
We have
is
this
a
picture, guys,
pilot.
and there was a flock of birds right here.
Oh yeah.
This is like
so
what
this
you would
is
train.
our still photographer captured this. And this is a flock of birds, and we narrowly, I guess, missed this. I didn't realize when we were flying, but once we got on the ground and I saw the photo, and you can see it in the show too. We narrowly missed the flock of birds, and if birds get in the engines, that could shut down the engines.
We know what happened with Sully. Good thing you practiced that.
And cause a real emergency. Well, exactly. But also, it shows why communication is important, because if that did happen, like, we landed the plane with the Miracle on Mojave safely and all that, but if the birds hit our engines and we actually had an emergency, communication could make the difference between getting down safely or not, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it makes all the difference.
All right.
And
Could
so
potentially save a lot of lives.
Save
And
a
I
lot
know
of lives.
you're not only an actor and a comedian, you're a pilot.
I'm a pilot.
You're
That's
still
pretty
flying.
impressive.
You're still working for a company, flying.
We get it.
Flying the 737s.
He's a pilot.
Yes, yeah, I do some ferry flights for like a company still where I'll, transport empty planes around the world.
Amazing. Well, thank you.
I do want to say
coming in.
thank you, and I want to say too, like, this is just something that I think is important to say, because, I think these days, like, a lot of people will go to like, alternative news sources or like comedy podcasters to get the word out about stuff, like
He's
Joe
talking
Rogan,
about Joe Rogan
Theo
now?
Vaughn. But for me, it's still CNN all the way. So thank you
For us to.
That
for
means
you
a
too.
lot.
Thank you so much.
Nathan.
Hey, guys, keep up the
Really
good work.
appreciate
Thank you.
that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Unreal.
Call the man reporters nasty, or is it just the women? Like, is that a misogynistic thing? Is that a racist thing? Why the way that he says nasty sounds like a slur. Donald Trump lashed out at a reporter during a press briefing where he was asked about his recent tariffs that have been nicknamed Taco. Taco, of course, stands for Trump always chickens out, because as we know, Trump always chickens out. On April 2nd, the U.S. imposes a 34% reciprocal tariff
need to
on
get
China.
in there and fix her mic
April
so I hear
9th,
less of
that
her
goes
mouth.
up to 145. This is
only she
also
wasn't too
including
big
the
time.
20% fentanyl related tariffs, because in response to these 145% tariffs,
You
China
dumb woman,
imposed a
don't you know that you need
125%
me?
tariff on the U.S. Then, just a couple weeks ago, May 12th, they talk in Geneva, as all good resolutions happen in Geneva. Both sides announce a 90-day reduction in trade. China says that they will go from 125 to 10% tariffs on the United States.
No,
and that they
Nathan's-
will stop
that's
export
just- it's
restrictions on
part of the
rare earth
bit.
materials, anti-monopoly investigations
He's like
against
one
the
of those,
U.S.
like-
firms, and restrictions on U.S. companies via its unreliable...
He's like a method actor, permanently Nathan, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
entity list
Very silly
used
guy.
by the the Chinese Communist Party. They also agreed to negotiate further. Isn't that so good? Okay, there's no more antitrust investigations. There's no more unreliable entity list. There's no more export restrictions. It sounds phenomenal until you realize none of those things were on in the first place. All of those things were retaliatory measures that China took in response to the initial tariffs set by the United States. You don't get to take credit for the de-escalation of a fight that you started. If I punch someone in the face, they punch me back, and then we agree to a truce. I can't just say, yo, what the fuck, you punched me. Like, I can't look at everyone and be like, yo, I just beat him the fuck up.
could.
No, bitch, I got punched too. Like, we agreed to a truce. That's not me winning. And imagine how much of a fucking
That would
loser I
never
would
happen
look
with
if
Trump.
I came home from that
Him,
fight in
like,
school and I
agreeing
told
to
my mom,
something like
yeah,
that.
I'm a badass. I just beat a kid up.
And
And
being
then like
like,
what,
yeah,
like the
with a
school
truce.
footage gets released and it's literally like me throwing the first punch, this bigger kid beating me the fuck up repeatedly, and then me saying, all right, truce.
Why are you- she
And then
seems like
standing up
somebody who may
after,
have
like
fought
I'm
people.
bloody and bruised, and saying that I won. China state media.
Oh, she looks Hispanic. She probably doesn't shy away from a fight.
Wow, racist.
It's not racist.
This is why she doesn't respond
Fuck
to
off.
us.
It's not racist. It's a stereotype. It's different.
Use this as an insane propaganda tool to show the strength of the Chinese party, and oh my god, this is just how powerful we are on the global stage. Not just China, but huge portions of the world are looking at China and seeing how powerful they are on the global and economic stage. Except they actually have, you know, logic and reason on their side. Unfortunately, we are playing into the Chinese communist trope that the Western aggregators just going in for no reason and causing chaos for no reason, and only the stability of the Chinese Communist Party can come in and save it and restore the economic markets. In related tariff news, court rulings have jolted Trump's trade talks. Court decisions striking down President Donald Trump's tariffs on dozens of countries have reduced pressures to cave into his demands, said one official. The Trump administration has for months projected confidence on the world stage, both slapping down and backing away from tariffs at will, and watch as countries scramble to respond. But for the first time, the court's decisions have put... Is this the first time? I don't know if this is the first time. I lied. Oh wait, no, it says it's for the first time. I don't know why I said that. For the first time, the court's decisions have put Trump on the back foot as his administration grapples with how to respond to a major setback of its sweeping trade agenda. And some countries see the rulings as a release valve for the tense and sometimes stagnating negotiations with the U.S. The decision has reduced the pressure on countries to cave into U.S. demands, said one Filipino official. Fuck, we're losing our trade superiority with the Philippines. What are we gonna do? of Wednesday's ruling at the U.S. Court of International Trade, which said the president oversteps his authorities in setting tariffs of 10% and higher on dozens of trading partners. Fucking finally, how long ago was Liberation Day? What was that, like April 4th, I think? This is why it's just like, it's so upsetting to me when conservatives are like, oh, but he wouldn't be able to actually stay in office the third time, okay? It's against the Constitution. I know that, you know that, but do you know how long it would take to get that through court? Like, if he actually chose to fight it, he could be in there until fucking 2030. And then by that point, it's like, all right, what are we gonna do? Have a fucking special random, for the first time in history, like midterm presidential election? Because the previous, what the fuck? Like, I don't know, what would even happen? Who knows? Who knows? Another federal court ordered an injunction Thursday. Thank God they can still do those because the big beautiful bill hasn't passed. Another federal court ordered an injunction Thursday morning against those tariffs, though it only applies to the two companies who filed the suit. Great. If you have enough money to sue the administration, you just might be saved by the courts. You just might be spared. Countries are faced with the very real possibility that the White House will simply choose to impose new tariffs under different laws, should the old ones be permanently blocked in court. Because that is what they do. I don't know why they're putting so much... I need to stop moving this. I don't know why they're putting so much energy into finding out how to legally do these tariffs when they don't even end up doing the fucking tariffs. Like, taco. Wall Street hesitates to cheer court in blocking tariffs. The ruling added to the uncertainty facing companies and consumers, but investors were encouraged that it could slow momentum for a trade war that threatened economic and corporate growth. The ruling was a setback to Mr. Trump's plans to use the tariffs as cudgel. The ruling was...
All right, what do we think about this? Because I realized that the screen capture adjusts with the size of my window.
This is great.
This is much better, I feel.
Yeah. That's good.
And I can adjust it accordingly.
Yeah, that's actually... Because, like, I was watching Astro Goblin, and that's what they do, is they put themselves larger, and then they put, like, a little dumb banner. Like a... So it's like a squared window. So they do, like, a 4x3 window, and the extra space from the 16x9, that little insert... You know how, like... Oh, some games will be like, oh, it's the HD version of a re-released game, and they'll just put a dumb border on each side.
They just cut the top down and they just squash it.
No, they'll just put like a picture on the side. Like they'll re-release it, but it won't be in widescreen. So it just fucking has dumb thing on the side.
Yeah, well, that's just annoying.
Yeah, it's not as common anymore, but it was like, you know, like if you played like a Game Boy game on the big screen, a lot of them wouldn't go to wide, for example, like so they would have like a little border.
Gotcha.
It was a setback to Mr. Trump's plans to use tariffs as a cudgel. As his administration negotiates the new trade deals with dozens of countries, the White House Trump administration officials said that the ruling would not dissuade the administration if they had other avenues for pursuing tariffs. Nothing's really changed, Peter Navarro said. Then, late in the afternoon, a federal appeals court temporarily agreed to preserve many of the president's sweeping tariffs on China and other U.S. trading partners. The appeals court...
Where's the taco thing?
Why we separate these things.
I mean, she's been making fun of him the whole time.
Because we need stability in the market. You know, it's not stable. The presidency, it changes every 4 years, basically. There's a reason why once Alexander Hamilton established his national bank, even though Jefferson tried to get rid of it, he couldn't. Because once you're in it, you're in it, okay? You're kind of stuck. That was a bad analogy. I don't know where I was going with that one. But our stock market should not be looking like a shit coin, okay? Unless Donald Trump's gonna start offering out dinners to the top investors of the S&P and the Dow. Like, why is it so intrinsically tied to whatever mood Donald Trump is feeling that morning on his tariffs? Anyways, I think it's getting to him, the ineffectiveness of it, because on the one hand, he's kind of like, I don't like the phrase having his cake and eating it too. He's talking out of both sides of his mouth. On one hand, I love these tariffs, and these tariffs are going to make America rich again, and these tariffs are going to like eliminate the income tax, and these tariffs are going to pay for childcare and all of these other like healthcare cuts that we're making in the big beautiful bill. But then also it's just the trading negotiation, and this is the art of the deal, and this was the plan the whole time. And then also we're going to bring manufacturing back and bring back all of the jobs back at home, but also we're putting exemptions on all of the major industries that would be most financially feasible, financially lucrative.
Mr. President, Wall Street analysts have coined a new term called the taco trade. They're saying Trump always chickens out on your tariff threats, and that's why markets are higher this week. What's your response to that?
I kick out?
Chicken out.
Wasn't that I chicken out? I've never heard that. You mean?
I don't know how anyone can watch this man and not think of their grandpa. Like, are you fucking kidding me? What? I kick out? What'd you say? Where's my Tylenol? I was gonna say Viagra, but...
Because I reduced China from 100.
I was gonna say Viagra, but he's not fucking anyone.
45% down to 100, and then down to another number. And I said you have to open up your whole country. And because I gave the European Union a 50% tax tariff, and they called up and they said,
all her
"Please, let's."
shit in
I'm
like
sorry, I thought
a
tariffs
matter
were
of
in
like
a tax.
2 hours.
What do you mean? I gave the European Union a 50% tax tariff. Are we still pretending like the other countries pay the tariffs? Are we still that financially fucking retarded?
Meet right now, please. Let's meet right now. And I said, okay, I'll give you till July 9. I actually asked them, I said, what's the date? Because they weren't willing to meet. And after I did what I did, they said, we'll meet anytime you want. And we have an end date of July 9th. You call that chickening out? Because we have, you call that chickening out? Because we have $14 trillion now invested, committed to investing when Biden didn't have practically anything. This country was dying. You know, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. I went to Saudi Arabia. The king told me. He said, you got the hottest we have the hottest country in the world right now. 6 months ago,
Yeah, look what you're doing to it. Look what you're doing to it.
this country was stone cold dead. We had a dead country. We had a country people didn't think it was going to survive, and you ask a nasty.
It was a global fucking pandemic. What do you think people thought when the measles was going around, or when the smallpox was going around, or when the black lung was going around, or when literally fucking anything?
A question like that. It's called negotiation. You set a number, and if you go down, you know, if I set a number at a ridiculous high number, and I go down a little bit, you know, a little bit. They want me to hold that number, 145% tariff. Even I said, man, that really got up. You know how it got? Because of fentanyl and many other things, and you added it up. I said, where are we now? We're at 145%. I said, whoa, that's high. That's high. They were doing no business whatsoever, and they were having a lot of problems. We were very nice to China. I don't know if they're going to be nice to us, but
China was not having problems. The United States picked a fight with literally everyone.
From the Saudis. I know, right?
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Do you know how many
His
smaller
love
countries
language is
are
words
now
of affirmation.
more likely to... Not even the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Because I don't even think people trading with China would assume that China was like the good guy on the global stage now. I think that they would just assume that the United States was also fucking batshit crazy. And at least China was the devil that you know and the devil that you could trust. So I'm so thankful for this neoliberal post-World War II global order.
we were very nice to China. And in many ways, I think we really helped China tremendously because, you know, they were having great difficulty because we were basically going cold turkey with China. We were doing no business because of the tariff, because it was so high. But I knew that. But don't ever say what you...
Why is Judge Janine here? It's just really pissing me off. I don't know what she's doing. It's nothing. Get the fuck off of here.
That's a nasty question. Go ahead. To me, that's the nastiest question. Wait a minute. Wait.
How...
We're having great difficulty because we were basically going cold turkey with China. We were doing no business because of the tariff, because it was so high. But I knew that. But don't ever say what you said. That's a nasty question. But to me...
Don't you ever dare insinuate that I am anything other than the big, strong man that I pretend to be every single day in front of this camera, okay? I'm not saying this ironically. I genuinely think that Donald Trump gets spoon-fed his own jizz every day by the people around him after they've ingested it. Like...
Or whatever it is that comes out of your demon dick.
He has to be in such a mindfuck echo chamber headspace for him to. That was the nastiest question. I think that was the nastiest question of the night. How dare you ask me what I think about people that are calling me out for backtracking on every single fucking tariff negotiation I've had. Like, how nasty, how rude. If she was a woman of color, I'm not saying anything, but I am. It's also just insanely shocking to me because they're so unpopular. Why do you want to be the president that is defending these tariffs? Like, why? Well, I feel like the Trumpian answer to be like, Taco, Trump always chickens out. Motherfucker, you want me to actually do these tariffs? Are you dumb? Are you stupid? This is a negotiating tactic.
Are you stupid or are you deaf?
Like, duh. That would have been the correct Trumpian response. And then he could have fired someone on the spot. But like, Ben Shapiro, Dave Portnoy, Joe Rogan, Bill Ackman, Elon Musk, all of these people are against, well, Elon Musk doesn't even matter anymore, but all of these people are against tariffs.
Did he ever?
And are for a free
On a day where the Israeli government has been very open about the fact that they are carrying out a genocide. Smotrich, the finance minister, has said, "We will conquer and cleanse and stay." Those are his words. Netanyahu has endorsed Smotrich.
Cringe.
They're talking openly about disassembling
Let her
Gaza,
cook.
to quote the finance minister again. We're having kids are starving to death in Gaza right now. I think they opened to 5 trucks after 2 months of not a single truck going in.
Doing content with her. Like, she's like our humor style and everything.
Big time. It's too bad YouTube fucked us.
Point does the US government, US Congress say, we can no longer support this rogue genocidal state? I mean, what's happening in Gaza is Bashar al-Assad and Vladimir Putin would blush.
Well, certainly what they're doing right now in terms of the aid, which my understanding is that they're conditioning it on having Palestinians from the north of Gaza move down to the south of Gaza. They have people who want to push then the people in Palestine out of Gaza into Egypt. There should be no the loudest condemnation of that. And I have, with Salud Carbajal and 96 other members, written and spoken out as saying that we need to demand that aid get in and that it not be conditioned on Palestinians moving down to the southern part of Gaza. I mean,
the UN humanitarian chief said today that in the next 48 hours, 14,000 babies are at risk of dying in Gaza. A very stark warning he gave to the BBC. Such is the humanitarian situation in there. In years to come, history will judge very harshly American politicians, American governments, both parties, who were complicit in this genocide in Gaza, will it not? History will be very harsh.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the...
Everything for this. I mean, my wife is struggling. I'm not a victim. I'm not Jim Comey. It's fine. I did this, and I'm proud I did it. But if you think we're there for tea and crumpets, well, I mean, Cash is there all day. We share it. Our offices are linked. He turns on the faucet. I hear it. He's there he gets in at like 6 o'clock in the morning. He doesn't leave till 7 at night. I'm in there at 7:30 in the morning. He uses the gym. I work out in my apartment. But I stare at these 4 walls all day in D.C., by myself, divorced from my wife. Not divorced, but I mean separated, divorced. And it's hard. I mean, we love each other, and it's hard to be apart.
But you're doing some great work.
Fuck. The FBI, you moving buildings, there's a lot of change. Before we get into specifics, what did you think the job was going to be like? What is it like?
The biggest lifestyle change for me has been family-wise. I mean, we already went through this with my time in the Secret Service. But, when the president called and asked if I would take the job, you can't tell your audience for years, go out and do stuff, talk is cheap. And then when the...
What?
It looks like he's wearing his face. Just hanging on his face.
Oh yeah, it does. It does. You're right. It's because of how the vein is there,
opportunity comes to do stuff. But I didn't mean me, you know, I meant you. It's kind of you're a fraud. I mean, you don't sound like a fraud, you are one. So it was a lot. It's been tough on the family. People ask me all the time, you know, do you like it? I say, no, I don't. But the president asked me to do this to like it. You know, nobody likes going into an organization like that and having to change things and make big, bold changes. But, you know, I was at one of our facilities yesterday down in Winchester, and a woman who worked there, very nice, said, you know, I used to watch your show. I miss you. I said, you know, I miss me too. You know, part of you dies a little bit when you see all this stuff from behind the scenes.
That was the deputy director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, lamenting the fact that he's stuck working in the same government that he has made a career out of criticizing. And that's tough for him, because now instead of raking in cash by opining on baseless conspiracy theories and trafficking in outright fiction, he's at least somewhat bound by facts and reality. And frankly, nothing better crystallizes this phenomenon more than the hours that Dan Bongino spent stoking mistrust and conspiracy theories about, for example, Jeffrey Epstein.
I'm telling you, there could be some national security problems here. Because, ladies and gentlemen, nobody knows how much material people have on Jeffrey Epstein. Who was videoed where those videos are. I was told by someone a long time ago, a very knowledgeable reporter,
like
it's not my information. I'm not hiding. Oh, you're hiding up for some foreign government. You're protecting. I'm not protecting anyone. I'm only telling you what I was told. That some governments around the world may have some material that's related to the Epstein thing. Bill Clinton was knee-deep in this, man. I have a very, very good source. I've told you the story. Forgive me for repeating it if you're a P1, but some people are new here and never heard this. He was on the plane with Bill Clinton and Epstein on one of Epstein's planes when Bill Clinton was on the plane with some women who, according to my source, looked underage.
That pussy stinks.
Why was my source on the plane? Dan, you know people who hung out with Jeffrey Epstein? No, I don't. He was working. Right? It's unbelievable. The guy killed himself, and now nobody's going to know. My buddy was on the plane and was very uncomfortable. He didn't see anything directly, but there was like apparently some area in the back of the plane where everybody went to do their thing. My friend's not comfortable with it. They land, and he's like to the guy who's running the show, if you know what I mean. I ain't going to be part of whatever's going on this plane.
Well, Nazi salute.
And the guy who's running the whole thing says, well, you need to go home.
Get off my camera.
That's the Air Force One thing, too. It's kind of like a similar story. And he says, you need to go home. So they send him home. But he saw Clinton on the plane with Epstein in the little area with people he thought didn't look of age. I've told this story 1,000 times, and it's amazing how, because it's the Dan Bongino show where we've been right about just about everything, everyone in the media ignores it, even though this source is still out there. Anyone can talk to him.
Says, you know, Epstein's an intelligence asset for people in the Middle East, right? I'm like, no, I didn't know that. I'm like, you sure of that? I'm absolutely sure of that. That he's either a witting or unwitting asset, intelligence asset. There's a big assumption out there that these videotapes were exclusively in the custody of Epstein. That's a huge mistake. The reason they wanted this story to go away is because there's an assumption like, oh yeah, Epstein had him. No, he wasn't the only one who had him, according to this source. These assets, that's why this blackmail story makes so much sense. Which Middle Eastern countries they are, I don't know. Epstein was either a witting or unwitting intelligence asset, and they may have had his plane wired up.
And now, here's Dan Bongino trying to placate the very audience that he radicalized.
I'm bored.
Why young men are basically
I know.
moving over.
I think that guy's boring
I think
too.
As a liberal, I'll be very clear. I am
He's
liberal.
got
energy.
Oh, look, a rape defender.
Asked this question by liberals and Democrats. I think the answer is that the left kind of hates and fears masculinity broadly. I think it doesn't like it. And I think you can see that in the fact, I don't know if you know this, the APA.
She's like Destiny's like murder kitten.
Oh boy.
So all the allegations that just came out, she was literally messaging victims to try and like get them in position where they'll take a settlement.
Very cool.
Mhm.
Love that. I also love that Tim is positioned it as a liberal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
American Psychiatric Association. This year they came out with rules and guides about how to treat men in therapy differently than women, and like tricks and stuff that they need to be aware of, right? And it's like,
Wow. You mean
those are for kids?
Therapists need different procedures to deal with the different genders. Whoa. My mind is blown. It's almost like it's a social science, and a core part of social science is acknowledging social differences between men and women. Whoa. Crazy.
like shouldn't be like 2025 where we're coming out with this stuff. I think the left has just broadly neglected the male issue because it's been
true.
What's the word? Not politically correct to talk about.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And what say you, sir?
It's not sexy. It's poisoned. As I said before, as I said when we were watching the blonde British girl destroy Charlie Kirk. It's poison. It's poisoned by people like Charlie Kirk. It's been poisoned from Gamergate. It's still poison to this day. Have you seen the Red Pill documentary?
No.
No? You should watch it. Not because it's good.
But because it's bad.
Well, a bit more because it's like, it's exactly what I'm talking about. She talks to the exact kind of people who have poisoned the idea of feminism, and that it happened through Gamergate. Like, I had to literally, you had to basically force me out of it.
Mm-hmm.
It was fucking
pretty hard
ridiculous.
convincing you to do anything. Convincing Jack that he's wrong, next to impossible.
I'm never wrong.
Would you agree with that? To some degree, yeah. I think men are moving
Does this
to the
guy
right
have
because
a
men are more
glued-on
rational than women.
mustache?
You know,
Bro, headroom.
Young men are shifting away.
What are you doing? Who
because
set up
left-wing
this shot?
ideologies
That's just embarrassing.
are kind of disconnected. They feel kind of disconnected from reality. You know, we're living in a society where, you know, we're having economic stresses,
society.
we're having, you know, geopolitical stresses, and men are seeking, you know, pragmatic solutions to like economic and social changes, valuing like free expression and preferring like empowerment over this like collective guilt that seems to be like following us around like a cloud. So
Indeed. What would you say to that
Indeed.
before I jump in? He said,
I have a question.
Indeed.
In what way?
Excelsior.
In what way is completely deciding to do a gay panic around trans people, deciding that Christianity is the grift to go forward, how is any of this fitting to the definition of pragmatic, which is dealing with things sensibly and realistically? I'm just curious. That doesn't really...
Pragmatism is the opposite of radicalism.
That doesn't seem like the apt description for what you were describing.
Men are more rational than women.
yeah, and liberal ideologies are, how did you describe it? Not rational or not?
yeah, it seems like young men are experiencing sort of
I
like
love this. I love this argument. This argument that conservatives are rational while most of them are
speaking of which,
organized religious.
Right. Perfection is the enemy of good enough. Right? Yeah. That's why NASA sucks. Because they can't be good enough. They have to be perfect.
That's true. That is actually a very good criticism of NASA. I will agree with that entirely.
That's my issue. I was trying to think of a good way to say it. It's because of bureaucracy, though.
Yes. No, exactly. You're 100% correct. And that's the thing that I was looking at. It is all bureaucracy. Basically, after Kennedy died, and they landed on the moon, basically the 70s, all the presidents after that were basically like, eh. and defunded NASA. Like, they had so much budget. And the fucking, oh my god, the fucking engines. And we watched that video on the goddamn engines. Like, Jesus Christ. How much were they each? Like, 2 million each? It's fucking ridiculous. Not reusable, even though they were rated to be reused? The fuck are you doing, NASA? It's like all this money, all this research. Like, you could definitely criticize NASA for even landing on the moon. The amount of waste and shit that happened, but at the same time, it's like, I'm not aware enough of rocket science to determine whether it was wasteful spending or not. Who fucking knows? Like, sure, they may have had like a directional thing and somebody was like, no, we need to do it this way. But then again, that fucking video that we watched talked about the Russian engines and how they solved the problem. And that they got up much easier because they use smaller engines. And America is just
well, that's the thing. Is like we already were using the thing at the top of the rockets, but for some reason we had this idea that we could just land it on a runway. The idea of the space shuttle was to have a reusable craft to make a space station viable.
Mm-hmm. And it was a good idea.
But the Suez is just a capsule. Like how just how Dragon is a capsule.
Yeah.
That's all you need. You don't need it to fucking land on a runway.
Mm-hmm. You just parachute it down.
Like a disconnect from like left-wing political narratives. Like it's not like they don't make sense to especially young men and even older men like myself. Like starting a family, I'm looking at what world my young men are going to have to grow up in. What world my children are going to have to grow up in.
Oh my god.
Yeah, when I look at young men and young women especially, I think most people are not very rational.
Okay.
I don't really give rational.
I need to ask this question. Why the fuck do some people not understand?
This guy looks like the Spirit Halloween costume of 70s mustache man. Damn,
like,
that's cold.
Why do people?
That's a cold ass insult, man.
Say when you're saying woman plural, what would you say?
Bitches.
But like if you're referring to a group of female humans, what would you say? That group of what over there?
Chicken heads.
Just answer the fucking question.
Probably girls.
Girls? Women?
I try to not use gendered language, but it's just too ingrained, you know?
Yeah. But like
I should be saying
what I'm
people,
getting to here
but I'm not woke enough.
The correct term is women, yes? That's a group of women.
Yeah, women or girls.
Do this. That's grammatically correct. So why the fuck do people say, when they're talking and they should be saying women, they say woman? Why does this happen? It pisses me the fuck off.
It's like, you know, in British they say hospital and not the hospital.
Mm.
And then like, this one makes sense, but just as an American, it's weird. My second example here, putting the S on math, it's short for mathematics. It makes sense to me, but you also don't say sciences.
Depends on the
then
context,
again, normally mathematics is a class where you learn multiple math types, and normally in science it's like, this is biology.
Yeah.
They don't say sciences, but, you know, there's not like a general science like there is a general mathematics type thing.
Yes. There is general specific science.
I think it makes more sense to not have the S on it, but I don't care. It makes sense to have it there as well. You know, it's like a 51%. I think the S shouldn't be there in my mind. You know, I really don't care. But anytime I hear somebody say maths,
sure,
I'm like,
but it still
weird.
doesn't make sense.
I'm like,
to
foreigner.
say women.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
When you should say women.
People be saying stuff a certain way.
It's so strange. It's uniquely American too.
Points to most people or most voters. I think most people are not very rational. I don't really give rational points to most people or most voters in general. I think women are like influenced a lot, whether they like it or not, by things like hormones, right? I think women's like hormonal fluctuations daily, men's are like monthly. But at the same time,
oh my God,
you know, you'll point to like women like crying maybe over something that they shouldn't cry about, or being soft and maybe enabling in an area that they shouldn't be. But then you'll see men like punching holes in walls and like doing crime. And so this argument that like men are just more rational than women, it's like, well, no, like different emotional systems and different arguments appeal to each of these groups, because each of these groups are fundamentally self-interested. And I think what's failed on the left is to make any appeal to anything for young men. The left hasn't offered young men any.
Because you know what really does really, really, really well for developing theories and ideas? Massive team sports generalities. It's a very good base to truly understanding things. You know, all Muslims love female genital mutilation. All Christians love crucifying fucking people. You know, does that apply? No, you fucking idiot. Like, you are fundamentally leading yourself down the worst type of path. Generalities. That's how you get to fascism. That's how you get out groups. That's how you get fucking all of this shit. Like, avoid this mindset at all costs. If you find yourself being like, oh, I fucking hate these people, all these people are shit, pull yourself up on it.
Minorities.
Pull yourself up on it, really. Like, it's a bad mindset to have, because then you become susceptible to out-group propaganda.
Anything. There's nothing that would be appealing to a young man when you look at left policy, but there's lots of things that are appealing to young women. And so I think if Democrats want to talk to young men, they have to talk to young men. But I don't think it falls as simply down to like rational versus irrational. I think that's like a flattening of the nuance.
See, now if Tim was an actual journalist and an interviewer here, he would be like, what policies? And she wouldn't be able to tell you a single fucking
I don't know.
policy.
She's part of the Destiny crew, so she's like, you know, evil and deceivious and like well read and stuff.
Yeah, okay.
I think that modern liberal orthodoxy is antithetical to masculinity, and that the men who remain on the liberal side,
the walking picture of masculinity sitting right here.
I'll
Perfect.
are largely what we call, and I quote, this is a biological term, sneaky fuckers. Are y'all familiar with that term?
Yep.
Are you familiar with sneaky fucker?
Lay it out for me.
So in biology, there are some
I've never heard
species.
this.
There's an example of one fish where there are there's two different types of males,
Rapey
large and small.
animals.
The large male earns favor
elephant
with the
seal.
females by being strong and powerful.
Oh yeah.
The sneaky fucker goes in the middle of the night and inseminates the eggs and then flees.
Yeah.
And so largely, I see.
So basically, what you're telling me is people who you proclaim to be are ingrained and biologically inclined to be cucks. Okay. Sure. We'll go with that.
Is that what you got from that?
Yeah.
What you're saying, and my view is, and obviously not absolute. There's a lot of men who actually are into leftist liberal ideology. I'm just saying I think it's a generality, that an ideology that the orthodoxy focuses on oppressors, who has the power, is going to.
You know what's pretty cool though.
Not Tim.
You know, this whole like
He's
the
like the
alpha
opposite
gets
of
everything. Cool. They're so super strong. Sounds super rapey. Kind of like sex slaves. But what do I know?
Going to be antithetical to a man who is seeking to empower himself and become strong. And then what you end up with is among millennials, the data in 2018 was that 70% of millennial women were Democrat, 30% were conservative, and 55% of millennial men were conservative and 45% were Democrat. The data probably changed, but I think you get a large portion of weaker males who find their path towards, I guess, sexual marketplace success in being the male feminist pandering to women, telling them what they want to hear so that they can earn favor.
God.
Well, as the other guys.
This just shows you their mentality, right? All they think about is wanting to put their dick in every woman they see. That's all they think about. That's how their mind revolves. It's how their worldview revolves. You notice all the Christian people, all the nativists, they're obsessed with sex. Obsessed with it. They never leave it alone. I couldn't give a fuck. That's the difference. It doesn't bother me. I don't care. If it happens, it happens. You are actively unhappy because you are actively seeking it out, and because you are a gigantic cunt of a human being, you get constantly rejected, and then you get salty, and you start going into fucking forums online, and then you find Tim, who's telling you everything that you want to hear, and some. Pathetic. Truly pathetic.
Are defiant dude bros chest bumping, and that's an exaggeration, but that's, you get the idea.
Yeah, I think there's something, so like the sneaky fucker is very fun. In Evo Human Psych, there's not like a ton of evidence for this as like a mating strategy. It's more like birds that do this. But this idea that I think is actually more true, that I think is more grounded on reality that we're talking about, is this idea that essentially for you to perform well as a man in the liberal space, there has to be a certain level of like castigation you have to do toward masculinity and like a promotion of femininity that's almost exclusively performative, right? No. Especially because as a woman, I wouldn't say liberals are like inherently better at like certain forms of sexism, right? Like there's a lot of...
You know what your problem is?
Woman.
You don't know what masculinity is. You think it's doing all the work and making you not do anything. Christian bullshit. That's the problem.
You didn't hear what I said, did you?
No.
You said, you know what your problem is? And I said, woman.
Times where I feel like just my existence, I just don't get respected as much, like at a default, even in liberal spaces. And so what I think happens is there's a lot of performativity.
Nobody should respect you. You're kind of a piece of shit.
In the case of on the left, we've had this issue where if you want to be left-coded, and by left-coded I mean perform, appear,
I want to be
feel
milk-coated.
Got the language,
like
usually
chocolate.
some aesthetic, right? I appear more left than I appear right. I've got
Milk
like a choker on and whatnot. In all these ways, if you want to perform left, you have to do some level of service to femininity. And if you're going to talk about masculinity...
Yeah. You know why I have no problem with that? I like femininity. It's fucking cool. It's great. I like it. You hate it.
Yeah, also, like... you look at lesbians, right? So, this is like a very general thing, but like...
Talking about generalities.
You'll hear people say, oh, they're gay, but they're so interested in women who look like men.
Not necessarily.
But you'll hear that, where people will criticize lesbians because they are fucking, tomboyish, or as some might say, dykey.
Yeah.
Depends on who says that word.
Sure.
Just like faggot, Fuck me in the ass and call me a faggot.
Talking about... Actually, on that, I found a very good method of making conservatives very nervous and run away. So... You know how they love to save your picture and send it back to you? Have you ever had this?
Maybe.
But you've seen them do this, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if it's happened to me specifically.
Okay. So when it happens to me, I just laugh, right? Because I'm just like, you saved my photo. I'm calling you gay.
Yeah, that's probably what I would say in response to that. Because that's another thing, is I also like to call people, like, for people who are anti-gay, I'll immediately start calling them faggot because I know it hurts them.
Yes, it actually
like
bothers
that
me.
word doesn't hurt me, but like I understand if certain people are upset by me using it. Just like retard, you know? Oh my god. That reminds me, the fucking internet comment edit kit today, we actually should watch that because it has a fucking amazing retard joke in it.
Okay.
That you are gonna fucking love.
Also, I just want to point out what my profile picture is on Twitter. Right? So I have this photo. One, because I like the photo, and two, because it's obviously bait for conservatives.
Yeah, I never do like serious photos or photos of me on any social media.
Yeah. So, because it's one where I'm essentially shirtless, right? I just instantly go with, I hope you like
Yeah,
the
but you
muscles.
look so jacked in that. Like, that is not a picture I'd send back to somebody.
I know, and that's the funniest part, because they go with the monkey, right? They're like, oh, the monkey and the purple bucket hat. Oh, you're a gay. I'm like, you're the one that saved the photos of a dude that with muscles in a photo. You're gay, bro.
You know how I know you're gay?
One dude panicked real hard and was like, no, I screenshot it, edited it, and
It's
sent
like,
it back.
you know, in Billy
then deleted
Madison,
it.
when he goes, you ate pieces of shit for breakfast? And he goes, no!
Yes, literally that. Literally that was the response. So it's happened a couple times where I've done it and they kind of blocked me straight away. But the last couple times I've gotten them where they've actually gotten a bit butthurt over it. One dude tagged another guy and he came in and I'm like, oh look, he brought his butt buddy.
Yeah, that's some shit I would say.
And it worked so well. 5 minutes blocked by both of them. Incredibly entertaining.
That's how I kind of view it. Which, if you're a young man, you're just like, what the fuck? Like, where am I?
Maybe that's a good way to put it. It's just easier to be on the right. You don't really have to do a whole lot.
Yeah, and
you could sit around eating chicken wings as long as you talk.
Is the mask slipping? Is he admitting that it's just easier, so this is what he's doing?
He doesn't realize that that's what he's doing.
The mask has slipped.
Talking about football and you don't say weird leftist things, the right's going to be okay with you.
Yeah, that's one thing that I was wanted to point out too is.
Wow, you mean the right wing is more accepting of willfully ignorant people? No way.
It will accept you as long as you conform to our worldviews.
Yeah, exactly.
We're more accepting.
As long as you do not learn anything and accept our beliefs uncritically, we're cool with you.
Is that I think that, you know, they're moving right because at least the right is listening, or at the very least they're just like cool with it. You know what I mean? Like you're saying, you can just sit on the couch and hang out with the bros a little bit to a degree. When you're disagreeing with right wingers, they're not going to destroy your lives because you have a disagreement. So you're both maybe on the right, but you know I'm probably a little more farther right, or you're a little closer to the center. You're not going to be ostracized for this. On the left, you have
Tim literally hosts Nazis. What do you mean? What center political show hosts Nazis? Because if you're at the same table as a Nazi and you aren't opposing them or beating them the fuck up, maybe you're pretty sympathetic.
We just show them that their ideas are inferior.
Uh-huh. Like Joe Rogan does, huh?
have like a large shift going extreme left, and these people are like tearing down even their own. I think that the Democrat Party and left currently is actually kind of fighting with itself a lot too.
Well, I define wokeness as cult-like adherence to liberal.
The funniest one happened because he took the photo and literally went into like the photo editor and used the pen, and all I'm thinking is I'm just thinking in my head this likely old fat conservative fuck has saved my picture
Yeah.
And is so happy with himself, drawing a dick on the monkey to my mouth. And then posting it back, and I'm like, that's fucking gay, dude.
No.
Social orthodoxy. And the reason for it is you get a lot of people on the right and they say that wokeness is critical race theory, critical gender theory, Marxist. Well, that's not correct. While that is a large component of liberal orthodoxy, support for Ukraine does not fall into that. People try to shoehorn it in by saying, oh, but Ukraine is the weaker being oppressed by the Russians. And I'm like, that doesn't explain NATO expansionism. NATO expansionism is not the... Russia is small compared to NATO.
God.
NATO is encroaching on Russian space. There's a big debate.
Hi, Tim.
Hi, I'm a fucking idiot.
Just so you're aware, the NATO expansion, along with the biolabs, along with the denazification, were literally Russia's first issued war propaganda. You fucking idiot. The NATO expansion, okay, and I know we've said this before, the NATO expansion narrative doesn't make any sense because Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia are all NATO countries. As a result of Ukraine being fully invaded in 2022 after 8 years of an insurgency by Russian Nazis, forced Sweden and Finland into the NATO partnership when they explicitly said that they would never join. So if the NATO expansion is the narrative that we're going with here, how the fuck can we take that seriously if as a result of the invasion, NATO got expanded? Not because of NATO, but because Sweden and Finland asked. Clip that shit. Actually post that. Note it down, something. Because someone needs to ask these fucking questions to Tim. Because Jesus fucking Christ. Like, it's so obvious. It's so clear that this is a Russian propaganda narrative literally from the start of the war. And what do we know about the truth and war? It dies first. So how about we stop fucking around, Tim, and you start actually telling the truth? It's kind of strange that you would be so pro-Israel, but also pro-Russia. Are you also going to be pro-China when they invade Taiwan? Maybe China will... You like foreign money. Maybe China will give you some money through the United Front, you know? Cover it up through some... you know, all they need is to make a fake profile of some rich cunt. And you'll be like, oh, you want to invest? Okay. Maybe then we'll see you start justifying more fascist invasions, you fuckwit.
Debate over that. So the oppressor doesn't make sense there. Islam being the second biggest religion in the world and a strong theocratic, fundamentalist, militaristic religion also doesn't quite make sense. It is the adherence to the modern liberal orthodoxy, which is relatively amorphous. And so I pulled up just this real quick example. The 4 lights from Star Trek. Are you guys familiar with the 4 lights?
I'm not.
Star Trek: The Next Generation, Captain Picard. Oh, everybody's not a Trekkie, he is groaning. Don't care.
TV.
Captain Picard is captured
Hollywood.
by an enemy faction. He's brought into a torture room where the enemy commander has 4 lights above him, and he says, how many lights do you see? And Picard says 4, and then he gets electrocuted. And he says, you are incorrect. There are 5 lights. And now, how many lights do you see? And Picard says 4, and he gets electrocuted again. And the whole episode basically finally ends with him screaming in the face of the commander, there are 4 lights, which becomes a cultural meme, especially from among millennials and those who watch The Next Generation, grew up with it. The captain refused to bow to a false reality he was being forced to through pain of punishment. That's how I view a lot of younger guys and a lot of people on the right, a lot of post-liberals, former liberals, whatever.
What a loser.
The left is demanding you adhere to things that are completely false. Otherwise, they will cause you pain. They will take your job. You will be kicked out of social circles. The right has no such precepts. Now, to be
They took my job.
Hi, Tim. Me again. Video games cause violence. Shut the fuck up. That has never ended, by the way. Conservatives still, to this day, bitch about video games fucking endlessly. All you want to do is fucking get rid of game developers who don't make games exclusively for gooning gimps like you. Fuck off. Seriously. Also, how about we talk about the entire attitude of conservatives towards fucking trans people? You cunt. Unfucking real.
Is a bit as absolute. The right certainly has some, but it is.
Now, I would also put a timeline on this. I think it's really important to look at a timeline. So I was actually watching your conversation with Bill Maher. Bill Maher. How do you pronounce his last name?
Bill Maher.
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 Send it, yeah.
And he pointed out to you something that I think is really important, where he talked about like, well, yeah, the left and the right, when we're talking about it from like 2016 to now, I think I agree broadly with your narrative. I might not use like all the same language. Like I don't call it cult, like I call it religious.
Thanks for watching this clip from the Culture War podcast. We're live every Friday, 10 a.m. to noon.
Fucking useless idiot. Don't care about that.
Look at the internet comment etiquette, and then we'll play Helldivers.
Okay.
Because you're going to love the retard joke in this.
I do want to look at some of the China stuff first, though.
Okay.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth meeting with Vietnam's defense minister along with other Southeast Asian counterparts early this morning while overseas in Singapore.
Hegseth working with leaders at Asia's premier security conference to strengthen ties in the
Yes, we fucked you up.
face of Chinese aggression.
We do not seek conflict with Communist China.
They're not communists,
we will not
they're
instigate
fascist.
nor seek to subjugate or humiliate. China's behavior toward its neighbors and the world is a wake-up call.
I fucking hate states. I fucking hate them so much. Like, shut the fuck up. You are no different. What did Trump do?
We're a democracy?
The first fucking thing Trump does was, Greenland, you better fucking watch out. Exact same shit.
Greenland, I'm going to
Director
fuck
of
you
National
in the
Intelligence,
ass.
Tulsi Gabbard, is with Pete Hegseth at that critical summit, and she joins us now. Good morning, Tulsi. It's so great to have you on today. So let's talk about this, because what I loved about what I'm hearing out of this conference from you and from Pete is, hey, we're ready. We want peace, but we're going to do it through strength and sort of standing up to China, but also calling on the Asian communities and the Asian leaders who are also going up against China to do their part. Give us more information of what you see going on there.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. It's great to join you here. Really, the overarching message is very consistent with what President Trump has been speaking about throughout his administration and his term in office, which is that he wants to be the president of peace. And we see this.
Okay. Right about now is right when would be a great idea to introduce gladiatorial pits for people who wage war. Imagine, right? Donald Trump and Xi Jinping go to war over Taiwan. Instead of sending poor people to die, Xi Jinping and Donald Trump go into a gladiator pit with hand-to-hand weapons and fight to the death. The citizens of the countries get to watch for free. Everyone else in the world is pay-per-view. The winner, the country gets the money, and then you recycle the leaders. There is no winner coming out of that leadership. Waging war means the leader dies. That is how you stop these cunts from waging war. Is if they're the only ones that are going to die if it happens. Because realistically, this is all about their power, and if their existence comes into threat, they're not going to wage war. Also, that'd be fun to watch.
Does Mustache Man have kids? Good question. I don't care about these people's lives.
So I think that would be pretty fun to watch. Also, ends war. And then you can also just like employ Olympic level nationalism in like actual team sports. How cool is that? We can turn the tribalism into hatred for the president.
That's pretty neat.
That is pretty neat. I think that's a pretty good idea.
Evidence
Bring him
on
back.
many different fronts
So we
is
can
leading
show everyone how
negotiations
neat it
towards
is,
peace
instead of me and
agreements.
just Rodney
And
knowing
that's no
it.
different here in the Indo-Pacific. As you know, I grew up in the Pacific. I've been born and raised out here. Hawaii is my home. And so I have a very unique and personal understanding of this region and how unique each of these countries are, the nuances that exist, the complexities of these relationships today, specifically because of history and those relationships. And so being here at conferences like this, at the Shangri-La Dialogue, are absolutely critical as we look towards
Of
that
course that's
objective
where you
of
are.
peace and stability, because it opens
Some
the door
weirdo
for
shit.
these one-on-one
Yeah.
conversations with leaders from each of these different
You're
Indo-Pacific.
boring.
If China invaded Taiwan, what you're seeing are training drills performed by the Chinese and Taiwanese militaries. Both sides are preparing for a conflict, which, if it took place, would likely include the US in some capacity. Analysts say there are two causes for concern. One is China's long-standing position that Taiwan is a part of China, and that it would seek reunification by force if necessary.
Yeah, that's wrong. They're wrong.
That is called imperialism.
That's called being wrong.
The other is its military buildup. The gravity of a potential war has now become a commonplace discussion in the U.S. national security community and raised questions about how a conflict would unfold. To answer those questions, experts look to war games.
Hell yeah.
I can ask you that.
How about global thermonuclear war?
Unlike in the movies,
What the hell?
in real life, war games resemble
What the
complex board
hell?
games. In 2022, the think
It's
tank,
just
the
Civ.
Center for Strategic and International Studies, developed a war game for a Chinese amphibious invasion of Taiwan. Most of the war games that have been done about a conflict between the US and China have been classified.
Rumors indicate very adverse outcomes, but the assumptions and the mechanics are not well known because they're classified. We wanted to do something that was entirely unclassified so we could talk to a very broad audience.
Separated from China's
They
southeast.
literally set it out like Civ. Did you say that? That's a Civ map.
It was entirely unclassified so we could talk to a very broad audience.
Separated from China's southeastern coast by 100 miles of sea, Taiwan is a self-ruled island that China claims as its own. The Central Intelligence
What if the big invasion of Taiwan is just taking this little island there?
Taiwan is a self-ruled island that China claims as its own. The Central Intelligence Agency estimates that Chinese leader Xi Jinping has set 2027 as the deadline for his military to be ready to take the island. CSIS based its war games on a hypothetical Chinese invasion of Taiwan taking place in 2026.
What if an American pilot as a Chinese pilot was fucking around hanging out underneath them, just like slowly drop their elevation? Just slowly, just like landing on them?
Yeah.
That would be kind of funny. It's like, oh, you want to fuck around? Let's go. Let's play chicken.
CSIS's Wargame is a turn-based strategy simulation. After each turn is played, players turn to combat result tables and computer programs to calculate combat outcomes. Today,
it's
CSIS
Civ
research
for
assistant
even
Chris
bigger
Park will be helping
losers.
facilitate gameplay. Players are divided into two sides. The red team represents China, the blue team represents the US and its allies. Of the 24 scenarios played, the version you are about to see is the most likely.
As the game begins, the Chinese are moving their ships around Taiwan and their aircraft over Taiwan. The United States is responding with its own aircraft, with its bombers, to attack the Chinese naval forces, and also with its surface ships that have been sent forward as part of the U.S. effort.
I just, unless China is literally hiding their best shit, which, for what I know about China, is not what I would expect China to do. Like, my expectation is that they want to show as much power projection as they possibly can. America doesn't. I really think China's about to find the fuck out. like, as I said on Discord, unless their area denial is so much better than anybody has ever even comprehended, they're gonna get fucked.
To deter the conflict. The United States also has submarines.
Also, the US military has a lot of combat experience. China has drill experience. I don't think they're ready.
They know how to
really
rap?
don't think they're ready.
They do drill?
Yeah.
They
They
got
do
good
like
rap?
kung fu drills. You haven't seen those? They're like choreographed fight. It's hilarious.
In the streets.
CSIS's Wargame is played with 3 maps. 2 operational maps represent the regional operations of the US and its allies and the Chinese forces respectively. Another ground map is used for the operations on the island.
The Chinese have now invaded the island. They've landed forces in the south. Strategically, it'd be better to land in the north. That's where the capital is. That's where much of the industry is. The problem is that most of the Taiwanese military capability is also in the north. That makes it very difficult to invade there. Several of our teams tried to do that. In some of the iterations, it was just too difficult. There were too many defending forces. So most of the Chinese teams decided to land in the south. The challenge there is to occupy the country and to take the capital. They have to fight their way up the entire island. The campaign looks much like the Allied campaign in Italy during the Second World War. Bit by bit, very difficult terrain. Here we see that the Chinese have landed. First, we have troops landing on the beach. There are only a handful of good beaches on.
Also, after the initial invasion and China needs to rely on logistics, I feel like, especially for a sea landing, the US Navy, unless they literally use their entire Navy to protect the invasion, and even then, nuke. Bye. Like, that is one of the more viable solutions for a nuclear strike. Plenty of people have said if an invasion was to happen, a nuclear strike is a viable solution. So, I don't know. It's a lot of water.
Mm-hmm.
So
It would be
it's a
on the
little bit-
opposite side of Taiwan, not the side between Taiwan and China, though. So China can position their ships in a way where they're using Taiwan as a barrier to prevent that action.
True.
It depends. It's all about overextension, you know? That's why Sadat was so open to that nuke during the war with Israel, right?
Yes.
Because that's how much he overextended.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, also, like, not only that, like, this, like, people learn to stop overextending because of the fucking Mongols.
Yes.
And retreat feints and stuff. Like, instead of overextending, if you consolidate your position.
Mm. I mean, Russia is so exposed to this kind of thing as well. Like, China could just take Manchuria and they wouldn't be able to stop them.
It is just funny because, like, that war, Egypt is like, haha, surprise attack. Now we control the other side of the river. And in Egypt, like, Egyptians will be like, yeah, we won that war. But really what it was is Israel being like, will you guys just, like, go away?
In Taiwan for landing troops. These are indicated on the map. And then around the airfield, we have Chinese parachute and air mobile troops, that is, troops coming in by helicopter. And the purpose of doing that is if they can capture the airfield intact, then they can fly in troops and supplies are not dependent on.
See, but this is so easy for Taiwan to defend. You fall back, you fucking blow the fuck out of the airfield. Like, this is a perfect retreat position if China was to invade from this position, and they did try and drop air troops onto the field to try and capture the airfield. Bomb that shit. Fucking end that airfield. Scuttle it. You don't need it. Get rid of it. They can't use it either. Now they can't land shit. Now they can't move. And you've also got a position where if they do try to rebuild it, you can continually hit them with strikes. So, unless they're able to airdrop SAMs, which I'm sure that's a capability that militaries have now. Just like airdropping...
ships and craft bringing troops and supplies across the beach.
After both sides play their turns, the game is paused for an adjudication in which the losses for each side are calculated.
What we see is that the Chinese amphibious units have successfully gone ashore. They've moved 10 kilometers inland, and they eliminated one Taiwanese battalion out of the defenders. The air mobile and parachute troops were less successful. That's a much more difficult operation. They landed around the airfield, eliminated one defending Taiwanese battalion, but they lost 3 of their own battalions. This is a very risky operation, and they have not captured the airfield yet.
Once the losses for the last turn are calculated, the second turn is played with dramatic results.
There's not much change on the U.S. side, tremendous change on the Chinese side. Let's take a look. The U.S. is continuing to focus on attacking the Chinese ships around Taiwan, trying to get through the picket screen there to get at the amphibious ships. The submarines are still in the straits. The one that was in the straits last turn has moved back to base in Japan, Yokosuka, to reload. The squadron that was outside the straits has moved in, and a new squadron has moved forward. Now, looking at the Chinese side, here we have a lot of change. And the big thing is that the Chinese have decided to strike Japan, and they've decided to strike in a major way. Rather than just strike one base, they decided to strike all of Japanese bases with Japanese aircraft and U.S. aircraft. What you're seeing here is the flow of Taiwanese forces from the north, where they were initially stationed.
That if China does that, that's a fucking mistake, buddy. you wanna fucking trigger the Japanese rage again? Try it. You think that fascism's gone from that country? You want to see everybody sign up to the military? Fucking go for it.
They're gonna fly a plane with a bomb into Godzilla's mouth.
Like, oh my god. Like, if I was advising China, I would say you want to avoid engaging Japan at all costs. You don't want that smoke with America. Like, from what I understand, their interoperability between their forces is pretty fucking good. Not to mention that Japan has F-15s that they produce themselves. Pretty sure they have F-35s that they can produce themselves. I understand why Japan would be a target. They are a big military arms producer. But they have a self-defense force. And you attacking Japan means they can go fucking crazy. There will be no restrictions.
Also, Shinzo Abe, the fucking self-defense force is a military. Shinzo Abe made that happen.
Yep.
They can call it whatever they want.
Literally. And on top of that, I'm pretty sure Japan is like the 4th biggest military spender. So you are engaging as the 2nd biggest military spender, the biggest and the 4th biggest. You're really fucking confident if you do that.
Protecting the capital. Now they're coming down both coasts to engage the Chinese landing troops in the south. There are more amphibious units that have come across the beach here. They are attacking the Taiwanese defenders. There are a few more air mobile parachute units that have landed around the airfield. They've surrounded the Taiwanese, which are holding out on the airfield, but both of these Chinese forces are attacking the Taiwanese.
After the second turn is played, the second adjudication round takes stock of the losses on both sides.
This has been a massive turn. Both sides have taken very heavy casualties. The results are that the Chinese lose one battalion over here, and the Taiwanese also lose one defending battalion. Around the airfield, the Taiwanese lose one defending battalion, and the Chinese lose one attacking battalion.
We now fast forward about 3 weeks to the last turn of the game.
The Chinese have moved up the east coast, where they've bumped into Taiwanese units that are coming down the east coast. That movement has been slowed by the Chinese aircraft, which have been attacking the transportation system, but eventually those troops get there, and they've formed a pretty solid line on the east coast. The Chinese were able to clear the airport where the Taiwanese have been holding out and have moved forward here in the center. They've bumped into a Taiwanese defensive line, and that has been reinforced by fortifications.
I should also mention here, this is 1 year old. There have obviously been developments in the last year that could change these.
They've moved into the city down here in the south. The reason for moving into the city is to capture the port.
Finally, we arrive at the last adjudication and the end of the game.
This scenario concludes with the Chinese established ashore but unable to expand their forces there. Much of the Chinese amphibious fleet has been destroyed. The United States and its partners have been attacking those ships relentlessly, so their ability to bring troops and supplies onto the island has declined. Over time, those forces will weaken. The Taiwanese will push them back. Most of them will end up as prisoners of war. When we ran this game, we considered it a minor U.S. coalition victory. It was a minor victory because it was going to take a lot of time and there was going to be a lot of damage to Taiwan, but it was a U.S. and coalition victory because the Chinese were unable to establish themselves on Taiwan, and Taiwan endured as an autonomous and democratic entity.
Okay, so what do you think the post-invasion repercussions for China is? Are they getting sanctioned by the world? What do you think would happen? In the event of a failure?
Probably nothing good.
Do you think that they would recover and try again, or do you think that they would just mold and get salty?
Hot, salty nuts.
The U.S. and its allies came out on top in this scenario. The U.S. was not always successful.
There were some scenarios where the United States did lose the conflict. A key requirement is the use of bases in Japan. The United States has many bases there. If it cannot use those bases, then it has no way of getting its fighter and attack aircraft into the fight.
Regardless of the scenario, any iteration of CSIS's war games found that the cost for all sides would be devastating.
The big takeaway from the project is that the United States and its coalition partners can sustain an autonomous and democratic Taiwan, but it comes at great cost to the Taiwanese economy. The U.S. and its partners lose very heavily, but so do the Chinese, enough so that the grip of the Chinese Communist Party might be endangered.
Interesting. I didn't even consider that. I didn't even think about that. That this could end Xi Jinping's rule if he tries and fails.
Could,
but
doubt. They
Yeah,
say the same thing about Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah.
No, we gotta fucking look. We got put the internet comment video on. We gotta start wrapping up, or else there'll be no time to do anything in the game, because you're gonna take forever to get ready anyway. I didn't even watch the whole video. It's just the retard part that I care about.
Hello.
This one?
Citizens infected with this variant of COVID have such severe throat pain that they would rather go without eating than to experience the pain associated with.
Oh, hey students. So yeah, I had a whole lesson I was supposed to do today, but I feel like crap. And as you know, I get one sick day a year, so I'm gonna use it. So no lesson today. You can still follow me around if you want. Maybe you'll learn something. I'm trying to learn why my throat feels like it's got razor blades in it. China reports COVID-19 resurgence with extremely painful symptoms. I really hope that's not what I have. And play.
China reports COVID-19 resurgence with extremely painful razor blade throat symptom.
Ah, shit. I think that's what I got.
A common post on Weibo states that citizens infected with this variant of COVID have such severe throat pain that they would rather go without eating than to experience the pain associated with swallowing.
Ow! All right, yep, that's what I got. Okay, it's COVID. Let's see these comments. Here we go again. I will pass on any vaccinations. Our natural immune system and natural plants is all I need. Haha, pandemic of the vax. Where is Dr. Faustus on this matter? The expert, don't you know? That sounds more like strep throat with a little 5G cell membrane depolarization thrown in beforehand
5G,
to help
baby.
it down. They misspell bioweapon-induced imbalance. Notice they always try it out on their own people before releasing it out. Daddy, how come it burns? Prayers and loves from man. Well, hopefully I do not take the shot, crazy ivermectin. Oh, nice. It's been a minute since I've seen these guys out in the wild. And again, this isn't a lesson, so I'm just going to be regular Eric for this comment. Shouldn't you people be greeting me at a
I love the
Walmart
concept
entrance or
of that.
something? Bet you
And
all
he's
wish
regular
there was a
Eric
natural
because he's
plant
taking
remedy
his
to
sick
get
day.
you invited back to Thanksgiving with your family. Hey, what's it feel like to not remember what your grandkids look like? I might not be able to taste or smell anything, but you all stink like shit. And post. All right, no more comments today. We're going straight sick mode, all right? Which means I'm just going to relax, I'm going to rest, and I'm going to heal my body. And here's how I do that.
Yo, Common, how do I say your name?
Listen,
How do I
Jack,
say
you
your name?
have to see
Common
this.
T.
It's a
I'm
visual
watching.
gag.
Damn.
I'm literally here.
Look at
Common
how.
T.
No,
I
you
don't know,
have to
but
come
your-
here
that
and
name
like
is fire.
rewind
Talk
and
about
pause
shoes,
on
bro.
the guy's name.
I set up, you know what I mean? We're in Foot Locker. I'm sick as a dog with
Go
razor
back here.
blade.
Yeah, let's hear some more about this, I guess. And
Look
play.
at his name in the chat. You went forward, I think.
I did.
Straight out on the been a minute since I saw anything, but you.
Common, that name. Common, how do I say your name? How do I say your name? Common T. Damn.
Isn't that fucking great?
That's so good.
Common Tick, I don't know, but that name is fire. What's up with all shoes, bro? It's my setup, you know what I mean? We're in Foot Locker. I'm sick as a dog with razor blade, throat, COVID, dead ass. Were you a streaming
Look
university?
at how many views this
Were you
guy
streaming
has at the
university? 'Cause
time
that's
when
what
he
was going
popped in
around.
here.
I was judging a kissing competition.
Yeah, isn't that fucking
You were
cool?
judging, like you
Yeah,
were
that
getting
is great.
kids, like you were giving kisses.
Like this kid, I actually like this. Like
what?
this, I hope this helped this kid get more views because
I
like
hope so as well.
he
It's cool.
seems like a nice enough guy, you know.
Yeah.
And like shoe
Yeah, yeah.
streaming, like he's into shoes.
Yeah. That's so,
Like that's
it's
a niche
interesting.
someone can fucking get in with.
Yeah.
Had to kiss me to be judged. So you pulling? So you really take them bitches? You really pulling? Yeah, we try to come up with fun games for our family. Huh?
Yeah. baby. This here is boat noodle soup from my favorite Thai place, and I made sure to get it Bangkok spicy to clear out all my sinuses. Oh, that was just a noodle. Okay. Well, anyway, since this is my day off, I think I'm just gonna chill, maybe play some video games.
Hey, like us.
Yo, guys, let's have a good.
Yo, can you stop coughing, dude?
Oh, my bad. I have COVID.
Enjoy your next booster shot, you lib.
Yeah, I clearly didn't get the booster shot. I have COVID.
Literally have at least 5 booster shots.
Oh, this guy's pissing me off. Hey, what do you guys do to get rid of your sickness?
I take Adderall and some codeine.
Oh, okay, so you're a zoomer. That's why I find you so annoying.
He gets all the Roblox pussy.
Oh, I don't like that combination of words.
Dude, I'm drowning in pussy, dude. You don't know about it.
Yeah, well, my lungs are drowning in fluid.
Yo, I think that's bad for you.
I have popcorn lung.
Why are we killing Baljeet?
Oh, whoa, we're team killing now?
I'm not Indian, you lib.
What are you talking about?
Your name says Baljeet.
It's a white name.
Yeah, definitely.
Man, I can't tell who's being racist against what race.
Dude, you got a whole case of lung butter now.
Oh, I'm getting lightheaded.
It's that damn popcorn
you can
on,
hear
dude.
the lung butter.
Jeez.
Listen.
Yeah.
Yo, it's all good, guys. We don't. Oh, whoops.
That's not fucking nice.
Hey, I'm sorry.
I don't accept your apology. Fuck you.
No, my finger slipped while I was sneezing.
Yeah, well, my dick is slippery, and that doesn't fix shit. So.
I hope you get COVID so bad. Now watch me go pro. Yeah.
Yo, get shit on. That guy got shit on, dude.
All right, guys. Good game. Watch out for that COVID, though. It's rough this year.
Should have gotten your booster shot, lib.
Fuck you say. Hey, why don't you get ChatGPT to go do your homework, you fucking Zoomer bitch?
More booster shots.
All right, well, I think these video games are getting me a little too worked up. I should put on something relaxing. New COVID-19 variant NB181 is spreading in the U.S. Oh, okay, yeah. Let's hear some more about this, I guess, and play.
As the CDC just announced that there's a very dangerous and deadly strain of the Rona that's making its way to the U.S. right now. Coming straight up out of goddamn China. Straight out of China. Now the CDC calling this strain NB181.
Yeah, I have that strain right now.
You can't tell me they ain't in there making and creating this shit, man. They be in them damn labs in Wuhan trying to create an illness that's worse than that goddamn fentanyl.
I don't know about that.
Now what I think going on is Donald done screwed up the goddamn economy. He didn't do nothing he said he was gonna do when he got in the office. And just like the last time he was in there,
and I couldn't
and it
figure out how
got
to
bad. He trying
unpin.
to
I could
put a
only
cape
set the
on
time, so I said, fuck it, 20 seconds.
right now and play superhero again.
Oh, this is an angle I haven't seen yet.
So all of y'all can vote for him for a third term. Ain't it weird how these flus only happen when Donald in office?
Yeah, that is weird.
I don't care how many of these goddamn flus they come out with. I ain't taking no goddamn. And I ain't going to no goddamn hospital. Because the people that took that goddamn ended up dying from blood clots.
I have no idea what side he's on.
I ain't doing it. I'ma just load up on that elderberry.
Elderberries? Where do I get those?
But is you really ready to be locked down? Are you ready to be out of work for about 2 to 3 months? Are you ready for them goddamn unemployment checks? Somebody comment below if you ready for them unemployment checks and you ain't got to go to work for 2 to 3 months and you're paid to stay home. Somebody comment.
I'm ready to work from home. I'm not ready. I don't want to go through this again. I'm ready. That shit's so true, man. I've been sick for 2 weeks. I'm ready to stay home. Nah, not me. I don't give a fuck anymore. All right, yeah, this isn't relaxing.
Don't let them people trick you, man, because they cutting the money supply and they cut the goddamn food stamps. Stay woke. But y'all comment below and let me know how y'all feel about this situation.
Okay. Yo, I got that NB COVID right now, and it sucks ass. Yeah, I signed up for the Wuhan beta test where they try out their new variants on me before releasing it worldwide. Initial thoughts, my throat feels like I gargled ninja stars, and my lungs are basically taking pride flag colored shits out of my mouth. I can't go more than 15 seconds without blowing my nose, and the brain fog's got me forgetting what to call the bones in my mouth. Pretty sure my blood's gotten slower, which could be from the 5G microchips, but we'll have to wait for the patch notes to be sure. The other strange thing about this new variant is dogs are suddenly afraid of me. Like they start barking and run away whenever they get my scent. Quick note, I noticed this guy saying to use elderberries to treat the virus. That won't work anymore. Elderberries have been patched out. The new way to treat this thing holistically is to just eat random mushrooms out of the woods. Any mushroom will work. Anyway, long story short, they are cooking over there in Fauci's lab. So get ready to catch it from your next UberX driver. And post. All right, well, now's the time for everybody to leave a comment talking about how today's the last day of the month and Eric's got to get his sponsorship deadline in. Despite the fact that I've been doing weekly content now for 3 weeks. And we'll continue to.
Did we miss the retard joke?
Suck my fucking dick. Today's video is brought to you by Saley.
Maybe,
Okay,
maybe
move
you're
past
imagining
this
shit.
ad. Why are you getting up when he's going into the ad read?
Oh. O'Reilly.com/bigmoney or scan the QR code on screen right now. Coupon code BIGMONEY for 15% off your eSIM plan. Oh, hey, you guys are still here? Oh, all right. Well, make yourselves at home. I'm just doing my thing. I'm on Facebook checking out all my groups. Here's blowjobs are awesome. Nothing complicated about this group. It's all in the title.
Anyone in the Sarasota, Florida area?
Yeah, I love to blow till completion. Damn, I need that right now, LOL.
Anyone free in the southeast of Melbourne?
Yes, thank you, ladies. Yeah, this is what I do in my free time. I don't know. I think blowjobs are kind of overrated. And post to the group. Then why are you in here, LOL? It's a free country, you blowjob-loving son of a bitch. And reply to that. All right, well, I think it's pretty obvious, but I feel like total shit. So I'm kind of hoping there's something on the internet that'll make me feel better.
Peace in, peeps. Now, I know you're not going to understand why I'm doing this.
What you doing?
This is Don Widener.
Oh, is that a person's ashes?
His family don't want him. His brother doesn't want him around. His kids doesn't want him. Actually, they want him to go in the gutter or the toilet.
Oh my God.
So this little bit right here is for all the times he kicked me in the head.
Woo, holy shit.
For all the pain and sorrow that he has created everyone. He is going back to the landfill. Adios, amigos. Peace out. Ooh, he's getting in my face. Ooh, nasty, nasty bastard.
She just dumped that dude's ashes in a trash can. That guy must have sucked. And that makes me feel better about myself.
This video has given me a reason to live a better life. Don't want to end up like this dude.
Never in my life have I seen a revenge that is so oddly enjoyable to watch.
What if he haunts you?
What did he do? What the fuck?
This is how they make you disappear in the afterworld in Coco.
He was probably a great man. That hag never worked a day in her life. Whoa, Jesus Christ.
Oh, this is it.
Etiquette. Although this isn't an etiquette lesson, so I kind of have to let it go. Then again, that means I don't have to use etiquette either. I could just be me. So real quick, let's check out this guy's YouTube account. Just as I expected, it's a bunch of Freedom Convoy videos and some UFO bullshit.
UFO mimics a plane, meets up with smaller UFO.
Huh. I'll bet that's exactly what happens in this video. And play.
So this is a big ball. Sometimes it's a flash, sometimes it's a ball of light like this. A solid ball of light. See?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Hey, what does that look like to you guys? Me too.
See what the fuck you guys are looking at? What the fuck is that?
Are you... You can't tell what that is?
Holy shit. And now it's moving, flickering. It's no longer a giant ball. Big ass fucking giant ball. It's a fuck, is it ever moving fast?
That's a plane.
It's almost like it's mimicking a plane, but it's not a fucking plane.
All right, well, remember, this is not an etiquette lesson. I'm doing this as a normal commenter. Hi, I'm here from the video of the lady pouring her abuser's ashes in the garbage. The one where you called her a hag and said her husband was probably a great man. I'm really relieved to see content like this on your channel, because it means when I call you mentally retarded, it's a clinical diagnosis instead of a problematic insult. Maybe one of these days you'll figure out what a fucking airplane looks like and use your phone to get a job instead of filming pixelated blobs with FAA.
Oh my God, bro. Go back,
Instead
go
of a
back, go
problematic
back,
but
go
not
back,
etiquette
go back.
lesson, I'm doing this as a normal commenter. Hi, I'm here from the video of the lady pouring her abuser's ashes in the garbage. The one where you called her a hag and said her husband was probably a great man. I'm really relieved to see content like this on your channel, because it means when I call you mentally retarded, it's a clinical diagnosis instead of a problematic insult. Maybe one of these days you'll figure out what a fucking airplane looks like and use your phone to get a job instead of filming pixelated blobs with FAA mandated strobe lights on them. Yo, check it out. Don't get vaccinated. I mean that. Do not get vaccinated. I got my fingers crossed because you seem like the type of guy to treat it with elderberries or some shit, and I got a trash can over here with your name on it. And post. All right, well, I think that's all I got in me. Yeah, part of being sick is you just kind of...
15 comments. Oh my God.
treat it with elderberries or some shit, and I got a trash can over here with your name on it. And post. All right, well, I think that's all I got in me. Yeah, part of being sick is you're just kind of waiting for the day to be over so you can get to the next one and see if you're feeling any better. But I appreciate you all hanging out with me. I hope you had fun. I know I did. And before we go, there's one last website that I want to hit up. It's called YouNow.
What does that say? Commenticate. Yeah, come on. I mean, it's just common sense, right? If someone doesn't know how to read that, then I don't know. They might have to go back to school. It feels good to be the smartest person on, I guess, if that's what the category is. So kava is a root. 3. Me, boy. That's it. I mean, hey, yo, commenticate. Yo, you better chill out. Stop violating like that. Look. Hey, yo.
Oh, bitch, you think we're playing with these shirtless old man shirts? Not at neongrizzly.com.
All right,
You know,
time
Eric
to
might have had
open the
one foot in the
Steam.
grave this whole video, but he still looked fly as hell
I'm
wearing
trying.
that George. But don't worry, we also got old man Carl, old man Biff, and you can't forget old man Larry. All these available for pre-order on the neongrizzly.com store. We're using a state-of-the-art printing process to make sure that you can see every...
All right, enough. Well, my game is just on a black screen, so...
Yeah, it will do that. Sometimes. It gets silly. You can put a quick thing on while we load into everything.
Sure.
Says you're on main menu now.
Yeah, I just got in.
Is there a new order yet?
Not sure.
Wow, cool. We still could be doing the Earth
that's
mission.
their aspiration, and so
It's a
being on them
quick
and
video.
moving
You put
things
on a
around and
41-minute
moving attention
Taylor
becomes
Lorenz.
a way of moving
Look,
money,
I just
of
put something
moving
on.
opinion, and who gets seen. And
I just want people to have healthcare.
Recently, there's been a relentless moral panic about the internet. Politicians, media elites, pundits, and tech executives are all insisting that social media is rotting our brains, destroying democracy.
Fine.
The satellite images show Chinese 86 bombers on a runway on an island that's called Woody Island. Now, Woody Island is in the Paracel Islands in the South China Sea. It's an area that's disputed by a number of different nations around Southeast Asia, and is an area that China has no real ownership over. But what we found is that China is creating artificial reefs on artificial islands, and it's populating them with military capability, and on many of them building runways. And it's interesting, under international maritime law, if you've got a sand spit, which is a bit of sand that at low tide is above water, it's got no legal basis to it. As soon as you turn that into an island, and you take ownership of that island, you get 12-mile ownership around the outside and beneath it, and you get a 200-mile economic zone around that. China is exploiting this and is creating permanent aircraft carriers in the Paracel and the Spratly Islands. It's very...
Okay. No. What he's saying is they're trying to go for archipelagic status by building up these islands, but the UN, the Hague, and the UNCLOS agreement both say that they are low tide elevations and rocks. They cannot be islands, even if you artificially build them. They will never get archipelagic status. They will never be islands. They are rocks and low tide elevations in areas that are not China's. It's that simple.
Significant. But China's been doing this for a number of years. This is not something that has just popped up. We've been watching China trying to take over areas in the the Paracel and Spratly Islands in particular, creating these artificial islands, militarizing them to give them an Air Force capability, to give their bomber forces an extended range, but also to be able to put anti-shipping capability in there to help control the waters that are around there. And that's why we see a lot of Western nations carrying out what are called freedom of navigation exercises, sending warships through the area, through international water, which upsets China enormously. What they're doing is they're trying to dominate the area. That will allow them to continue to threaten any force that would come and intervene against them if they decided to take Taiwan by force militarily. It's Chinese expansionism. It's them trying to take control of the area. And of course, underneath the Paracel and Spratly Islands, it's assessed that there are large amounts of natural resources as well, something that China needs to get access to. It all comes down to disputed areas that come under the 9-dash line and other different claims that they have put out over the years. This in itself is not a precursor to an invasion of Taiwan, but you have to look at the indicators in its widest sense. You look at the number of military exercises that China is doing, but those military exercises are exercising a new, re-equipped, modernized Chinese military capability. They're launching about the equivalent of number of ships that we've got in the Royal Navy every year. They're producing power projection capability. So they've just launched the 3rd aircraft carrier, and that has been worked up around the area. Power projection in military terms has been able to pick up military capability, take it somewhere and do something with it. And a lot of the exercises that they're planning are planning across beach island invasions and everything else. And then they want to dominate the area, and this is them dominating the area from an economic perspective, but also to protect the forces that are in there. The indicator to me that has been significant in recent months is seeing some other satellite pictures of Chinese barges, and these barges are deliberately designed with a 100-meter long ramp at the front. They can be connected together, and they've got big piles that they can put down into sand. They're effectively creating
the video done. You ready to screen capture? I'm currently being attacked by dragons, so I need a second before I can flip it. You didn't tell me you have a pet dragon. It's a dog. Fuck you! I'm probably right now, as I'm setting up my screen capture, I'm probably being fucked by a dragon. I'm currently being attacked by dragons, so I need a second before I can flip it.
just trying to figure out how to get my fucking microphone to work because it's suddenly not working.
I can hear you fine. I just need to fucking... Okay, I think I got all the sources.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Calling in an eagle. Another sample collected for democracy. I've got this one.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Marking location. West. Enemy patrol. Southwest. Calling in an eagle. Objective located. Northeast. To the skies! Package acquired. Dropping package. Package acquired. Package acquired. Objective located. Dropping package.
Where the fuck is the gun?
Dropping package. Package acquired. Dropping package. Package acquired. Dropping package. Package acquired. Activating jump pack. I'm on the terminal.
Objective completed.
Found something.
Damn it.
Reinforcing. Activating jump pack. Democracy has landed.
Where'd Jack go? You fix it?
Rare sample acquired.
I haven't looked at the screen. I just rezzed you and noticed you weren't moving. So I was like, what?
Got a sample.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Right. Echoing. So I gotta hang on. One sec. Got it.
Outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
Should be good now.
Yeah, that's
Requesting air support.
I had to mute the site, you know?
Yeah. When I was pulling my microphone or pulling my keyboard onto my lap, I pulled out the cable connecting the microphone.
You have been a stalwart line of.
Wow, look at me helping.
Extract when ready.
Goodbye. Oh, good, the flying ones.
Dude, what did you think I meant by getting fucked in the ass by a dragon?
No. I have a slug shotgun.
Enemy elite. South. On my position.
Yeah, nailed him.
5 minutes left. Liberty, speed your step, Helldiver.
Get away from me.
Requesting air support. How'd you like to taste of freedom? Requesting orbital strike. Activating jump pack.
Oh, I killed it, but it almost killed me. Little dragon bitch. I've almost skeet shooted them all out of the sky. That's all of them. Hell yeah. I'm very
Have a taste
small.
of democracy. Activating jump pack. Freedom forever. Marking location. Southeast. Max empty. Cancel left. Heavy. East.
East.
Wrong gun.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Reinforcing.
Yeet.
Oh, you died too?
Democracy has landed.
Not me.
Or he died. Oh, he died from a charger!
We've got equipment. Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling in orbital strike.
Give me the sample container for fuck's sake.
Requesting air support.
My frames were not looking good there. Does it still have the glitch where if I change my graphics settings, it drops the fucking people in the game?
Reinforcements have been
Nope.
launched.
I can remember that shit.
Yeah.
One minute remains. Destroyer departure imminent.
My life for Super Earth. Attack back inbound. Requesting advanced weaponry. Throwing supply beacon.
Got him.
Calling down a support weapon.
I stole my backpack.
My backpack now.
Orbital.
Yo, bro, give that back to me. This eagle or fucking ship is about to time out.
Super destroyer leaving low orbit. Emergency extraction shuttle deployed.
You want this flamethrower?
No.
Okay.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
That's empty.
I like shooting the legs off the bugs.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Marking location. West.
Oops.
Activating
Good one.
contact.
Guess it's my backpack now. Or did you kill him?
I killed him.
Please stop that.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
He's gonna leave after this, just wait.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Another sweeping victory for Super Earth.
Anyway, to do the speed runs, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I found 3 critical things that you need.
Okay.
Okay. The first is the stim booster, right? The supply pack doesn't hurt either. Second, jetpack. Third, Trailblazer Scout armor. It is by far faster than any other armor. Now, another thing to consider, guns that do the standing reload animation, like a machine gun,
Yeah.
right? You can jetpack and begin that stationary reload in the air with the jetpack.
Really?
Yeah. So the other thing is the grenade launcher. It takes a long time to reload. You'll see me jump away from them to reload my grenade launcher. So stuff like that. But you could easily bring an AT and, you know, jetpack up and like shoot one AT off or something. A commando might be a little better, but generally the guns that have those reload timings are really good to use with the jetpack.
Noted.
There's nothing sweeter than victory in
White shotgun.
Smoke
Hell.
fills the air of our great capital.
mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
But yeah, with pulling off the fucking flying machine gun reload feels fucking cool every time.
Orbit synchronized.
The only thing, you know, obviously you can't use backpacks. Also, I was looking at some stuff. The recoilless rifle is better than the AT.
Okay.
But it's also taking a backpack slot. It should be doing more damage, you know?
Shit. Fuck.
What did you need?
I cycled the wrong way.
Suspended.
Go ahead, go quick. Grab what you need.
I tried to do it before I had time, but I didn't. Oops.
Okay.
Won't be long. Just get back in.
He just gotta grab something.
You can get back in.
I need about 100 medals.
Okay.
Okay, so that's our goal today, is to get 100 medals.
Okay, I need 40 rare samples.
Oh, we'll get those easy.
430 super credits.
Yeah, the credits we'll get on the whole point is we don't want to necessarily go off on our own because there might be doors, right? Yep. But we want to spread out to cover the whole map and get it done as quickly as possible.
See, what do you want me to take? Scout armor?
Yeah, Trailblazer Scout.
I don't know.
Specifically Trailblazer Scout. It's faster. And then jetpack, and then machine gun's good. I think grenade launcher is the best because it also can close holes, but you can take the grenade pistol instead of the grenade launcher and use a machine gun or something like that. Or equip a grenade that can close holes. I prefer the incendiary grenade. It can't close holes. Is that the commando?
Yeah.
Okay. I always fucking will go to pick the spear and pick the commando, or go to pick the commando and pick the spear. Take, oh, that stamina's fine. Oh, he's taking recon booster as well. That's a good one. If we don't die, we don't need supply upgrade, because we get supplies anyway. But, like, with the machine gun, for example, like, it's really easy to do speed runs, and you'll drop in at bugs and just mow them all down before they can call for help every time, and it feels cool every time. Like a SWAT team kicking in the door and doming everyone, you know?
So I brought the rail cannon strike just in case I encounter the tank cunts.
Oh, chargers?
Yeah. And then everything else is for closing holes.
Yeah, there's like at most 4 chargers. They're like one of the only bug enemies where you have to kind of adjust what you're doing.
Go now, and fear the shadow of night and death, not tyranny, but justice is your cause.
Calling down support weapons. Calling down supplies. Deploying SOS beacon.
I'll head to the rocket.
Resupply.
Supplies.
Terminate hive structure
Nice.
destroyed.
Nice. Look for the fucking lights that let you know where the pods are.
Mm. I'll keep an eye out for the radar as well.
Sending in an eagle.
Coming in hot.
I triggered a bug.
Good. That means we won't trigger one.
Yep.
Sending in an eagle.
Are you G3?
Yeah.
Right?
Run the wrong way.
It happens.
Hey,
You're just having loads of point of interest.
Found something.
This is how much I care about you. You see what I'm doing here? I'm taking the time to dig a hole for you.
Where the fuck do you do that?
Huh? There's shovels now.
Yeah, no, I've picked up the shovels before. It wouldn't work.
Oh, you gotta aim and then dig the hole. If you just click, it's a weapon.
Oh, okay. Are you careful? There's a hell bomb here.
Mag's empty. Last reload. Out of ammo. Requesting sentry.
There ammo down here?
No, don't come here.
I'm right next to you. I've been with you to
I
help
just
you.
shot the hell bomb. Careful.
Ow! I got a concussion.
I was hoping that
grab
you were
the
behind
stims
the
that are right
barrier
here.
there.
I see a LiDAR station.
Terminate outpost destroyed.
Never mind. Activating jump pad.
Oh god, I'm gonna fall in water. It's okay. I'm okay. I'm fine. We're okay. My guns are broken. Look at my screen. Just shooting in the air.
Still shooting straight though, right?
Yeah. Just being weird.
I forgot I don't have my yeeting armor on.
Alright. I'm in trouble at the LiDAR station.
Out of ammo. Last reload.
How much trouble?
A lot. And it's if we want to get it, because then it reveals the map for us.
Yeah, hold on. I'm coming.
Sending in an eagle.
I'll just use a resupply.
Yeah, I needed some anyway.
Requesting orbital strike. Sending in an eagle.
I started going for another objective. I ran away, and then I said, hey, I'm at an escape pod.
Calling down a support weapon.
Yucky. Pop.
Watch out, there be dragons.
It's okay. Oh, mine.
Alright.
Damn.
We should move on while I get the LiDAR station.
Sure.
Look for lights in the sky or go to a hive or something.
Yeah, old mate's at the objective.
Yeah, that's good. That's what we want. I know I've seen escape pods
I'm gonna
on the blinking. Oh,
Oh,
man.
maybe I wouldn't regret that. That took out all of them. Epic.
I'm on the terminal.
I didn't realize
What the fuck? Preparing area scan. What the fuck? Is it? It's like I've never seen it like this. It's like precise.
Weird.
What the fuck?
I've got this one. Requesting advanced weaponry.
This terminal's broken. Good thing I could hear it.
I triggered a bug.
I'm right here.
Requesting air support.
Right on. Nice.
You have accomplished liberty. Extracted your discretion.
Don't get close to him. I'm shooting grenades.
Ow. You said that as I did.
They were already in the air, and I saw you running up to them.
Calling in reinforcements.
Cool.
Sending in an eagle.
I'm stuck on the wall. Terrain. Oh, he pinned me between the rock and a hard place.
Calling in reinforcements.
He's dead though.
Outpost destroyed.
Reporting to the front.
Ooh, heaps. Missed heaps.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Okay. Now the goal is to
Oh, that was a
not
hell
trigger
bomb.
bugs.
Lucky I didn't walk near that. Ooh, railgun. Nice. Where's my backpack?
Should be able to call down another one at this point.
Yeah, I can.
I have a jetpack over here that's on the map.
That's probably mine.
Sending in an eagle. Got equipment.
It's quicker to call it in than just call it in.
To the skies.
Hey. Sup? Miss Banana. Alright, I'm gonna go to this cluster over to the east.
Alright, that's a meteor shower.
Yeah, if the ground glows where they're gonna hit, so just don't be in the light, and you'll be fine.
Activating jump pack.
I got a vault here.
Gotcha.
Bag's empty. Reinforcing.
So, you missed all the politics stuff in the first 4 hours of streams.
Yes.
I've got this one.
Is someone puking on you?
Yeah.
Two sniper rifles. Are we for real right now? And some fucking wreck slips. What kind of garbage is that? Whoops, my anarchy symbol.
Have you got another backpack?
Reloading.
Oh, you want me to call one for you?
Yeah, please. Because I died to get that vault. For absolutely nothing.
Calling down a support
Yeah.
weapon.
Here, you want
So I
this
thought,
grenade launcher?
rude bitch.
We've got equipment.
Jack?
Sorry?
Grenade launcher and backpack for you here?
Cool. Just killing shit. Killing the bugs with fire.
Requesting air support.
Boom! Target down!
Little one ran away from me. He better not call a breach.
Sending in an eagle. Acquired.
He covered me in goop. Don't understand video games, so have fun. Yeah, you got it. So, like, this late at night, like, most people go to bed, so we get less serious.
Yeah. Like we're still open to like talk and shit. That's why.
No, she's like, I told her that she should come on stream sometime. She was the one girl who did the Jake Tapper tweets.
Ah, okay.
But she was like sending me another DM about shit that was pissing her off today. So I was like, you know.
Yeah, all the more important
stuff. You can
stuff
come talk shit anytime.
New mag.
Especially if it's politics.
Yeah.
I'm high as fuck. Oh, somebody already opened this pod.
Requesting air support.
Oh no. Die, little cunts.
Activating jump pack.
Wow.
Did I kill you?
No. That was entirely me.
Come on.
Calling in reinforcements. My life for Super Earth.
I love doing that. Ragdolling with the jetpack. When you fucking try to jump something and you clip your legs on it, it's so funny. Got a vault.
Oh, I'm just gonna get this jetpack first.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
I'm not that far from you.
Yeah, that's why I'm getting the jetpack. And don't worry, I told him to call that in.
Requesting air support. Sending in an eagle.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
My leg.
I've got this one. Last reload. New map.
That's at least there's one super credit drop.
That's something.
It might be a hundo. You never know.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
It was not. I'm gonna go to the right.
This one over here just looks like a hell bomb. Oh my god, that grenade ricocheted off the distant wall and bounced back above my head.
That's epic.
He might reinforce me, so pick up my samples. Oh no, he didn't.
No, that was me.
Sending in an eagle.
Where's my super
T-minus
samples?
20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
To the skies. Sending in an eagle.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
You can stem to run faster, keep in mind.
This is Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown.
It's like
vault.
ridiculous fast in the Trailblazer armor.
Yeah, there's a vault here.
Where?
Right here.
Tagging location. Activating jump pack. Requesting sentry.
Immediate was scary.
There better be fucking health in that vault. Sloop. I ragdolled. I fell over on myself. Here I am.
You had to get hit. And those meteors really want to hit you.
Yep. Where is the vault?
Right here.
Up in here?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, I need the health that's in here. 2 arc throwers.
Get fucked.
Bro, the first vault, 2 snipers. Third vault, 2 arc throwers.
That looks like a lot of super credits. Damn.
Only 10?
Only 10. But it's something. Are we just killing ourselves?
I have samples on me. You can.
I'm not
if you would
sure
like
if
to.
I have samples or not.
You press X. Oh, thank God, stems.
I'm pretty sure I only had a common sample. But if you want to pick it up, you can pick it up.
I'll pick it up on my way over. I have stem packs to sprint, so... That's mainly what I wanted to get. That's what I was mainly checking the next location for.
I mean, you could probably drop a stim pack or supply if you want.
I mean, I have enough to get there. I still feel like I'm dropping frames. Bro, 12 frames a second right now.
No, I am as well. It's not just you.
Whoa! What a jump!
That was a good one.
Fuck off.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Sending in an eagle. Calling down a support weapon. Requesting airstrike.
I don't want to drown in that water, potentially. Imagine if I got all the way to extract and then I walked in a puddle that was too deep.
Yeah, that would be disappointing.
Damn it!
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement button. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
The frames, though. That was crazy.
Today you carved another foothold in a long climb to...
Please, Ob, wait for us. Do we want to change the title for the end here?
Nah. Just leave it.
You want to say Trump loves chicken taco bowl?
Yeah.
I'll put us in Helldivers, though.
Okay.
But keep it as the Trump taco bowl.
Well, actually, I might change it to Trump Taco Bowls for Democracy. Trump's Democratic Taco Bowls.
The fucking Illuminate liberation tweet I made. You like that one?
Which one?
Where I was like, our brothers, I was like the Gallant Mujahideen of Super Turkestan. You know, that I was doing the Rambo, because that's what it says at the end, the Gallant People of Afghanistan. And they changed it in the meme to the Brave Mujahideen fighters, so I used both.
That's funny.
I said the Brave Mujahideen and then the Gallant People. Alright, here we go. Is Fudge still around? Someone tell Fudge to wake up. Oh, bro, we're on 79%. We're gonna take it up to 80.
This world is riddled with determinate abominations. Where will you strike first?
We got 610. 390 left.
This operation would hamstring the enemy's capabilities.
No. I hate how when you accidentally click something, you can't say, no, I don't want to join that party.
Yes.
You accidentally misclick.
Destroyer has joined squadron.
Stop, I don't want to join. I don't want to join.
Suspended.
Trying to fucking look at missions, but the planet is so bright that I thought that was a fucking thing. I don't want no rando for super hell dive. Okay, there you go. Just send out new invites. And I will drop my shit to high to try and boost frames.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Bro, and there was such a good mission set in there that I was likely gonna pick. But seriously, look at this. You can barely tell, right? You see how bright the planet is? You can't tell what mission is what. Bro, the mission set that was perfect is gone. No, it's still here.
Mission coordinates locked.
I fucking hate you like click someone on the map and it instantly puts you in their game. It doesn't say, are you sure? Like I misclick and we're in another game. I don't know that guy.
Orbit synchronized.
Alright, Jack. This is your moment to shine. Your just kill shit mission. You want to share your feed? Then I can't hear.
Yeah, no.
Make sure to change out of that scout armor.
Mm-hmm.
Boo-doo-boo-doo-boo-doo. Wom 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 wom. What am I looking for?
Launch.
It's funny. I think it's Hyper Lightning. They saw exactly what I was doing and they changed their armor to fucking so that because they knew what was going to be happening with me. They saw what I picked and they changed their armor. the inflammable armor passive is insanely good.
Really?
You could basically stand in fire and be fine.
The uncontrolled spread of the Terminids ends today.
Freedom requires firepower. Calling down a support weapon. Requesting fortification. Requesting air support. Southeast.
They're mines. Who brought mines?
I did. They're gonna be on. They're. We're only holding the center.
Orbital inbound. Requesting air support. Marking location. North.
Nice. That was fun. Nice. Watch this 500.
Sending in an eagle.
Nailed him.
Calling down fortification. Tagging location. Northwest.
Burn, bitch.
Marking location. North.
That was a shitload of fire mines they just walked over. Oh shit, sentry. I'm just
Well,
gonna
I'm
walk
hoping that
up the
mostly
landing pad while that
focuses-
sentry is there.
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
mostly
let's
hoping
get
it focuses on the upper levels. Just careful, because there's also autocannon.
What just happened? Autocannon shoot me?
Maybe.
Yeah, push me over. Pay me!
Calling down supplies.
You're not still mad, are you? Yeah, he's still mad.
Big bada boom. Remember your training. Ow. Ow.
He's still alive?
No.
Tagging location. Southeast.
Where is that big cunt?
Requesting orbital. Requesting fortification.
Big bada boom. Killed none.
Yeah, they gotta
Big-
spawn.
Right as the fucking big cunt spawns. I got him.
You've done your duty. You may extract with honor.
You didn't say that, did you?
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Heavy. On my position.
I dived backwards off the ledge.
Pelican 1 landing in progress. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1
Easy
beginning ascent.
peasy.
Today you carved another foot in a long climb to liberty.
Look at that XP, bruv. My monies! So, I do also want to say, I noticed what's really cool is when you get multiple orbital Gatling barrages raining hell on the enemy.
Interesting. That would be interesting. That is interesting.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
How do you feel about being dropped in a mega nest?
Oh, my game crashed. That's how I feel.
My homie's game just crashed, so...
Hellpod launch suspended. Allied destroyer has
He'll be
left
back.
squadron.
Bishi, are you a little
Shut up,
dancer?
cat. I'm gonna use this time to have a cone.
Hi, Zapata. I love when you look at me like you're so curious and full of life. Rodents.
Rhiannon. Rhiannon. Fleetwood Mac is fucking great.
Beijing Tiananmen.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
Remember when the boys were all electric?
See, Hyper Lightning also doing the jetpack grenade launcher.
Mm.
He knows, he gets it. It's also a really good way to, like, suppress the enemy.
Yeah. Well, I really want the hover pack, so I'm probably...
That's what I'm going for right now.
I'm probably
That's what I need my medals for.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get that.
So if we play enough games, everyone's waiting for you.
I know. The only problem is, I need to go make money. So
if we play enough games where I get one, you can use mine.
Okay. Are you dropping hot?
Nah, not really. But it's a Wawa. It's a super Helldive Blitz, so it's always hot, is what I was gonna say. I am the danger.
Go now, Helldiver. Let our enemies take no step that is not hindered by the course of their comrade.
Come.
Come.
Alright, we're right next to a mega nest too, so.
I'm dying. Cheeky.
Skill issue. Ouch.
Fucking die, cunt. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. A fucking brood commander came up right behind me. Hold on, I've got something for this.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Oh, I jumped right into a brood commander. Holy shit. Oh my god, this is hectic. Ow! What the fuck is happening? Oh my god. There's so much going on. Ah, what the fuck? What is going on?
Oh, I finally died.
How have I not died?
Remember when I said it's a blitz on super hell dive, so it's always a hot drop?
I got this.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Don't worry, I got this. I'm gonna take out all the holes. Oh my god, there's even more of those tentacle things. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, everybody's dying. Stim me. Oh my god, get the fuck away from me. Oh my god. This is nuts.
Requesting air support. Sending in an eagle. Reinforcing!
Lol.
Right on target.
It's a huge cunt.
Oh, that's a huge bitch.
Requesting air support.
Oh, I killed him. Nice.
Yeah, we're gaining control of the situation.
I didn't die.
We're almost in complete control.
I didn't die. Not fucking once. Skill issue.
Heavy.
I don't know how I didn't die.
Run, run, run. Run, run, run.
Nice.
Nailed him.
You did.
Outpost clear.
Hell yeah. Didn't even die. Oh my god. I died.
I flung into another fucking charger behind us.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Joining the friend.
Bro got eaten.
I didn't. I haven't died.
Request approved.
I'm not talking about you. It was my kill cam. It was just very funny.
Ready to liberate.
Look how the guy died.
Sending in an eagle.
Watch out, H4.
Why do they keep coming? Who are you, you cheeky little cunt? Fuck who's that?
I'm sacrificing myself. I threw a Gatling barrage and got right underneath the Titan to make sure he was just gonna get annihilated by it. Look at that. That's fucking sick, bro. That was fucking sick, bro. You can't tell me that ain't some of the most cinematic shit you've seen in a video game. Fucking watching it on the kill cam. That's what's up.
Yeah, you hit me, but I killed you. Eat shit, you fat fuck. I ain't dying today, bitch. God, I wish I had a machine gun.
Left. We can't stay this low much longer, Helldiver.
Sending in an eagle. Requesting orbital.
Firing orbital barrage.
Just don't turn around. That's what's up. Ultimatum can one-shot that.
Sick.
Requesting air support.
I'm just trying to get my shit. Leave me alone.
You've done your duty. You may extract with honor.
I don't know where these fucking supplies are.
That's okay, just get the samples. Fuck! I was trying to Shaheed. I had the ultimatum, I was trying to fucking Shaheed.
Have reinforcement budget remaining.
Like, we brought them all over to the other location, so the fucking first crater is fucking cleared out now.
Fuck out of here.
What needed the enemy?
Get away from me. Fuck you, stupid bugs.
Sending down support weapon.
Calling down supplies.
Deploying equipment.
Nailed that supply.
Rare sample acquired. Heavy. Yours. Close.
Oh, I triggered a bug drop. Hell yeah. Oh my god.
Calling in extraction.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Leave me alone. I just want my samples. Fuck off. Oh my god, why is there a bile titan here?
Calling in orbital strike. Tracking location. Now.
There's no more bile titan left.
Orbital
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
I'm scared. Maybe if I stay here long enough, they'll forget I'm here.
Foghole. North. Close. Requesting advanced weaponry.
See what I mean? The orbital barrage is fucking cool.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Oh my god, they're climbing up the wall. I'm dead.
You're lucky you didn't risk it and push yourself further. Because, you know, the ships are going to withdraw. So, if you tried to stay alive, probably would not have been good for you.
I lost like 5 super samples. Well, not super samples.
It's okay.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted.
Got a bomb off before the timer. Look at that. I literally was like, we have 2 minutes left. I need a call extract right now.
This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
You can't.
Pelican 1, preparing to depart. Shuttle launch.
Time to leave, time to leave.
I agree.
Time to leave, time to leave. Literally, photo finish. It was like 1:58 when I started calling an extraction.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so the timer was literally over. So that's why I was like, doing extraction and having nothing would have been so much harder anyway. Like, it would have given you an extra 2 minutes, but what happens if you died anyway?
Yeah.
Oh, what a great game. Unremarkable performance. Fuck you.
Damn straight.
Give me my medals. Alright, this is a semi-defense mission. The Raise the Flag mission. Have you ever done it on Helldive?
Fuck no.
Because it used to be a trivial, like, only mission, like, level 3 and below. And people loved the mission, so they made it so it was on higher difficulties.
Great,
And also
'cause
remember,
I do
salute
like
raises the flag faster.
I know that.
The question is, will you even have the chance to salute? Oh.
Welcome back. Democracy's reach extends a bit further thanks to you.
Mission coordinates locked.
Do you love democracy?
Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Nice, larva is next to extract.
Orbit synchronized.
A short magazine.
Yeah, they reload faster. So, like, that's what I was using on my SMG.
Yeah.
Because if I'm always on the move anyway, I can just... It gives you more mags.
Okay.
So you're punished less for reloading
short
with a partial
reloading.
clip, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, my lib pen, I have the one that's a more DMR based, I have a short mag. And that one.
Helipod launch initiated.
Dog walk.
Shaheed brothers.
My brother, that is
History
wrong.
will remember your deeds this day.
Requesting tac.
Where did I put that?
Calling down fortification. Requesting supplies.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Calling down a sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Have a taste of democracy! That's empty. Sending in an eagle.
I will salute the flag.
Requesting orbital.
Yeah, as long as we have it locked down, which we currently do. Watch out. A little bitey guy.
Last reload.
Nailed that ultimatum shot right there.
Democracy's dignity maintained.
Progress's dignity maintained.
Last reload. Southwest, 300 meters. Dropping a pin. West, 300 meters. Well, cancel that. Orbital inbound.
What? Get fucking what?
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Tagging map. West.
Keep going towards the
300 meters.
objective. Shaheed brother.
Ow.
Objective located. Southwest, Northeast. Close.
I am infiltrating enemy territory.
I think we triggered a bug hole here.
Yes, that's great for me. Place is a fucking maze.
Sending in an eagle. Requesting sentry.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Fuck yeah, what a placement for that auto cannon. That's great.
Main objective near your position.
Somebody save me!
Holy shit, you can get 42 rare samples on this map.
Yep. Shaheed, brother. No, I died with the bomb. I should have activated it first.
Oh well.
I just got a new bomb, so I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna fucking play risky.
Requesting air support. Reinforcing.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
I threw you in the right direction, yes?
Democracy has landed.
Yeah, I'm not that far
I'm
from the
gonna
bomb.
come help you with this. If you see any ammo, I need it.
I am not in the place where ammo exists. I am in a bad place.
Calling in orbital strike.
Throw me even further. I got a laser on him though, so if I can get to that bomb.
Calling in reinforcements.
I may have thrown you in the center of gas.
I'll be fine.
Bug outpost spotted.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Reporting to the front. Sending in an eagle. Dropping a pin. West, 200 meters. Helldivers never die! Calling in reinforcements. Calling down a sentry.
Oh man. Right where I was gonna blow myself up.
What do you mean?
I mean, Shaheed, brother.
Go
You
for
called
it,
in a
buddy.
sentry right where I was gonna blow
I'm
up.
not stopping you.
It's okay. I just don't want to kill the sentry. It's more
I have
useful.
no more grenades or anything, so...
Clear the area. Calling down a support weapon.
But did you die? Yeah.
No, but I was also using the ultimatums if I have to, you know, when in doubt, spritefall yourself.
Yes. Oh my god.
Request approved.
Wow,
Deploying
the
reinforcements.
fucking computer took me out of the game. Took me onto the second screen, that's great. Fuck. Awawu. Awiwu.
Awawa. See, like that. You know you're gonna die. You just gotta get the ultimatum down. Take him out.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Ready to liberate.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Nice. That was an accident.
Last reload. Reloading.
Terminate outpost destroyed.
Boom. Mega nest secured.
Package acquired.
I don't know what this is.
What?
It says high value sample collected.
Is it the larva?
Mm-hmm. It's an egg.
Oh, is it on your back?
No, I'm carrying it.
In your hands?
Yep. I'm gonna go
Maybe you
to
take it to extraction?
That's what I'm doing. I don't know what it'll give us, but let's fucking go.
My life for Super Earth.
Fucking carrying an egg right now. Fucking monster hunter over here.
Requesting orbital.
I'm trying. I'm running like a monster hunter at the moment.
Marking location. Never mind. Tagging location.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to run through all the enemies.
East. Calling down the sentry.
Oh my god, why is it coming straight to me?
Tags empty. How'd you like to take freedom?
Hey, it died. Nice.
The egg?
No. The big thing that I was zapping was the fire pistol.
Requesting air support.
Get away from me. Oh my god.
Orbital inbound.
I don't know if I can pick that up again.
Woo! That's how you exit a situation. That's MLG shit right there, brother.
Calling in reinforcements. Tac inbound.
I want my egg.
Fire in the hole.
Egg.
Tagging location.
Oh my god.
North. Calling in orbital strike. Orbital inbound.
Hey, I see the egg on the map.
My frames.
Yeah, it's a lot of frames.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Clear the area.
Bro, I'm literally just floating right now. Like I'm a fucking Jedi Master. Look at my screen.
Dude, I thought that was
I just got 31 kills. I have ascended.
I saw something glowing on my screen, so I kept running. And I'm glad I did. Oh my god. I want my egg. Give me my egg. Leave me
Fuck off, midget
alone.
ass fucking bugs. Get out of my face, bitch.
I got my egg.
Fuck off.
Guys, I got my egg.
Guys, I got my egg.
Found something. Requesting orbital.
Any supplies near us?
Alone.
Where are supplies? Are they semi near us?
No idea.
I have no frames. Super Helldive. My computer is not handling it well. I think it's something to do with the fucking army of fucking bugs on my fucking...
I dropped the egg. Picked up a machine gun.
Requesting orbital strike.
Get up! Get up, you fool! What is happening? Get up! I'm so concussed. I'm just fucking fell off a cliff and passed out. It says there's still more supplies here.
They're probably on the ground.
Yeah, I'm looking. It says there's an AT launcher as well, but I don't see that.
Yeah, I've been dropping them all over the place.
Yeah, I'm trying to find one to pick up. Oh, here's one. Can't find the supplies, but...
Well, in
I got
my journey down to the extraction, I managed to kill the Spore Spewer, which is neat. And...
Okay, I see the supply.
I've successfully brought my egg to extract. I will go and get the little sample thing soon. Ah, get the fuck away from
just... You gotta fucking help us at the fucking objective first.
Yeah, well,
We're running out of time. Leave the other sample down there.
Sending in an eagle.
My frames.
Yeah, or I can and get him. Now I can reload my machine gun, and I can come back. Wow,
I'm very concussed. I held the enemies off while they were able to get the flag raised, at least. I was able to fucking kite them all the way away. My frames.
I had deposited my egg.
Jack, you can res me where you are. I don't need to be with them. I have no support weapon or anything to pick up. I don't even pick up the samples when I'm doing a Hellbomb build.
Northwest.
That's funny.
I'll pick them up if I know people are near me. Watch out, dragons.
Okay, not for the existence of dragons.
It's so quiet.
Requesting orbital.
I took yours.
Orbital barrage incoming.
I don't need supplies. I just revived.
Because I needed 2.
That's fine.
Heavy. South. 50 meters. Requesting orbital strike.
Number 1 rule, always be on the move. That's why the flag missions are hard. You have to dig into an area, you know?
Yeah.
Helldivers never die. speed. Out. Last reload.
Better get those anti-tanks fast.
Requesting orbital. Hellstar mark. Last reload. Throwing grenade.
Main objective nearby.
Reinforcing.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Point me to the enemy.
Who the fuck? What way is the objective?
Requesting fortification. Not today. Freedom never sleeps.
Rez! Why did you call down a weapon and not Rez? Got time to lean, you got time to clean.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Reporting to the front.
Ow.
I'm helping.
I'm dead. I have a question. Timble, in the video it says the US and others wanted to establish a Qatar Turkey pipeline through Syria and this is primary motivation. I don't know. John will have to answer that one.
I still have an autocannon sentry. If you throw me out of here, I can use it to help draw them away.
Yeah, give me a second.
Okay, I'm being rezzed in the middle of everything.
Right.
That's why I said you have to do it when I say it, because someone's gonna res me quicker.
Ready to liberate. Calling down a sentry.
Ow.
Calling in reinforcements. Out of ammo.
Nice.
Give me the fucking supply.
Last reload.
Ow. 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 I'm stuck in a rock. Ow.
It happens.
Ow.
You have served democracy well. Extraction awaits.
Orbital inbound. Backpack inbound.
Bro, who threw an orbital Gatling barrage literally on with my Hellbomb calling? Bro, this is not cool. I did not like that very much at all.
That might have been. Alright, we're really...
Literally dropped it where everyone needed to be to pick up their shit.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Great. Awesome.
Hold on, I'm getting an alert.
Brother! Fucking picked up the Hellbomb and started running away when a fucking Bile Titan is out.
Yeah. Very
Is
smart.
it dead?
I think so.
Okay,
if my
cool.
autocannon sentry isn't going off, then I assume so.
Time to leave, time to leave.
Yep, time to leave. Other way. Time to leave. Time to leave.
Requesting sentry.
They're right behind me.
Some Jaws off music.
Dragons.
Objective near your position.
Objective near my position.
Don't leave my egg behind. Leave my egg behind.
You can get the larva now too. Bro, my radar.
Requesting orbital.
Get up, 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 get up.
Sending in and calling down fortifications. Requesting advanced weaponry. Objective located. Northeast.
Extraction is available.
I just got a full fucking pack of stims in a hole.
Nice.
Yo, get the larva.
Oh, did I not get it?
It's blue on the map.
I picked
Oh,
up
you might have.
I have it.
Oh, okay. It stays on the map. I forgot.
No, I picked up a guard dog.
My life for supergirls.
Who got it? Somebody else?
Yeah, there's about to be a bomb going off here. You should leave. You should leave right now.
L-bomb armed. Clear the area. Requesting orbital strike.
Damn, I found a super sample site.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
But
Grab
there
it.
was no super samples.
Reinforcing.
Bro. This guy's like moving around all fast and shit. My game is like so garbage today. Laggy as fuck.
Heal, you fucking useless cunt.
Calling down a sentry.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Requesting jetpack. Orbital inbound.
If you see a good place for a Hellbound, mark it.
T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
I'll keep your bomb safe.
Where do we want her?
Ready to liberate.
Where is she?
I got it.
Oh, you got her? Press 5. Press 5 and go in there.
I'm dead. I got sandwich.
Everyone run. I don't think I hit it.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Unfucking.
There's a bomb on the landing pad. Hey, I did hit it. Or is that an eagle?
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Pelican 1 approaching pickup. This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Did they grab the egg?
Today you've gone
Hey guys, is the egg safe?
in a long climb to liberty.
There's no way that egg got out of there. Like when you're like, I'm gonna take an extract, all I'm thinking is like, we're not getting that shit out.
Well, it would have helped if somebody didn't drop me on the fucking middle of the pad. That would have been good.
I don't know what the egg gives you.
I don't know either. That's why I wanted to take it. And now I'll probably never find it again.
No, it's in a mega nest. Egg! It said high value pickups. And it showed the egg, so it's worth
Hell
2
yeah.
rare samples. Or 4 rare, 2 supers.
Fuck yeah. Worth it.
Above 80%, bruv. Before that mission we went on, it was still at 79.
Not bad.
That last mission took it up to 80. Above 80. That's what we call a hootenanny. Stims use 26. That's what's up. I want the deaths because I want to see how many times I died. Deaths 12. Because there's so many deaths where I ran in and just did the Shaheed shit.
No super credits.
Yeah. Super credits are better for like level 4. I think is the best way.
I need 9 of the rare ones.
That's easy.
And once I get that, I'm gonna go.
Oh, that reminds me. How many medals do I have? $73.
A successful operation. Liberty rings true this day.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpod's Prime.
Dude, it's fine that one of them is called Martyr, but I think they really fucked up not calling the Suicide Armor Shaheed. I'm just saying. First time diving level 10. That's so funny. Yeah.
I think that might have been my first 10 as well. Because we did 9 and unlocked it, but we didn't do a 10.
It's just the mega hives that are the crazy part.
Yeah. Nobody saw anything. Don't start it yet.
Reminder, all personnel must submit weekly urine sample by 0400.
How's this, right? The petrol got down to like $1.60, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're bumping it up now. And they're bumping it up by 50 cents. Literally from $1.60 to $2.10. Scum. Like, how do they, like, where the fuck do these fuel companies get off jumping the price 50 cents a fucking liter?
You ready?
What a ridiculous fucking thing. Yeah, but answer the question that's on the chat.
Okay, Tim Pool in a video says that the US and others want to establish tracking pipeline scenario. Okay, anytime you hear timber sycamore, you can immediately dismiss what the person is saying. Of course people want a fucking pipeline through Turkey. Turkey is always trying to fucking build pipelines. But to act like this is some timber sycamore shit, that anytime you hear somebody fucking talking about the shit and they bring up something like timber sycamore, you know they're an idiot. It's a clinical diagnosis.
Let our enemies choke upon their territorial ambitions.
Deploying SOS beacon. Throwing supply beacon. Calling down a support weapon. Calling down fortification. Requesting advanced weapons.
Deploying minefield.
Helldivers never die!
Dude, there are only fucking common samples on this one.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Why'd you pick one with only common samples?
Because they're fast and I need the medals. Fuck off, bird.
They're dragons.
You look like a bird. Just be careful because there's mines on the one side.
Oh my god, I fell through the map. That was fun as fuck.
Last reload! It's here to start!
I blew up! He shot the fucking forklift behind me.
That's funny.
And blew me up.
Reporting to the front.
Where the fuck is the flamethrower? There it is.
Requesting fortification.
You're walking through gas, why aren't you dead?
Last reload. Throwing grenade. New mag. Throwing supply beacon. Orbit.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Last reload.
Ow.
I need
Oh,
you to
destroyed
get
my
away
fucking
from him.
What an asshole. Ow.
I was trying to fucking get a shot at him. I thought you were far enough away.
Reinforcing. Requesting orbital.
Ow.
Squad lost. Deploying replacement squad.
Good one.
It's okay, we're just getting it under control.
Deploying reinforcements.
I just nailed a fucking charger with my drop-in.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Calling down fortification.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
You see where I put the mines?
Yeah. Can't wait.
It worked, it worked! I fucking killed that Bile Titan with those, bro. Watch out, I'm firing my big gun.
Last reload.
Reinforcements on the way.
Alright, fuck off. Sometimes you just gotta blow yourself up because they're being annoying. You know what I mean?
Damn, the shadows saved me there.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Oh my god. I'm in the shit.
You fell underneath.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
You will still get it if you fall underneath, but it doesn't mean you nailed it. I nailed it. You have to fall and nail right where the ramp meets the door. And you have to be in a dive. If you're not in a dive, you will actually land on the top of the thing and be able to run around. But as long as you're ragdolling from a dive, you'll phase through the tail of the pelican. I love that it puts it third in the set, like you're supposed to do that one last.
Yeah.
You're supposed to do the one you're guaranteed to win last. Like, it is kind of like a boss thing, you know, it's like the final extraction after you fucked up the whole area.
Yeah.
But, come on. Any other map where they're not spawning, the fight is way crazier. Like, you have total control of those missions.
Liberty is victorious once more.
Banger song.
My little pony, my little pony.
Well, can we do the flag one then?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. And you will salute it, and you will
Because the other
like
one's
it.
a Terminid nest, yeah?
Search and destroy. The Blitz. Which is also a 7-minute mission.
Yeah. Off the wagon, I'm hitching a ride.
Do I have any cool paint for my adjudicator? What are we currently fighting on? A moon? I'm gonna put a white paint job on it to hopefully make it more reflective so I can find my corpse. That's what we call a plan, Stan.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
I think I hit the flag one. Yes.
Orbit synchronized.
Nice, we have a... We can knock these two out at the top, push through, and then end here. And then, depending on how fucked we are, we can circle through the hives to clear them, or go from the third flag to the fucking retrieval to the extract?
Whatever gets me the most samples. I need 9.
Well, that would be the whole map.
Well, I also want to go not in an hour and a half.
Take medic armor. Prep for survivability.
Well, then I'm gonna take this. If you go for killing holes, I'll prep for killing big cunts.
Oh, I was gonna go more for... I'm not fucking bringing the Shaheed pack this time. Do you want me to bring something that can close holes? Because I was just gonna do like an airstrike build.
Yeah, if you could, yeah. Like a grenade launcher or something.
Oh, that's a whole different thing than what I was gonna do. You're telling me the rail? You should fuck the rail cannon strike, take mega laser. Take orbital laser.
It only has limited charges.
Yeah, but...
The rail no.
The fucking precision strike sucks.
It takes out Bile Titans in one shot. It takes out charges in one shot.
Sometimes.
I couldn't disagree more.
I think it's unreliable.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. Like, oh no, countries are collaborating to build a pipeline to cut another country off? I can't believe it. What do you mean, they're trying to make gas monopolies? The fucking Middle East? Gas monopolies? The Timber Sycamore shit is just a fucking Russian bot narrative that fucking is stuck around because...
Ow. Is that why you jump?
Yeah. Also, if you're on your back, you take 90% less damage from explosions. Just so you know.
Oh my.
Behind us, there's a fucking impaler.
Main objective near your position.
Leave me alone.
Requesting sentry. Orbital inbound.
Firing orbital barrage, clear the area.
My frames!
Here comes the cavalry.
I will salute it for as long as I can.
Rare sample squad. Calling
Incoming. Stand clear.
Ow.
Got him.
Ow. Where's my railgun? Ow. Ow, get away from me. Get the fuck away from me. Ow. Wreck.
Stay back!
500. Oh. Where's my weapon working? Triple ambo. Oh, that was a good one.
Fuck, I didn't get my fucking orbital down in time. I was trying to drop that as well.
Requesting sentry.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Ready to liberate.
Get the fuck away from me, cunt. I'm fucking real.
Freedom security secured.
Reinforcing. Pulling in reinforcements. Orbital inbound. Last reload. Out of ammo.
Look at this hell pod that crashed perfectly on the statue.
Alright, I'm gonna take out these flyers.
Please do. I don't really have. I only have medium pen. I have nothing for light shit.
New mag.
I just have a battle rifle. Like, it hits hard, but it's not exactly accurate.
Yeah.
Requesting orbital.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Calling in a hell bomb. New mag. Injury. One injured. New mag.
Here comes another call in.
Hell bomb armed. Clear the area. Orbital inbound.
Unfucking real.
What?
It didn't even kill the other one.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh,
Bro, is
rail
the
cannon.
snake on my screen?
Oh, cool. You can just shoot their
Request
wings.
approved. Deploying reinforcements.
What?
You can just shoot their wings.
Oh yeah.
Bro, get the fuck away from me.
Requesting air support.
see if I can get the bile and the big cunt with the 500. Maybe one. Maybe two. Maybe I did get both.
Requesting orbital. Reinforcing.
I think this dude just got killed by a sentry.
Oh, I fucking hate these little cunts.
What ones? The hunters?
Oh, they're so fucking annoying.
Requesting air support. Bug out correspondent.
Oh, get the fuck away from me. Fucking stim cunt. Stupid fucking game.
Yeah, anything, you move at all and you'll get interrupts. This is why I won't bring, like, support weapons, though. Just fucking give me all the
Where the
airstrikes.
fuck are the supplies?
Democracy has landed.
Oh good, the supplies are right where all the enemies are. Fantastic.
Sending in an eagle.
Democracy's on its way.
Have a taste of democracy. Orbital inbound.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Requesting air support.
A fucking charger would notice me while I'm on 0 health.
Heads up! Heads up!
Thank fucking god.
Squad lost. Deploying full replacement. Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Point me to the
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
What the fuck?
Sending in an eagle.
I'm stuck in a puddle.
Mag's empty. Requesting orbital. Grenade! Say hello to democracy! Tagging map. Northeast, 300 meters. Requesting air support.
Unleashing democracy.
Terminate outpost. Purged.
My eagle is rearming.
Now that's what I call liberty.
Yeah, you should turn around towards me if you can. I got something for you.
Main objective nearby.
Not
It's
the
your
smartest
railgun.
idea- Not the smartest idea while I had people chasing
That's
me.
okay, I've got another one. No, I dropped it. No, I dropped it. Okay, I got it in my hands again.
Sweet liberty, my arm! Eat it!
I moved it. I tried to bring it to your general direction. There was a split second where there was time for you to grab it, but...
What was it? Oh my god,
Huh? I brought you your railgun.
Oh.
I found it on the ground, so I picked it up and I was running, trying to bring it to you.
Already had one. I killed that Bile Titan.
Orbital inbound.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
My life for Super Earth.
Oh, you know what would be funny? I have my fire pistol.
Ow, you fucking fly cunt. Fucking dragons.
Yo, they don't much like fire.
Tagging will cancel that. Above. 8.
They left me alone after I burnt one of their friends.
Calling down a sentry.
Of course.
Come on, get up and run, get up and run! Run, 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 run.
Administering freedom.
Yeah, my frames are fucking toasted, bro.
Last reload. Requesting air support.
Here comes the cavalry.
Big cunt.
Last reload.
Shoot him in the ass.
Orbital inbound. Sending in an eagle.
Watch out. Ugh, thank God, it wasn't. I was worried I was gonna kill you there. Kill this high ground before it summons.
Dropping a pin. Southeast.
Alright, I'm rearming my eagles.
I might do the same.
Yeah, just make sure we kill these things before they call for assistance.
Yeah, I think we're good. Cool.
Okay.
One rare sample. Neat.
I mean, there's other ones. I've been picking them up so they'll be in vials that we can pick up as we go.
Let's not go through the big hive.
Uh-huh. Let's just go back the way we
Dropping a
came.
pin. Southwest.
We already cleared out that whole area, right?
Theoretically.
Rare sample acquired. Out of ammo.
Yo, turn your light off.
Why?
Because they'll detect us. It's nighttime. Did you not notice?
I can't see.
Yeah, that's good. That means they can't see either. This is called being a sneaky fucker. Who's fighting? Are you fighting?
Nope.
Okay.
There's something.
It's the sentry.
Oh god.
Just keep moving away from it. You can place them as decoys, you know?
Oh, my railgun. Rail me.
The one I attempted to bring closer.
Enemy
Potentially.
patrol. Southeast.
Ow.
I just turn around, and there's like 18 dragons on your head.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Objective located. South.
I think I just.
Oh no, water. Oh no, water. My enemy. I see a flame shooting in the air against them.
Yep, that's me.
If you have samples, here's extract. You can drop them there.
Yeah, I will.
Fuck off.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Last reload. Objective located. Northeast. 200 meters. Port.
I just tried to melee it.
Dropping item.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Come on, you bitch-made cunts. Unfucking real. Just res me where you are.
Oh, he's closer to the objective.
Whatever.
Were you going for a hive?
No.
Oh, because there's definitely a hive in the direction you were in. But I've crossed this whole map without getting detected once. And I was able to fucking reload my...
Danger. Southeast. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Oh god.
Marking location. Northwest. Bump.
I'm surrounded.
Bump. East.
Oh my god.
Requesting orbital.
Run. Run right now. Nailed him.
Main objective nearby.
Got 16 with that one.
Deploying equipment package.
Calling down a sentry.
It's a shame nobody brought a turret.
He's got one. He's got a little machine gun.
New bag. Tagging location. Slide.
Watch out. Keep going. Keep running. Don't turn around. Alright, I need to cross in front of you. Okay, you're good. You stopped firing.
Requesting air support.
Come on.
Reinforcements.
The reason I died there is because I fucked up the res multiple times in a row. And we kind of want to pull the enemies away from his spawn, basically, so he can get the flag up and get the mission complete.
Reporting to the front. Requesting orbital.
We're almost there. We almost got it.
Reinforcement budget depleted. Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Joining the fray.
There's a scary shadow behind me.
Orbital inbound.
Orbital barrage incoming.
Sending in an
Stand
eagle.
clear.
Delivering payload. Orbital strike. Last reload. Nailed him.
Oh, we didn't get the flag. He died, I just realized. That's not good. The progress is probably completely reset on it. It has. Get me out of this fucking hole, bruh. There's a hell bomb that I marked on the map, like 38, 48 meters in that direction you're heading towards.
Tunnel breach.
Oh god.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Pulling in re- Helldivers. Eat dead. Sending in an eagle. Sending in an eagle.
No! It's all up to you, Jack, to raise the flag.
Requesting air support.
Nice. That will help. But will it be enough? Oh, there's a charger behind you. No stem packs either. It's over.
Today's defeat stokes the forge of tomorrow's victory.
See, if we had the big laser, we could have them at the objective. There's 3 flags, 3 lasers per drop. Can't hear you.
And what happens if I lose? We have to retreat like that, and I have no more lasers left.
If
guess what I do?
It gets to the point where
rail cannon
we're on the
strikes.
3rd flag and you're out of lasers. That's the whole point, is you have 1 laser per objective.
So you take it.
Huh?
So you take the laser.
Oh, I thought he was taking it, but I guess he didn't. And if I knew you were taking a 120 as well, I would... Or no, that was just my 120 coming off cooldown. Indica. Northern Lights. Indica.
What?
Choose where to fight, and return this blood to our glorious Federation. Helldivers across the galaxy are fighting for every inch of territory. Where will you join them? A worthy choice.
Yep, game crashed. Epic.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Alright, I'm done. I gotta
Just
go.
don't end.
Huh?
What motivated Obama to do Timber Sycamore? Anything specific? So, what we need to understand about when Timber Sycamore happened, like, there was really nobody fighting ISIS. And it's not really that big of an operation. Like, there's a fucking great clip with Vice where they look for the weapons that they got from Obama, and they're like talking to them, and they're like, are these the weapons that they sent you? And it's like, yeah, we can literally get better ones. Like, this is not enough for us. We can't do shit with this. And it's like, that's the military, bucko. How many medals do I have? 82, so close. Also, now, so like, I don't buy the super credits inside the war bonds.
Okay.
I save them, so if a cool war bond comes out, then I can get a quick boost of credits there.
Yes. No, I've done that before.
Yeah, that's because it's a Russian narrative that the Mujahideen were fucking armed by the United States. It's just silly. They're a Muslim Brotherhood affiliate.
All personnel must submit weekly urine
The
sample
CIA
by 0400.
definitely did give weapons to Mujahideen.
Yeah, not fucking enough to do anything though.
No.
Also, it was a very small, short-lived operation. Because, as we know, the United States found a force to use to fight ISIS. Obama should have done more. He should have dumped more arms.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Chirp, 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 chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp.
What would happen later down the track when the weapons are no longer needed to fight ISIS and they're just in the hands of people?
Well, one, Assad gets overthrown, the IRGC in the fucking Levant collapses, Russia gets pushed out of their influence in the Middle East, so they only have a fucking presence in, like, Turkey, or not Turkey, Libya. Like, more weapons then would just accelerate where we've gotten to now.
Interesting. Complicated what ifs. No point
Only
throwing
a
in
Sith
knife.
deals in absolutes, am I right?
Yeah. The best ever made.
This guy gets
The
so
battle
serious
is won,
sometimes.
but the war is not over. We rejoice, and then seek retribution.
Damn straight. Not fascist at all.
I will probably try to flip to OBS to see if it helps my fucking frame performance.
Fair enough.
Bro, when I first got this game, you know how it looked for me?
I don't know. Like a game?
Pretty much like this. You see that?
Well.
Like, I could still get higher graphics from it, too. But it's not like Arrowhead cares. They're gonna fucking put so much shit that you can't see regardless.
Yeah.
It's really only a bug mission problem. You can't ever see on those planets.
Yeah, fair.
What am I looking for? What am I looking for?
I don't know. What are you looking for?
I just want people to have health care, honey.
Let me cook a thing real quick.
Cool. Sure. You're locked in here with me now.
We've got to have money.
Money. But yeah, tomorrow we film stuff. Come? Come? Woohoo! Big guys! Am I funny or what?
It's funny because it's poisonous.
I'm quite funny. Yeah, if I don't say so myself.
That's crazy.
I don't
that
have a
there's still
mood
not a
for
new major
clowning
order.
right now.
Huh?
It's crazy that there's not a new major order, and they just
Mm.
fucking ended the fucking event a day early.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
My brother, this is haram.
Found it.
Oh my god, brother Spider-Man is wanting to saving me from crazy Iblis.
Show me your bag of secrets.
Log on my chili sauce.
Okay. I'm going.
Okay.
You back?
I just making the food.
Okay. If you're still going when
Oh, I was gonna
get
cap
home-
my frames.
If you're still going when I get home,
It already
I'll
is.
jump on.
Fuck. Yeah. I'll be here. Maybe
worries.
maybe you'll be back in time for us to take this planet.
Maybe. All right. Goodbye. Where are my sound bites?
Don't
I bid you good
press
day,
end
sir.
stream, or
I bid you
will
good day.
neuter you.
End stream.
Oh, Zapata, you're so cute. You got the tiny man. Hey, you can't park here. Oof. Alright, y'all. Ah. And fill my water. Alright, if my fucking performance is still like in the toilet in this next game, like my frame performance obviously is what I mean, then I'll switch to OBS. And maybe that will help, but I don't know.
The Helldivers battle for freedom. Let us decide where to enter the fray. The operation is failed. Let us not ruminate, but instead redouble our efforts.
Damn right.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Hellpod launch suspended. Hellpods primed.
Where's the democracy
Mission
space
preparation
station?
aborted.
Let's-
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Bonk, 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 bonk.
Hellpod
Bum,
launch.
bum, 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 bum. Spunk, bonk.
Go now. Save this planet from infestation.
Oh, you don't see that? Nope, nobody saw that. Just the way we like it.
Sending down equipment package. Sending down support weapon.
Deploying SOS beacon.
Who's hissing at me? You go away from me. Hello, sup, dude?
Sub-objective near your location.
Who sees me?
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Mag's empty.
Fuck. I was trying to get out my grenade launcher, but it wasn't soon enough.
Mag's empty. Throwing grenade. Mag's empty.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Throwing supply beacon.
Deploying equipment package. One step closer to mission completion. Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Nothing in the chamber. Mag. Mag's empty.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
New mag. Last reload.
Calling in an eagle.
Requesting air support. Activating jump pack.
Outpost destroyed.
Objective located. Northwest.
Tactical asset near your position.
New mag. Package acquired. Dropping package. Calling in an eagle. Rare sample required.
Requesting air support.
Objective completed.
Heavy, southwest. Close. Sending in an eagle.
sentry.
Rare sample acquired. Rare sample acquired. Found something. To the skies.
Get up, girl. Okay, how are you? Sick Mohawk, do you know about the scene going on in India? Of course. That's me. I'm the India guy.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting air support. Terminate hive structure destroyed.
Found something.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting air support. Orbital inbound. Reinforcing. Get some! Get some! Requesting orbital. Not today! Liberty, save me! Last reload. Reinforcing. New mag. Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
Found something. Outpost destroyed.
Epic. Stunts.
Side. Reloading. Sending in an eagle.
My frames! My frames! No, I don't know about the anti-extortion cases. Nailed him.
Sending in an eagle.
Mag's empty. Requesting sentry.
Oh my god.
Sweet liberty, my leg!
Outpost cleared.
Requesting air support. Dropping a pin. Southwest, 300 meters. Mag's empty. Sending in an eagle. New bag.
Found something.
Go, go, go.
Orbital inbound.
To the sky.
To the sky.
Found something.
Support. Never mind.
Found something.
Found something.
Did you? What'd you find? Poop on the ground? I don't know what that's supposed to be.
Found something.
Okay, what'd you find here? More poop on the ground? A machine gun? Let's go, metal. I actually need a...
Outpost cleared.
Calling down a sentry.
Tactical asset within threat range.
Calling down fortifications.
Heavy. Southwest. On my position. Orbital inbound.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Heavy. Southwest. Close.
Requesting air support. Sending in an eagle. Sending in an eagle.
Dropping a pin. West. Close. Dropping a pin. Southwest. 50 meters. Get some! Get some!
This fucking game, bro.
Found something. Rare sample acquired. New bag. Requesting air support. Activating jump pack.
Main objective near your position.
Sample collected. Rare sample acquired. New mag. Fire in the hole!
What the fuck?
Calling down supplies.
Sending down equipment package.
I still died from impact from that jump.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Reporting to the front. Found something.
We've got equipment.
That's how you get down a hill. Pick it up!
Marking location. Bug. North. To the skies! Requesting air support. Mag's empty.
Fuck me.
Found something. Sending in an eagle. Requesting orbital.
The headphones are glowing. Look quick, it's glowing. I mean, yeah, they light up. Let's go.
Extraction is available.
Fatty. Later, fatty. Leave you in the dust. Go, 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 go.
Requesting air support.
What's going on over here? What are we walking into right now?
Sending in an eagle. Requesting air support.
Calling down a sentry.
Go ahead, turret. Can you not see it? Are you dumb? Epic. Alright, good talk, turret. I'll be seeing you around.
Requesting air support. Marking extraction point.
Fuck! Fuck!
Extraction shuttle inbound.
What's hurting me?
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
That was the wrong gun.
Ready to liberate. Activating jump pack.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Activating jump pack.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Does she really gotta announce every time she activates her jump pack?
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Motherfucker.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
To the sky!
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete.
That's how it's
Pelican
done.
1 beginning ascent.
I think there's something on your chest. It's like black print. Yeah, it says they're coming to get you, Barbara. Let's go, 84%.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
There's nothing sweeter than victory in the name of freedom.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Bro took the fucking simple extraction.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Tagging location. Northeast.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Rare sample acquired. Sending in an eagle. Got it, sample. Calling down objective equipment.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Weaponry. Throwing supply beacon. Liberty, save me! He's dead! Thanks, MP. Reinforcing! Democracy has landed! Calling in a hell bomb. Thanks, empty. Thanks, empty. Hell bomb armed. Clear the area. Out of ammo.
Objective nearby. Terminate hive structure destroyed.
Nice, nice, nice. That's what's up.
Objective equipment.
Requesting air support. Requesting air support. Last reload. Engaging terminal. Requesting orbital.
Firing orbital barrage, clear the area.
Two bags. Objective equipment.
Come on. Boop, 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 boop.
Sending in an eagle. Tagging location. Northeast. Calling down supplies. Requesting air support.
Sub-objective in your vicinity. Making progress.
Requesting air support. Bags empty. Activating jump pack.
Activating jump pack.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Requesting objective equipment.
I got the terminal.
Tagging map. East. Slowly. Found something. Orbital inbound.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Ouchie!
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Point me to the enemy. Out of ammo.
Just like the taste of freedom.
I got the terminal. Found something. Last reload. Engaging terminal.
Mission progress logged.
Sending in an eagle.
Tagging location. On it.
Looks good, looks good, looks good, looks good, looks good. Oh.
Thanks, empty.
That go off? Nice.
Found something.
Did it? Or did it? Is there a bug breach going on around me? Am I in the middle of a breach?
Bug tunnel breach.
Must have triggered them
Requesting
at the
air
exact same time.
Orbital inbound. Sending in an eagle.
Climb it. Climb it.
Tactical asset near your position.
Requesting orbital. Found something. Requesting air support. New mag.
Sending in an eagle.
Outpost destroyed.
Bug outpost. Requesting air support.
Is this a bad guy? Is he still alive?
Objective
What's going on with you,
critical
pal? You don't got no eyes.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Calling down objective equipment.
Heavy. West. Close. Sending in an eagle.
I got the terminal. Found something. Engaging terminal.
Requesting air support.
I got the terminal.
Sending in an eagle.
Orbital inbound. Calling in reinforcements. Last reload. Out of ammo.
Come on.
Reinforcing.
Objective complete.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting
Where'd he go?
tac.
Just disappears? That ain't no fair. Fire bad. Oh no, I fall down.
Sending in an eagle. Engaging terminal. Requesting air support. Requesting air support. Last reload. Sending in an eagle. Requesting orbital.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Last reload. Sending in an eagle. Throwing supply beacon. Bag's empty. Requesting orbital. Requesting air support.
Outpost cleared.
Out of ammo.
Nice, that was helpful.
Last reload. Throwing grenade.
Fuck, I just got the supplies.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Democracy has been well delivered. May your extraction be swift.
To the skies.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Requesting air support.
Outpost cleared.
Sending in an eagle.
location. Southwest. Sending in an Eagle. Requesting air support. Sending in an Eagle. Thanks, MT. Requesting air support.
An eagle never misses.
Thanks, MT. Activating jump.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
New mag. Tagging location. North.
Dropping package. Package acquired. Package acquired. Dropping package. Sending in an Eagle.
Taste of democracy. Thanks, MT.
Heavy. Close.
Requesting air support. Rare sample acquired.
Heavy. Southeast. 50 meters.
Reloading. To the sky.
Heavy. Southwest. Close.
Sending in an Eagle.
Heavy. West.
Requesting air support.
Requesting air support. Reinforcing.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Point me to the enemy. I do like to taste freedom. Fire in the hole. Throwing grenade.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Joining the friends.
Extraction shuttle inbound. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Democracy has landed.
ETA T-minus 1 minute. Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched. ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Requesting orbital.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Sending in an eagle.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1, landing in progress. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Democracy prevails once more.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
We will fight on in the memory of those.
This motherfucker always be online, not playing with me. Bitch.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Allied destroyer has left squadron. Orbit synchronized. launch.
Hi, baby.
Go now, and fear the shadow of neither death nor tyranny, for justice is your cause.
Deploying equipment package. Deploying support weapon. Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Fire in the hole! You will never destroy ours!
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Here comes the cavalry.
Say hello to democracy! For prosperity!
Delivering payload.
Bug outpost! Injury? What injury?
Outpost destroyed. Objective critical stratagem. Objective critical stratagem no longer available. Hellbomb request approved. Deploying now.
Fuck.
Hellbomb
Nailed it,
marked.
first try.
Clear the area.
Deploying equipment package. Helldiver lost. Sending replacement. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Democracy has landed.
Here comes the cavalry.
Get some! Get some!
Here comes the cavalry.
Nice empty. Nice empty.
Left. Liberty speed your step, Helldiver.
keep on walking. Got a minute to just drop solid airstrikes nonstop, and hopefully it's enough. I only need to close one hole technically, so.
1 minute remains. Destroyer departure imminent.
Coming in hot.
Liberty emerges victorious yet again. Extract when ready.
Bug outpost spotted.
Administering freedom.
They'll never destroy our way of life.
Right on target. Delivering payload.
Super destroyer leaving low orbit. Emergency extraction shuttle deployed. ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
What the frick?
How about a nice cup of liberty?
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Freedom never sleeps.
Lady, you are not making out of here alive.
If they could
So one, who
I
cares?
know our heroes would not have a
Mission
sword
complete.
their loss, but rejoice in their victory.
Y'all bugs are big losers.
Helldivers
That's what
outside
you are.
extraction radius. Pelican 1 aborting pickup.
So angry.
Now that is what I call a profitable use of resources.
You're not disappointed? She's so weird.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Hey, watch, it's gonna be like this session no longer exists every time with this guy. Never can get into his game. He hate me. watch. Session no longer exists. Told you. Every time, bruv.
Allied destroyer coordinates received. Allied destroyer has joined
Oh, fuck
squadron.
yeah. You see that big ass gun on my ship?
Orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Is he one of them AFKers?
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Hey. Let's go.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
What up? What do we got on this one? Do we got a muscle breaker? Save. Okay, none of them have a muzzle brake. I'm procrastinating. You whore. Who's ready to take that planet? 20 hours? That's newbie money. What are y'all homos doing over here? What kind of quest we got going?
Pods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Spong gong gong gong. Hey.
Here?
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Who's this guy?
Synchronized.
Do I know you? Bro doesn't know how to edit gun. It's okay.
Launch.
Bro, we're almost like the same level. Boo 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 boo. Yeah, it just sucks I didn't get here before they did the mission where my skill set is best utilized. To blow shit up with my own body. I'm bleeding, making me the victor.
The fate of all humanity's children are in your hands. Do not let them
Advanced
fall.
weaponry. Tac inbound. Requesting sentry.
Doing my shit. Thank you.
Requesting tac pack. Calling down a support weapon.
Ah! Fucking Windows key, bro. Hey, who are you?
Sending in an eagle. Bag's empty. Last reload. Orbital inbound. Requesting air support.
Administering freedom.
Joining the fray.
Oh my god.
Sending in an eagle.
Coming in hot.
Calling down a sentry.
Another step toward galactic liberation. You may extract when ready. Air support!
Tagging location.
This is Pelican 1. Have visual on the extraction zone. This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted.
We'll never forget you!
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Liberty smiles upon your triumph.
Fucking, I'm over there by the shuttle trying to give both of them cover, and both of them ran across while it was firing. It was so funny. Huge pussies. Oh, hi, Bishiv. You're so fancy. Hi there, Papa. You're also fancy.
keep an eye out for more samples next time.
Shut up.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
Fuck you. Evacuate civilians, huh? Lady of the Stars. Pretty gay.
Mission coordinates logged. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
What do I want? One of these to cause distractions. And one of these. And one of these.
Launch initiated.
so funny they give you the vitality booster first, and it's like probably the best one in the game. Just don't tell my grandma. Well, the second best one is Hidden the Most Random Warbond. I assume you mean Viper Commandos. Because, in my opinion, that is the best one. But I like to just basically use my stems just to sprint fast. So I'll literally just keep hitting them. If I have to cross the map, I'll just keep hitting them with that upgrade. Watch out, they're coming right for us! Fucking clanker!
Going down a support weapon. Dropping a pin. Southeast. 200 meters. Calling down a support weapon. 200 meters.
Go. Damn, this takes forever to reload. Okay, because I'll have my autocannon, which might reload faster than that shit.
Requesting sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Hole in the wall.
Location.
Drop ship. Requesting air support.
Oh! See? I stepped on a mine. We didn't get them all. This is why I was shooting them to begin with.
Democracy has landed.
Where my shit at? Man, my frames are suffering here. I doubt that will help at all.
Calling down objective equipment. Tagging location. Package acquired. Dropping package.
What's going on over there? Oh, so bright. Is that a robot?
Mission is progressing.
Fuck me.
Sentry. Got equipment. Reloading. Sentry.
Come on, Sentry. You immediately turned to try to kill me? That's crazy.
Support weapon. We've got equipment.
Nobody want it? Okay. Fine then.
Dropships. Reloading.
Have a taste of democracy.
Calling down a sentry.
Reloading. Have a taste of democracy.
I wish I knew. What? What the fuck? Don't step on me!
Reinforcing.
Reporting to the front.
That'll teach him. That'll teach him for stepping on me.
Joining the threat. Requesting sentry.
Calling down a support weapon.
Requesting air support.
Attack underway.
Just a pit. My frames, dog. What is going on today? After this game, I'm switching to OBS. See if it helps my frames. Man, he's really doing a waltz with Bashir back there, huh?
Calling down a sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Oh my god, what a hike. I wish I knew the environment we were in before I fucking grabbed what I grabbed. Fuck.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Is someone sassy over here? Who's sassy? Who's being sassy over here? You? I'll teach you for being a sass master. You're here.
Requesting sentry.
Fuck! Fuck this gun.
Mag's empty. Orbital inbound.
Calling down a walker.
Mag's empty. Dropship.
Reinforcing. You're here.
Sending enemy. Calling down a sentry.
And stay down.
They must be illuminate. What does he mean by that?
Outpost destroyed.
Calling down supplies.
My frames, man. 10 frames a second is crazy.
Liberation. You may extract when
Extraction is available.
Found something.
Oh, that's how you get down a hill.
Found something. Get some! Get some!
Dropships.
Come on.
Reloading.
Give me my autocannon back, for fuck's sake. I'm being cool and picking up this little new guy's samples, even though I don't need them.
Reinforcing! That's called democracy!
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Sending down sentry. ETA T-minus 2 minutes 30 seconds.
Like, if we do another game, we gotta go full, like, jungle op, you know? Someone's gotta get the commando. You know, and we can actually run the Viper commando set because it's, like, actually a jungle map where you can get close to the enemy. This is why my brushes break. We need jungle, I'm afraid. Who did that?
ETA T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
They're really making an effort to put out that jammer, huh?
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Like, this rifle is, like, really strong, but, like... Watch out! Dinguses!
Reloading.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Double jammers. We're not waiting. We're gonna leave without you.
T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Homie doesn't know that he's supposed to wait. He's gonna leave without you.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. This is Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown.
He's getting in. I don't know. Is he? He's trying to get in the forklift to get forklift certified.
Affirmative.
He's saluting. If he comes over here, I'm gonna punch him.
Calling in reinforcements. Calling down a sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Requesting tac pack. Requesting advanced weaponry.
It's not worth it. I don't know why y'all went all the way out there. It's not worth it, bro. Like, that shit ain't worth it. Fwum, 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 fwum. Not with that attitude. Uh-oh, dropships, guys, watch out. man, both of them are gonna take him down at the same time, huh? What's funny is if I get in the shuttle right now, right? Because they clearly just got to the objectives and called it hell bombs. That would be funny as hell.
Sending in an eagle! Hellbomb armed! Clear the area!
Their hell bomb didn't blow up. He's turning around and realizing now. Oh, there it goes.
Calling in a hellbomb! Hellbomb armed! Clear the area!
I think they need to add a dinosaur faction.
Bot outpost destroyed.
Okay, on top again. Would you say it's fair to say that Turkey basically did their own version of Timber-Stick War to help facilitate the fall of Saudi? I mean, Saudi Arabia was also helping them. Like, it's just fucking state shit. Like, Turkey has a lot of influence in Syria, don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day, like, Jelani could tell him to go fuck himself, but he's not. He's trying to rebuild the state, so he's trying to be nice. Clankers! Ah, what was that?
Requesting sentry. Drop ship! Requesting orbital. Get some! Get some!
Look at me, I've ascended again.
Requesting walker!
Being glitchy as hell today.
Throwing grenade!
Come on, guys. Time to leave.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20
Did
seconds.
you just say why to a dinosaur faction? Do you mean to tell me it wouldn't be fucking awesome if we were fucking fighting raptors and stuff instead of bugs? Fuck bugs.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Dinosaurs are way cooler. You know? And they're gonna fucking call these bugs raptor strain and still have them be bugs. Also, like, these people want to yap about Timber Sycamore, but, like, the whole reason, like, Benghazi like, that whole reason the CIA had that site that they were using is because they were facilitating the fucking heavy weapons transfer to Syria there. They were smuggling arms in that fucking CIA annex. That's what the role of the place was. To the Mujahideen in Syria. How would it be mechanically different to... One, they would be dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are cooler than bugs. Bugs are stupid. Oh, ants, I'm so scared of the ants. Alright, I'm gonna flip my stream to OBS now. So you'll have to refresh the page in a second.